As it turned out, the cohort had endured the fury of the heavens for almost an entire day. Before the storm had appeared, the night had still been far away, and now it was already a new morning. The Colossus was steadily marching south, completely unshaken by his terrifying battle with the abyssal Leviathan. Sunny was growing more and more certain that the ancient statue, while brought to a semblance of life by some unknown power, was not truly sentient. The headless giant was more like an echo than a living thing. But then even echoes seemed to possess some remnants of a personality. At least his poor scavenger had one. Quiet Dancer often behaved like a prudish and cantankerous young woman, too. No matter how strange it was to describe a flying rapier in that way. Not to mention shadows, who were much more alive than Sunny felt comfortable admitting. Compared to all of them, the Colossus seemed rather lifeless. Just what kind of a being was he? Sprawled on the ground, Sunny glanced sideways and observed the stone saint, who was standing indifferently at the edge of the platform. He wondered what this living statue thought of her strange, colossal sibling. Was she in awe of him, or didn't care one way or another? It was hard to tell. But then again, he was not in the mood to think too much right now. Sunny was truly exhausted and hurting all over. Everyone was, really. Despite the incredible achievement of surviving the onslaught of 2 entire tribes of nightmare creatures, the storm, and an encounter with an actual horror of the depths, or rather, because of it, the members of the cohort looked truly pathetic. Each of them was either laying on the stone surface of the swaying platform or sitting with a lost look on their face. They were all wounded, tired, and wet. Even Kai had lost his usual luster, and that alone screamed of how rough this recent hardship had been on them, even when compared to the usual ruthless reality of the Forgotten Shore. Well, no matter. They had survived. More than that, if Sunny wasn't wrong, the stone giant had already brought them more than 1,000 kilometers to the south, and by the evening, that number was going to double. A quick way to travel across the labyrinth, indeed. In 2 days, they were going to traverse 10 times more ground than Sunny, Nephis, and Cassie had managed in 2 months of their bloody journey to the Dark City. And they had only achieved that much thanks to the desperate decision to travel by boat. Not bad, even if they had to endure a few hours of pure torture and a couple of near-death moments. Plus, the speed wasn't the only benefit that riding atop the ancient Colossus had brought them. With a subtly satisfied expression, Sunny listened to his body and smiled. Even without summoning the runes, he knew that he was once again at the same level as he had been before creating the Shadow Saint, and even above it. But there was no harm in looking, right? As the shimmering runes appeared in the air in front of him, Sunny found the familiar cluster and blinked. Shadow fragments. This is what? Although he knew that the battle against giant locusts and ghastly flowers brought him a bountiful harvest of fragments, he was still astonished to see just how many he had gained. In the short span of time after Cassie had warned them about the coming storm, and before the wall of darkness appeared on the horizon, Sunny managed to reap more than 100 of them. 132, to be exact. Incredible. Most came from the blood flowers. In a direct confrontation, Sunny would have never been able to kill that many. But yesterday, all he had to do was cause their hosts to plummet to the ground and let gravity do the rest. Between those sent to their deaths by the prowling thorn and those he had cut down with the midnight shard, about 24 abominations had died by his hand, and another one by his blood. But Sunny didn't want to even think about that experience ever again. Each of the ghastly flowers was an awakened monster, bringing him 4 fragments per kill. With the addition of a dozen or so locusts slain by the Stone Saint, Sunny ended up with this mind-boggling windfall. Not only did he return to his peak form, but he was now stronger by just shy of 100 shadow fragments. All in a day's work. Still stunned, Sunny couldn't help but shake his head. If this continued, he was going to come close to fully saturating his shadow core by the end of this expedition, which was one of the reasons he had joined it in the first place. But before today, his ambitious plans had been just a conjecture. Now, they were becoming reality. By accumulating 1,000 fragments and saturating his core, Sunny was also going to learn yet another secret of his divine aspect. What exactly was going to happen once the runes showed shadow fragments? Einland Sinuline Dice. He was now almost halfway to finding out. But even that wasn't all. Looking at another cluster of runes, Sunny read, Memories, Psinings, and right after that, 2 new sets glimmered in the air. Psining, Psimir, Psi, 2 new memories. Jackpot. The only thing that slightly ruined his exhilaration was the fact that, recently, Sunny was having trouble finding memories that were actually useful to him. Of course, the Stone Saint had a ferocious appetite and could consume anything that he wasn't going to incorporate into his arsenal. But simply feeding his spoils to the shadow, while rewarding in its own way, was not as pleasant as acquiring a new powerful tool. With a sense of cautious anticipation, Sunny concentrated on the new memories. Well, let's take a look. Maybe it's something useful after all. Sunny decided to take a look at the Dark Wing first. Let's see what my shadow brought me. He looked at the glimmering runes. Memory rank, awakened, memory tier, eye, memory type, garment, memory description. Sunny stared at the description, his eyes twitching. Cloak? Another damn cloak. And what does the spell mean, as durable as a bug's wing? Those aren't durable at all. Taking a deep breath, he calmed himself down and read at the runes again. Well, maybe it has an incredible enchantment. Memory enchantments. Enchantment description. Garghost. Amloj Fingmound. Sunny frowned slightly, thinking about whether that memory could be useful. Then he dove into the Soul Sea and summoned the sphere of light containing the Dark Wing to take a look at its spell weave. The descriptions provided by the spell were not always very informative. It was better to study the thing himself. At first glance, the ability to fly was nothing short of incredible, amazing even. Sunny had heard that there were memories that gave their owners literal wings, but never expected to encounter one before becoming an awakened or even a master. However, their usefulness differed from case to case. There were questions of height, speed, and control. No memory could have given someone the ability to fly as fast and as unrestrained as Kai could, but some came close. However, as far as these memories went, Dark Wing turned out to be of the lowest standard. It seemed that it only allowed a person to levitate or hover a couple of meters above ground and move with a very, very modest speed. Sunny could achieve pretty much everything that such an ability provided with the help of the Prowling Thorn and its invisible string, and do it better too. Of course, he couldn't fight while using the kunai to swing around on the string. In that regard, this new memory was better. However, after imagining himself fighting while using the Dark Wing to hover above ground, or even worse, glide in the sky, Sunny shuddered. The beautiful transparent cloak indeed looked like a pair of dragonfly's wings. It was extremely thin and brittle. The slightest strike would rip it apart, causing the wielder to plummet down. So, unless Sunny wanted to die, using this memory in a battle was out of the question. In short, it had little utility value compared to the Prowling Thorn and couldn't be used for aerial fights. Sunny glanced at the Stone Saint. Should I feed it to her? But after thinking about it for a couple more seconds, he shook his head. No, despite all its flaws, the Dark Wing was still a real boon. The ability to glide alone was priceless. With it, he did not need to be afraid of falling down from deadly heights, like from the height of an ancient walking colossus, for example. I'm keeping it. The thing would only give his shadow one fragment anyway. Looking up, Sonny noticed a transparent cloak that looked like a pair of dragonfly wings suddenly appear on Cassie's shoulders. The sunlight refracted through it, making the wings glimmer slightly with all the colors of the rainbow. With an expression of wonder on her face, the blind girl made the wings move. A moment later, they disappeared into a blur, and Cassie suddenly hovered a few centimeters above the ground. She giggled. So, the quiet dancer had earned her the same memory his shadow had earned him. This was good. While the weak levitation ability was mostly useless to Sonny, to the blind girl, it would be of tremendous help. The terrain of the Forgotten Shore was often uneven and treacherous, so being able to float above it was a true gift for someone who could not see. Sonny smiled softly and looked away. It's nice that she still knows how to laugh. A moment later, his expression darkened. Closing his eyes, Sonny sighed heavily and turned his attention to the second memory he had gotten. Don't think about it. Memory. Memory bring. Awakened. Memory tier 2. Memory type. Charm. Sonny's heart skipped a beat. Charms were a rare type of memory that took the form of a small accessory, most often an amulet or a talisman. Unlike weapons, armor, and tools, they obviously had no practical value. However, charms made up for it by possessing unique and powerful enchantments. Among the elite awakened, these were the memories everyone hunted for the most. And now he got one. Please be good. Please be good. Memory description. Memory description. Sonny blinked. Creepy. Memory enchantments. Enchantment description. As Sonny read the description, the runes suddenly changed right before his eyes. After a moment, a new one appeared between them, not even paying attention to the way the spell changed the runes on the fly. Sonny froze. Aura. It's an aura enchantment. Aura enchantments were an extremely rare thing. Unlike the usual enchantments, they affected not only the wielder, but everything that fit their target criteria in a certain radius. No need to mention how precious such things were. And Sonny didn't just get an aura charm, but also one that provided a comprehensive augmentation to the power of all, his memories, echoes, and shadows, as long as his enemy bled. And the more they bled, the stronger that augmentation would grow. Beautiful. Sonny was so stunned that he accidentally whispered that word out loud. A moment later, he suddenly shuddered and quickly glanced around to make sure that Effie wasn't anywhere near him when he had said it. To his relief, the huntress was on the opposite side of the platform, working on the map of the Forgotten Shore. Sonny exhaled and furtively wiped the sweat off his forehead. Phew, that was close. Then a wide grin slowly appeared on his face. With a satisfied sigh, he rested his head on the stone and thought, "Sorry, Saint. Today you shall remain hungry." By the middle of their second day of traveling through the labyrinth atop the ancient colossus, an ominous dark line appeared on the horizon. With every minute, it slowly grew closer. Pretty soon, Sonny was able to tell that they were headed toward a vast mountain chain. The mountains seemed to serve as a border between the Forgotten Shore and the rest of the Dream Realm. They were tall and jagged, piercing the skies like the fangs of a giant dragon. Their distant peaks were covered in pristine white snow and wrapped in a veil of mist that streamed into the ravines and onto the ridges below. This was the place where the first lord of the castle had disappeared all those years ago, as well as the goal of their own perilous journey. As the stone giant came closer to the mountains, Sonny finally understood just how tall, magnificent, and imposing they were. Even the Colossus himself looked like a tiny ant in front of these towering peaks. It was hard not to feel small and insignificant in their oppressive shadow. Slowly, the terrain of the labyrinth began to rise. The mounds of coral grew smaller, the distance between them increased, until finally there were as much black soil and stone outcroppings visible beneath as there were islands of vivid crimson. Finally, the blades of coral became scarce. It was as though the labyrinth was reluctant to approach the foothills of the misty mountains, or simply unable to. As the gargantuan statue approached the border of the crimson forest, its steps slowed. The colossus seemed to be struggling to move any further. His body was slightly bent, as if he was fighting against strong wind or some invisible force that was relentlessly pulling him back into the labyrinth. Even his prodigious might was not enough to defeat the pull of the ancient curse. Finally, the stone giant staggered and stopped. This was the moment they were waiting for. Castor, Effie, and Nephis were already climbing down, while Sunny, Cassie, and Kai stood at the edge of the circular platform. Looking down, Sunny sighed and glanced at the charming archer. "If this doesn't work, you're going to catch me, right?" Kai raised his elegant eyebrows, then smiled at him dazzlingly. "Why, of course. It would be my pleasure." Sunny's eye twitched. Shaking his head, he summoned the dark wing and turned away. Immediately, a cloak in the shape of two transparent wings appeared on his back. If there was one thing calming Sunny down, it was that his shadow was already on the ground. He had sent it down in advance to scout out the landing zone and make sure that nothing was waiting for the members of the cohort below. The stone saint was now standing there, looking like a tiny black dot from the height of the ancient statue's neck. No sense in prolonging this. Gritting his teeth, Sunny commanded the dark wing to raise him above ground and stepped into emptiness. For a moment he was consumed by primal fear. But then Sunny felt that instead of plummeting down to shatter on the rocks, his body was smoothly gliding through the air. He was still losing altitude, but at a safe and pleasant pace. Two transparent wings had turned into a blur behind his back. Actually, this feeling was exhilarating. Trying to keep a wide smile from appearing on his face, Sunny reminded himself how brittle his wings were and tried to control the direction of his descent. All it took was a slight shift of his posture and a mental command to the dark wing. Soon, Sunny was gliding down in a wide spiral, enjoying the feeling of wind whistling in his ears. It's a shame that others can't experience this. Initially, he was planning to take Effie on the ride of her life. With Kai and Cassie carrying the other two members of the cohort, reaching the ground would have been really easy. However, after a little bit of experimentation, they had found out that memories left behind by the terrible locusts couldn't carry too much weight. Even supporting Sunny himself was already close to the dark wing's limit. So he got to enjoy this pleasant feeling of weightlessness all by himself. After a few minutes of smooth gliding, Sunny softly landed near the stone saint and looked up. Kai and Cassie were right behind him, and slightly above, already reaching the knees of the colossus, were the other three members of the cohort. This memory might be better than I gave it credit for, still not usable in a battle, but very handy nevertheless. Soon they were all reunited in the shadow of the ancient statue. A few moments later, the colossus trembled. Slowly, it turned around and took a giant step. The ground trembled as his feet landed on it. The 6 humans stood silently, watching the ancient statue walk away. It was heading east, moving parallel to the impregnable wall of the Draconian mountains. Sunny suspected that the stone giant had walked all around the forgotten shore thousands of times, and now was at the start, or the end, of another loop. The stone saint was watching the headless giant walk away too. Sunny glanced at her, wondering once again if his shadow felt something toward this enormous creature. He got a strange sensation that she did. However, it wasn't awe as Sunny had suspected. If anything, the hint of emotion hiding deep in the ruby eyes of the stone saint was that of disdain. Curious, Back at the ruined cathedral, Sunny had noticed that the Black Knight's armor bore a visible resemblance to that of his taciturn shadow. However, it didn't seem as though both came from the same source. It was more like the armor of the fallen devil was derived from that of the living statues, almost as if someone had tried to replicate their armaments, but only managed to create a lesser facsimile. Was the stone giant the same? A failed attempt at repeating the same miraculous act of creation that had put a spark of true life into the stone saint and her brethren. There was no way to know, but still Sunny couldn't help but wonder. Soon, the ground stopped trembling, and the figure of the mechanically marching colossus disappeared into the gray fog. A few moments later, Nephis sighed and turned around to face the mountains. It was time to find a place to spend the night. Tomorrow morning, they were going to start their search for the lost expedition. This high into the foothills of the mountains, they didn't have to look long for a suitable shelter. In fact, they could have simply camped in the open. The dark sea couldn't get to them anymore. As the night descended and enveloped the world in the familiar veil of absolute darkness, Sunny volunteered to be the first one to stand watch. Gazing down the sloping surface of the rocky ground, he watched as the black water slowly rose from the distant crimson forest of the labyrinth. It crawled up the steep slope of the foothills, straining to devour as much of them as it could, but then stopped hundreds of meters away from the place where the cohort had made their camp and swayed gently, unable to move any further, just like the headless colossus had not been able to. Looking at the powerless waves, Sunny finally allowed himself to believe that they were now outside of the forgotten shore, or, more precisely, at the very edge of it. In any case, the cursed sea was no longer a threat to them. How strange. Sunny had grown accustomed to living in the constant fear of this transient abyss. Even in the dark city, he was constantly aware of its oppressive presence. No one was free of the frightening thoughts about what would happen if the seemingly unassailable wall of the city finally gave in and fell, opening the way to the flood of darkness. But now, they were safe from it, for now. With a sigh, Sunny summoned the blood blossom. An intricate pendant in the shape of a beautiful red flower soon appeared, hanging on a black thread around his neck. He admired it for a few short moments, and then hid the charm under his armor. It was better to be safe than sorry. Relaxing now was not the brightest of ideas. Yes, the dangers of the dark sea were now behind them, but he was ready to bet that actually escaping the clutches of the forgotten shore was not going to be that easy. Musand Nundanmoon, and who said that the place beyond this desolate hell was any better? With his luck, it was only going to be worse. Consumed in thought, Sunny stared at the dark sea and waited. Inhoundu, Inhoundu, and Houndan. In the morning, the members of the cohort prepared to start the search. But before they could get to it, Nephis suddenly stopped them and peered at the towering peaks that loomed above in a veil of mist. There was a dark expression on her face. After a while, Changing Star suddenly kneeled and picked up a large rock. Straining her muscles, she crushed it in her fist and then looked at the shards with an inquisitive look. Finally, she threw the shattered pieces away and sighed. A few seconds later, Nephis spoke in a heavy tone. "Moo, I know where we are." What was that supposed to mean? Echoing his thought, Effie scoffed. "We all know where we are, Princess. The southern edge of the forgotten shore, about 2,000 kilometers away from the Dark City. No?" Nephis shook her head and stood up. "I mean I know where we are in the dream realm." Everyone froze. What did you just say?" The members of the cohort stared at her with their eyes opened wide. The words Changing Star had said hit them like a bolt of lightning. She pointed at the draconian peaks and said, her voice even, "We are north of the Hollow Mountains. I am sure of it." Hollow Mountains? The name rang a bell, but Sunny couldn't quite put his finger on where exactly he had heard it. Glancing at the other members of the cohort, he noticed that everyone shared the same expression, except for Castor, who seemed to know something. His face grew pale. Nephis lingered for a few moments, and then explained, "Human sphere of influence in the dream realm is not very large, but it has been slowly expanding for the last 30 years. There are 3 great citadels, the most prosperous of which, Bastion, is ruled by the noble scions of the Valor clan, and numerous lesser ones." Then she grimaced. For a time, the allies and vassals of Clan Valor used to conquer one lesser citadel after another, expanding human territory far into the north. But then their expansion in that direction stalled, because they encountered hollow mountains. Oh, right. I think I heard that from Teacher Julius. The northern border of the human territory is a wild place. Sunny frowned. "Are these hollow mountains very dangerous?" Changing Star gritted her teeth. "As dangerous as it gets. Actually, beyond that. The mountain chain stretches for thousands of kilometers, forming a whole region of its own. It is marked as a death zone. Even saints don't come back from there alive." Sunny shivered. Death zones were regions of the dream realm populated by nightmare creatures of the 3 highest ranks: great, cursed, and unholy. Since no human had survived the 4th nightmare yet, facing even the weakest of them was a death sentence to anyone below the saint rank, and even saints had only a slight chance of prevailing against a great creature, let alone a cursed one. Somehow, Sunny managed to become one of the few people alive to slay a great devil. But he had only survived that encounter by pure luck, if not for his weird trait of possessing a shadow core instead of a soul core. The unborn spawn of the vile thieving bird would have stolen his life force and killed him on the spot. And if Nephis was right, the Hollow Mountains were populated by many creatures of that caliber, and higher. Sunny sighed. "So what you're telling us is that this place is even worse than the Forgotten Shore." Without having to say anything, Nephis simply nodded. He smiled. Figures. He had been right after all. Escaping the Forgotten Shore was simply impossible. The only way out lay in the cursed Crimson Spire, and that was where they were headed, whether he wanted to or not. With a dark expression on his face, Sunny stared at the jagged peaks of the Hollow Mountains and said, "So, we are going there?" Nephis lingered for a few moments, and then answered calmly, "Let's hope not. We only need to get as far as the First Lord had gotten. That should be close to where we are right now." Sunny looked at her and nodded. "In that case, let's not waste any time. The sooner we return into the labyrinth, the better. Gee, I never thought I would be impatient to return to that damned hellhole. You just never know what the future holds, huh?" Armed with the understanding of just how dangerous the beautiful mountains towering above them were, the cohort set out deeper into the foothills. Because they didn't know much about the area and what type of creatures populated it, they decided to stay together. While it would have been much easier to send Kai to take a look around from above, no one wanted to take this risk. As the result, the 6 humans moved in a tight group, much like they had on the narrow streets of the Dark City and in the labyrinth. However, the landscape around them was vastly different. There were no growths of crimson coral covering the ground, just grass and outcroppings of gray rock. It almost felt like they were back on Earth. Strangely, that made Sunny feel uncomfortable. Looking around, he could see far in every direction, with no walls of coral or ancient ruined buildings obscuring his view. That made it harder for the nightmare creatures to ambush the cohort, but also impossible for the cohort to hide from anything that could have been watching. That is true, but where are all the monsters? Indeed, no matter how hard Sunny looked, he couldn't see any movement whatsoever. It was as if the entire area was completely dead. They were surrounded by complete silence, which was broken only when a member of the cohort made a sound. The picturesque scenery could have been peaceful, but felt eerie instead. Even Sunny's shadow seemed uncharacteristically listless. Full of unease, they continued to move forward. The plan was very simple. Because of Cassie's vision, they knew that the First Lord and his companions had traveled to the mountains the same way that they did, or at least followed the same route. That meant that both cohorts entered the foothills at approximately the same spot. The other thing Cassie had told them was that they were searching for a vast pit in the stone. It was hard to miss something like that, so all they had to do was to move deeper into the foothills and look around. The ground beneath their feet gently sloped upward. As time passed, it grew more and more rocky, and the incline became rather steep. Soon, they were surrounded by tall boulders and had to walk on bare stone. At some point, Sunny looked back and was surprised to realize how high above the labyrinth they had climbed. By now, it was far away and below them, looking like a vast crimson sea. A strange sensation settled in his heart. With a bit of introspection, Sunny realized that it was something he had lost a long time ago. The feeling of being connected to the rest of humanity. Even though all of them understood that crossing the hollow mountains was an impossible task, simply knowing where they were in relation to the rest of the awakened made all the difference. They might have been just as stranded as they had been before, but at least they weren't lost anymore. What a nice but useless thought. With a sigh, he turned around and hurried to catch up with the rest of the cohort. The sun was still high in the sky when they found the pit Cassie had described. It was situated in a valley just at the point where the foothills turned into proper mountains and turned out to be something different from what everyone had imagined. Disturbingly, throughout the whole day, they had not met a single living thing. In any other circumstances, Sunny would have been glad because of this strange lack of nightmare creatures, but now it was just making him nervous. Standing at the edge of it, he looked down with a feeling of awe. Cut into the flesh of the mountains, a vast quarry lay below them. Despite its incredible scale, it was clearly made by humans. A road clinging to the slope of the circular pit led to the bottom of it, wide enough for 10 carriages to ride side by side. At the far end of the quarry, the gray slope of the mountain was cut and hollowed, creating something that resembled either colossal steps or seats of an amphitheater built for giants. Here and there, massive blocks of stone stood, as though ready to be transported back to the ancient city. Sunny studied the monolithic blocks of gray stone, then the size of the deep quarry. Something connected in his mind. So this is where the materials for the mighty wall of the Dark City had come from. He was certain of it. To think that the ancient inhabitants of the Forgotten Shore had transported all that stone from this far away, the thought of it was nothing short of humbling. Effie, meanwhile, was staring at something with a tense look on her face. Suddenly, she pointed to the center of the deep quarry and said, "Over there, look." Following her gaze, Sunny strained his eyes. For a couple of moments, he couldn't understand what the huntress was talking about, but then his heart skipped a beat. At the bottom of the quarry, there was a giant nightmare creature. The abomination was enormous, easily twice the size of the carapace demon, who had already been as tall as a house. It looked like a strange insect, somewhat resembling a weird mix of a rhinoceros beetle and a praying mantis, with a smooth carapace, massive horn, and deadly blades attached to the joints of its limbs. The whole creature seemed to be made out of stone and was the same color as the floor of the quarry. In fact, if not for Effie's warning, Sunny might have not even noticed it. That flesh, however, was broken and shattered, lying in piles on the ground. The giant stone demon was dead, and from the looks of it, it died by a human hand. Sunny turned to Nephis and hesitated for a moment. "What do you think? Those are sword cuts, aren't they?" Changing Star was silent for a bit and then said in a dark tone, "It's hard to tell. We'll need to get closer to take a proper look." Ready for the worst, The cohort summoned their weapons and slowly moved down the wide road that lead to the bottom of the quarry. From reaching the foothills of the Hollow Mountains till now, they had not met a single nightmare creature, but that was not a reason to lower their guard. Walking on the ancient path, all of them couldn't help but steal glances at the corpse of the giant stone demon, as though expecting it to come back to life and attack them at any moment. Mif neiden de verharnein morn, on a farneidine de anything. It was to always expect the worst. Some time later, Effie spoke. See those deep fractures on the floor of the quarry. I think that this thing had burrowed from below. So watch your step. Mif, remembering his encounter with the rolling stone, Sonny looked down with a sour expression. That clumsy creature was more funny than dangerous, but only because its teeth were vastly outclassed by the puppeteer's shroud. If something with more bite were to ambush them from below, who knew what was going to happen? With a simple thought, Sonny summoned the Stone Saint and ordered her to keep close. The taciturn monster stared at the tall peaks of the Hollow Mountains for a few moments, as though subtly affected by the sight of them. Then she lowered her head and silently followed his command. After tense and exhausting half an hour of descending into the deep pit, the cohort finally got close to the remains of the giant stone insect. Cautiously stopping a few dozen meters away from it, they hesitated, not sure how to proceed. Finally, Nephis sighed and walked forward, approaching the shattered body of the dead demon. If that was what it had been, or was, as their leader came close enough to the carcass to touch it with her hand, all of them held their breaths. A few seconds went by, then a few more. Nothing jumped at Changing Star from below the stones. The giant creature had not moved, nor had it shown any signs of coming back to life. The demon just lay there, its body shattered and broken, terrifying even in death, and it indeed was truly, really dead. Glancing at the indifferent saint, Sonny let out a sigh of relief. Even though he was prepared for a tough battle, he hoped that this time they would be able to avoid it. The members of the cohort had yet to fully recover from the harrowing journey atop the walking colossus, so they weren't in the best of shapes. Well, at least Sonny was not, partially because he had refused Neff's offer to vanquish his wounds with her purifying flame. They were healing fast, thanks to the blood weave and the 500 shadow fragment, almost that he had accumulated, but his body was yet to fully recover. Turning her head, Nephis looked at them and said, "Come closer." Encouraged by her words, the members of the cohort finally put their caution to rest and walked over to the dead creature. Of course, they were still prepared to instantly react in case something unexpected happened. The 6 of them spent a few minutes studying the remains to determine whether the terrible creature was killed by a human or something of its own kind. Sonny glanced at the tall mountains and spent a few seconds watching as the white mist rolled down from their peaks, flowing down the jagged slopes like a waterfall made of clouds. How beautiful! With a sigh, he turned away from the wall of mist that was still some distance away from the valley where the quarry was situated and concentrated on the corpse of the stone demon. Whatever had killed it was not something Sonny would wish to meet in a battle. The flesh of the creature was, indeed, made of stone. That had not stopped the fearsome attackers, however. The carapace of the giant granite abomination was shattered in many places and melted in others, but mostly it was cut and pierced. Apart from a few enormous wounds, there were numerous smaller ones, many of them looking as though they could have come from a sword, an axe, or a spear. And yet, he wasn't sure. Sonny was not really an expert in such things. However, he was an expert in all things having to do with greed and avarice. Instead of focusing on the nature of the damage done to the giant abomination, Sonny walked around and found its abdomen, which was damaged especially severely. With a reluctant sigh, he climbed atop the stone corpse, and then inside of it. The other members of the cohort stared at him with expressions ranging from surprise to revulsion. A couple of minutes later, Sonny climbed out of the dead demon and shook off stone dust from his armor and hair. Then he glanced at his companions and frowned. "What?" Kai stared at him with a complicated expression and then asked, "Sonny? Do you want to tell us something?" Sonny gave him a nod and grinned. "I do, actually. This thing was indeed killed by a human." The charming archer raised an eyebrow and asked in a dubious tone, "Really? How do you know?" Sonny jumped down and shrugged. "The soul shards are missing." A few moments later, an expression of understanding appeared on Kai's face. Indeed, most nightmare creatures had no use for the soul shards. Just like humans, who directly absorbed soul essence after killing one of their own kind, they fed from the kill itself as opposed to the act of retrieving and crushing the remnants of broken soul cores. If they weren't bizarre terrors like the Soul Devourer, of course. But the chances of encountering another one of those here were rather low. It was reasonable to assume that the soul shards were removed by humans. His discovery was solid enough proof of the fact that it was indeed the First Lord's cohort that had battled and slain the terrifying creature. They had really found the signs of the lost expedition. But there was another proof for this conclusion, this one irrefutable. Nephis, who had wandered away from the remains of the demon at some point, suddenly called them over. The members of the cohort glanced at each other, then slowly approached her, trying to understand what was it that she had found. Changing Star was standing near one of the piles of rocks that were littering the ground around the body of the dead creature, looking at it with a solemn expression. Most of them came from its shattered carapace, while some were created because the floor of the quarry was broken apart and churned during the ferocious battle. Why was Nephis so interested in that one in particular? Looking closer, Sonny suddenly realized that this pile of rocks was different from all others. It was lower, roughly oval in shape, its contour too perfect to be the result of a pure coincidence. It seemed as though each rock was painstakingly placed here by a human hand, perhaps in hopes to make the pile as orderly and sturdy as possible. Suddenly, a cold shiver ran down Sonny's spine. He finally realized what he was looking at. This was not really a pile of rocks. It was a grave, standing around the cairn. The members of the cohort looked at it with somber expressions, except for Cassie, who turned away and faced the mountainside, as though trying to hide her emotions. Now that they knew what they were looking at, their mood suddenly became forlorn and solemn. People stranded on the forgotten shore were well acquainted with death and tragedy, but finding this lonely grave so far away from any place where another human could find it, lost under the alien gray sky of the dream realm, was still a poignant revelation. None of them had ever met the dreamers of the first cohort, but after living in the shadow of their legendary achievements and hearing stories of their deeds for so long, it felt as though this grave belonged to one of their own. Because of how bleak and tense the reality of the bright castle was, it was easy to forget that in this cursed world, all of them were fellow humans. But in front of the quiet grave, the truth was stark and cutting. It was them alone against the endless tide of nightmare creatures, and every human life lost diminished them all. Sonny sighed and noticed that there were words carved into one of the stones placed on top of the cairn. It took him a while to make sense of the inscription, because it wasn't written with the runes he had grown accustomed to. Instead, it was written in simple letters of the human language, which looked strange and alien in this forsaken land. Cut into the stone by unknown means, a single sentence was left behind on the otherwise unmarked grave. "Her nightmare is over." With a heavy heart, Sonny silently repeated it several times. It was strange how much meaning could be expressed with so few words. They echoed in his mind and lingered there, leaving a deep and mournful mark. "Yeah, rest in peace, whoever you are. I, I hope that your dreams are sweet and serene now." With that, he turned away and gritted his teeth. When would their own nightmares be over? The other members of the cohort were slowly coming back from their sudden reverie. Kai sighed and looked at Changing Star, his face full of sadness. I guess, I guess this is what we've been looking for. The First Lord and his expedition definitely passed this way. But what now? Nephis threw a last glance at the grave and turned to face the charming archer. There should be an entrance to an old mine somewhere nearby. From what Cassie had seen, this is where they went. Sonny frowned. Something in what she said made him uneasy. But why? Turning his head, he looked at Cassie, who was still silently standing a few steps away from them. Her head turned to the mountains. It seemed as though the blind girl was enjoying the sight of white mist that was flowing down the mountain slope, slowly approaching the valley. She had been awfully quiet all this time. With an ominous feeling suddenly gripping his heart, Sonny gestured to Nephis to draw her attention. Changing Star frowned, then followed his gaze and slightly changed in the face. Walking over to her friend, she carefully placed her hand on the blind girl's shoulder. Instantly, Cassie flinched and turned around, her face pale. Muted. "Cassie, did you see something?" There was an expression of terror written on the blind girl's face. For a few moments, she just breathed heavily, as though trying to control herself. Finally, she spoke, her voice quiet but steady. "The mist. We must get underground before the mist comes. If not, all of us will die." Nephis didn't waste any time questioning Cassie further. Turning around, she shouted, "Sunny, Night, find the entrance to the mine, quick." A moment later, Kai rose into the air and dashed toward the giant amphitheater on the opposite side of the quarry. Sunny did not hesitate, too. His shadow detached from his feet and glided away with startling speed. Despite the urgency of the situation, he remained calm. "So, I guess there is a reason why we haven't met a single living creature in this place, after all." Sunny had expected something like this to happen from the very moment they entered the foothills of the Hollow Mountains. Even before learning about how dangerous these peaks were, he had already known that no land that the Crimson Coral was incapable of growing on could be safe. "Castor, Effie, prepare to move as soon as the scouts find anything." Glancing at the white wall of mist that was already starting to seep into the valley, Nephis lingered for a moment, then summoned her sword. Behind her, Cassie rose slightly above the ground and unsheathed the quiet dancer, holding the elegant rapier in her left hand. Two transparent wings turned into a blur behind her back. Looking at them, Sunny sighed and walked over to stand near the stone saint. His mind was preoccupied with perceiving the world through the shadow. Then he closed his eyes to concentrate on his other senses. The shadow and Kai found the entrance to the mine almost simultaneously. A tall archway was cut right into the side of the mountain, with false columns carved into the rock around it. The mouth of the tunnel was dark and ominous. There was a twisting path leading away from the mine into the quarry. Sunny couldn't see where it exited the maze of stone blocks, but was sure that Kai would see it from above. Opening his eyes, he noticed that the wall of mist was now looming above them, mere seconds from falling down into the quarry, and said, "Follow me." With that, he ran toward the general direction of where the mine was situated. The others ran behind him, exerting as much speed as they could manage, except for Castor, of course. Halfway to the wall of the quarry, Kai landed near them and gestured to a barely visible opening between the stone steps. "There! Hurry!" They entered the hidden path and ran as fast as they could, soon approaching the wide tunnel. At the very edge of darkness, Sunny stopped for a second and looked back at the swiftly approaching wall of mist. As he gazed into the milky fog, a cold and heavy feeling of dread suddenly grasped his heart. Not wasting any more time, he turned around and dove into the shadows. A few moments later, the mist swirled around the entrance of the tunnel and devoured the rest of the world. Leaving the mouth of the tunnel and the swirling white mist behind, the cohort cautiously went further into the darkness. As they walked, they summoned the memories that produced light to illuminate the way. The tunnel leading into the mine was wide and spacious. Despite the ruthless flow of time, it had remained in perfect condition, just like the ancient wall that surrounded the dark city. The floor was inclined and led down, deep into the belly of the mountain. Sunny sighed, not happy with the idea that they had to travel further into this deadly region of the dream realm. Who knew what horrors lived in the darkness at the roots of the hollow mountains? The only thing that consoled him was that, with some luck, the cohort wouldn't have to go too far. They just had to find the remains of the doomed expedition that had disappeared somewhere down below. He wasn't entirely comfortable hoping that those people had died sooner rather than later, but they were dead either way. What Sonny cared about the most was for him and his companions to not follow suit. Walking at the back of the party, he glanced at the 5 people in front of him. How did Changing Star's cohort stack against that of the First Lord? Were they weaker, stronger, or just about the same? His brow furrowed. Regarding Nephis herself, he doubted that the young man who had led a group of sleepers to conquer the Bright Castle could have been more powerful or driven than her. At least not at the start. However, he had much more time to accumulate power and resources before venturing into the Hollow Mountains to find his death. 15 years ago, when he had entered the Dream Realm and got stranded on the Forgotten Shore, things were much different from now. The immortal Flame Clan was yet to fall, for one. In fact, it was not long after Broken Sword, Neff's father, had become the first human to conquer the third nightmare and achieve the rank of saint. Would the world be different if the First Lord managed to find the way out and return to reality? Yes, most likely. If the era of the nightmare spell had shown anything to humanity, it was that history was often changed by individuals as opposed to events and invisible currents. The influence one extraordinary person could exert on history in a time of adversity was hard to deny. From everything that Sonny knew about the First Lord, a man like him could have done a lot to improve the position humanity was in. What a shame that he had perished in this God-forsaken hell, the story of his incredible deeds known only to a handful of people as unfortunate as him. But how many were there of such brilliant youths, killed before their time by the nightmare spell? In the end, history was not written by the best, but by those who survived. Glancing at the people walking in front of him, Sonny couldn't help but think, how many of us will survive? Each member of the cohort was incredibly strong. Just like Nephis was at least an equal to the First Lord, her companions were most likely equal to his. Because of Effie's light-hearted and carefree demeanor, it was easy to forget how fearsome of a warrior she was. The huntress had not survived 3 years of stalking monsters on the cursed streets of the Dark City alone, by accident. Hundreds upon hundreds of vicious nightmare creatures fell by her hand. As much as Sonny hated to admit it, Castor was a true powerhouse among the sleepers too. His incredible aspect ability, outstanding skill, cold intelligence, and the wide arsenal of inherited memories made him a deadly threat to anyone foolish enough to become his enemy. Kai was not as ferocious of a fighter as the core members of the cohort, but his ability to fly, coupled with the mastery of the bow and the ascended arrow that Sonny had sold him, made him a real menace in a battle too. Cassie was not much of a fighter, but her gift was arguably more important than any combat aspect ability could ever be. Especially so on the Forgotten Shore, where inconceivable dangers lurked under each rock. And then there was Sonny himself. Sonny was, perhaps, the deadliest of them all. If he wanted to, he could have killed every member of the cohort twice over. With the exception of Nephis herself, of course. If the two of them had to face each other in battle, he didn't count his chances too high, at least for now. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. As they walked deeper into the mine, there were more tunnels forking away from the main one. The cohort turned a few times, choosing the path that led further down underground. Soon, the walls surrounding them changed. More and more, they were decorated with the intricate stone carving that the inhabitants of the ancient city had loved so much. At first, these carvings were strictly decorative and mostly senseless, shaped into beautiful patterns of lines and simple images. But then, slowly, something about them changed. Sonny was, perhaps, the only one who paid attention to the carvings. Due to his passion for learning the history of this ancient civilization, he had spent a lot of time doing the same back in the Dark City, where there were a lot of similar things. He was still planning to clear the floor of the ruined library of rubble and study the vast fresco that was hidden beneath, the project he had been working on before the events of these recent weeks had taken him away. However, the condition of the carvings back in the ancient city was mostly terrible. The unknown disaster that had wiped out its inhabitants, the passage of time, and the nightmare creatures left most of them in ruins. Here in the remote mine, however, the carvings were preserved in pristine condition. When Sonny finally saw what was depicted on them, his breath became faster. The answers to many questions that were tormenting him were right there, carved into these walls, depicted on the ancient engravings. A beautiful land was bathed in sunlight, lush forests, glistening rivers, and fields of flowers surrounded human cities built of stone. From what Sonny could tell, this was the forgotten shore before the mysterious and terrifying curse had turned it into the desolate hell it was today. In the next mural, the beautiful land rested under the sky that was full of stars. Suddenly, one of them fell to the ground, causing a wave of destruction to wash over the human cities. When people approached the center of the crater left behind by the falling star, Sonny almost stumbled when he saw the next engraving. In it, a naked human figure was standing at the bottom of the crater, wreathed in light. The inhabitants of the stone cities were surrounding the radiant figure, dressed in archaic garments and armor. The figure seemed beautiful and pure, as though untouched by the imperfections of the mundane world. What made Sonny lose his composure was not its beauty, and not how eerily familiar the soft radiance emanated by its skin was, but its face. On it, 3 eyes were burning with pure, incandescent light. 2 were just like that of a human, with the third one situated above the other ones, right in the middle of the creature's forehead. Just like that of the terrible skull that the walking colossus had shattered with his stone hammer in the middle of a raging storm. What does it mean? What is this thing? To Sonny's dismay, the next engraving was heavily damaged. He couldn't discern anything of what was depicted on it. However, the one after that was in almost perfect condition. On it, the radiant figure was kneeling on the ground, its chest pierced by the spear of the tallest human among the inhabitants of the beautiful land. What flowed from the terrible wound, however, was not blood, but an endless flood of pure darkness. Why? Why did they attack it? What happened? Left without an answer, Sonny walked forward and soon reached the next mural. He saw darkness devouring the humans gathered around the fatally wounded creature and spread. Soon, it devoured the crater left by the fallen star too, and then it devoured the entire world. The curse of all-consuming darkness, he whispered. Finally, Sonny got a glimpse at the origin of the terrible disaster that had destroyed this land and turned it into a hellish nightmare. Although the details of it were still unclear, one of the mysteries he had been trying to solve now had an answer. But the story told by the engravings was not yet over. Walking further into the ancient mine, Sunny learned of what had happened next. As the darkness spread across the world, it reached the skies. The stars were either devoured by it or fell down, turning the sky into a terrible, lightless abyss, the starless void. The sun never rose above the cursed land again, leaving humans trembling in the cold. Soon, horrifying creatures came from the darkness to devour them. The best and the brightest of the ancient civilization took arms to defend their cities, and for a while they were able to resist the tide of monsters. But then, humans themselves started to turn into abominable horrors. At that point, Sunny felt a cold shiver running down his spine and couldn't help but tremble. Not because he was affected by the tragic disaster that had befallen these ancient people, but because it all seemed so terrifyingly familiar. The details might not have been the same, but the end result was eerily similar to what was happening in the real world right now. A curse that suddenly appeared and spread across the entire world, the horrible monsters that came from nowhere to attack settlements and devour humans, the champions who had taken charge of defending their kind from the abominable creatures, and the fact that some humans had begun turning into those creatures themselves. Was it not the same as the nightmare spell spreading like a plague across the globe, the nightmare creatures coming through the gates, the awakened rising to fight against them, and the unfortunate souls who failed their first nightmare transforming into monstrous abominations? The only difference was that the story of the civilization of the Forgotten Shore was already over. Eventually, the curse had destroyed it. The people of his own world, however, were still trying to resist such fate. But was it even possible to defeat fate? The inhabitants of the Forgotten Shore were proud and mighty. They were capable of building cities that stood for thousands of years and fighting against the most terrifying monsters on equal footing. And yet, in the end, they were utterly obliterated and wiped out. Their land had become a cursed desert. Would the real world turn into a desolate hell like the Forgotten Shore too, one day? With a dark expression on his face, Sunny turned away from the engraving he was staring at and walked away. There were a few more left ahead, still. On one of them, 7 heroes came together from different parts of the Dark Land. Under their protection and guidance, people living in the darkness migrated from their half-destroyed cities and came to the shore of the vast crater. There, they built a new home for themselves, one surrounded by a mighty wall that no monster could scale or breach. One of the heroes, a man depicted with a mason's hammer in his hand, was in charge of building the wall. Despite the fact that the part of the engraving depicting his face was damaged, it was unmistakably one of the 7 founders of the Starlight Legion, the man whose statue had carried them across the Forgotten Shore. In the second-to-last engraving, the mighty wall was finished, and the city was prospering amidst the darkness. The 7 heroes stood at some distance from it, surrounding. Sunny's eyes narrowed. The 7 heroes were surrounding an inconceivably tall tower. It loomed above them, connecting heaven and earth like the axis of the world. Despite its cyclopean height, the tower was still unfinished. The crimson spire. Only it was not crimson yet, as there were no growths of cursed coral covering its walls. On the last engraving, the tower was complete, and on top of it, a new sun was burning bright, bathing the land and the celebrating people in the light once again. The darkness was gone. Sunny stared at the last engraving for a few moments, and then continued walking. The revelations he had uncovered on the walls of the ancient mine gave him a lot to think about. The truth that he had been piecing together for a very long time was finally more complete than fragmented. So, something had indeed fallen from the sky and put a start to the eventual destruction of this land. Sunny had suspected that this was the case for a while now. especially after witnessing the colossal impact crater that was situated between the Dark City and the Ashen Barrow. At times, he had been almost ready to believe that it was really the result of the vile thieving bird dropping the Weaver's eye on the mortal realm below, as written in the description of the lineage memory he had consumed. The thieving bird had gone mad after looking at the reflection of the unknown, which was apparently forever frozen in the depths of Weaver's pupil. The madness and corruption that reigned over the forgotten shore were similar enough for him to draw a parallel. However, now he knew that it had been an actual being that had fallen from the skies, wreathed in light and flame. A beautiful figure that emanated brilliant radiance and had 3 eyes on its terrible, perfect face. Sonny didn't know what led the ancient humans to attack it, but they had killed the creature, perhaps managing such a feat only because it was already weakened by its fall from the heavens and the events that had sent it plummeting down. But by doing so, they had unleashed the flood of darkness and caused the destruction of their land. Sonny was under the impression that the annihilation of the ancient civilization had been instantaneous, but as it turned out, humans had continued to fight against the curse for a long time. Generations, even. That's why the founders of the Starlight Legion were described as being born in the all-consuming darkness. He didn't know whether the monsters that came to feast on the human flesh had been contained within the body of the fallen being, along with the ocean of darkness, or whether they were all humans corrupted by the curse, with those present at the moment of the creature's death becoming the most terrifying ones. What he did know, however, was that the Starlight Legion had managed to push the monsters back and build an impregnable fortress for the humans under their protection. That fortress would later become the Dark City. And then the founders of the Legion had achieved something even more inconceivable. They had built the Cyclopean Spire and somehow used it to create an artificial star. Yes, the sun shining above the forgotten shore was not real. It was, in fact, a human creation. Speak about ambition. It was hard not to feel awe after learning that those 7 madmen had actually managed to create a sun. They had made a defiant oath to return light to the cursed land and gone about it with terrifying resolve and sincerity. The story depicted in the ancient engravings ended with a celebration. The forces of good had vanquished the curse of darkness and brought a new era of light and prosperity to the inhabitants of the ancient city. However, that was not where history ended. Something happened between then and now that had caused the obliteration of the ancient civilization, the corruption of the spire, and the appearance of the Crimson Labyrinth. But what? That was a mystery for another day. Perhaps he would be able to find the answer to it back at the Dark City. What Sonny did note, however, was the difference between the dark reality shown in the engravings and the state the Forgotten Shore was in now. Yes, the ancient murals showed a world completely devoid of light, but it was different from the hell that Sonny and the other members of the cohort knew. The engravings did not show the curse of darkness as a literal sea. With no sun and no sea, there was no cycle of tides that turned the forgotten shore into an ocean of black water every night. The dark sea had appeared at the same time as the labyrinth then, or at least as the result of the same event. Sonny was sure that the two were connected, but he didn't know what significance that information hid. The other thing he had noted was that while the other members of the party were initially indifferent to the ancient engravings, at some point that changed. When they had been walking past the mural depicting the radiant being with 3 incandescent eyes, Nephis had stopped and looked at it for several long moments. Then she turned her head away, lingered for a second, and continued walking. Sonny had not missed that detail. However, he couldn't even begin to guess what it meant. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Some time later, they entered a wide circular hall. In the center of it, a dark chasm opened into the depths of the mountains, leading so far down that Sunny couldn't even see its bottom. It looked like the gates of the underworld. Thousands of years ago, there were wooden ladders and platforms leading down the main shaft of the mine, as well as a system of ropes and pulleys to lower the miners and lift containers full of precious ores up. Of course, all of that had rotted and collapsed a long time ago. With a sigh, Sunny glanced at Nephis and asked, "We are climbing down, aren't we?" Instead of answering, she simply summoned the golden rope and shrugged. He shook his head. "Wait, at least give me some time to scout ahead and see if anything is waiting for us at the bottom of this thing." With that, he sent his shadow down the wall of the endless shaft. The shadow wasn't very ecstatic at the prospect of gliding down into the depths of the scary well, though. Giving Sunny a resentful glare, it sighed and dove down with visible reluctance. A few minutes later, the shadow reached as far down as the range of shadow control allowed. It was still not at the bottom of the mine, but at least there were no primordial horrors in its sight. Sunny summoned the Dark Wing and gave the members of the cohort a nod. "We can proceed. Be ready, though. Who knows what might happen?" Standing on the edge of the bottomless well, Sunny sighed and summoned the prowling thorn. Then he commanded the Dark Wing to come to life and took a step into the emptiness. The dragonfly wings of his enchanted cloak were too fragile to rely on them alone in a situation that posed unknown risks. It was better to have a backup at hand. Softly gliding down, he descended in a straight line for a few moments, then made a turn and glanced at the other members of the party. The golden rope had been thrown into the darkness. Nephis, Effie, and Castor were already climbing down, while Kai hovered near them, ready to draw his bow should anything attack the cohort. Cassie was by his side, holding the quiet dancer in her hand. The elegant rapier served as her guide as well as support, allowing the blind girl to make better use of the transparent wings. With it, she was able to zip around with considerable speed or stay in one place without any surface beneath her feet. Handy. Just like that, the cohort descended to the bottom of the ancient mine. Sunny was gliding down in a wide spiral, sometimes close enough to the wall of the well to touch it with his hand. He was slightly ahead of the rest of the group. When the distance between them grew too much, he would insert the dagger into a crack in the stone and wait for others, attached to the vertical wall like a strange insect. His shadow moved further and further down, exploring the darkness below. Despite the tension that permeated the air, in the end, nothing had attacked the group of descending humans. They discovered the reason for this unexpected respite at the bottom of the mine. Sunny was the first one to land on solid ground, with other members of the cohort still a few dozen meters away. For some time, he was left in complete darkness. As soon as he took a step, something crunched under his foot. Looking down, Sunny saw a piece of pale bone. A few meters away from him, the remains of a giant skeletal creature lay broken on the ground. It resembled a snake with hundreds of tiny claws growing from its belly and a terrifying round maw. Glancing up, he judged that the length of the dead abomination was enough to coil around the whole shaft of the mine at least several times. While Sunny was thinking, the other members of the cohort approached the ground. The light of their lantern memories fell on him, then shone further, revealing the remains of the colossal bone worm. Exposed by this light, a nimble shadow glided on the stone and attached itself to Sunny's feet. Nephis was the first one to jump down. Glancing at the repulsive nightmare creature, she outstretched one hand and asked, "Sunny?" He shook his head. "It's dead. Nothing is moving out here." Soon, all of them were on the ground, gathering around the giant worm. Everyone had the same thought. Fighting that thing on the vertical wall of the well would have been a true nightmare. Sunny didn't know how the members of the lost expedition had managed to defeat the terrifying creature, but was thankful to them. He would not have wanted to test the durability of the dark wing if that thing suddenly lunged at him from the dark. There was a disturbing question now in his mind, however. If the cohort of the First Lord was strong and capable enough to slay the stone abomination that used to guard the quarry and the worm that lived in the well of the mine, then what kind of a horror had killed them all in the end? With a dark expression on his face, Sonny turned away from the dead creature and walked into the darkness. Not too far from the corpse of the abominable worm, they stumbled upon an abandoned campsite. A makeshift fire pit was built on the rock floor, with 5 large stones surrounding it for the humans to sit on. A bit further, a low barricade was constructed out of the rubble, protecting the camp from unwelcomed visitors. The lost expedition had definitely been here. Since they had been walking, climbing and running for the better half of the day, the cohort decided to settle for the night and continue the search tomorrow. Soon, the orange glow of a bonfire chased away the darkness. It was a bit strange to relax and cook food in the same place where the First Lord and his companions had rested and prepared theirs all those years ago. Sonny felt as though he was touching history, or rather making it. However, he didn't have too much time for empty thoughts. If what Nephis had told him at the start of this expedition was true, tomorrow was going to be his time to shine. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. The next day, the cohort ventured further into the tunnels of the ancient mine. No one could tell how deep underground they were exactly, but the feeling of countless tons of stone looming over their heads, ready to come crashing down and bury them under their terrible weight, was not a pleasant one. They were in the belly of the mountains now. After several hours of walking through narrow tunnels, Sonny suddenly felt a soft breeze touch his cheeks. A few minutes later, a distant rustle reached his ears. The deeper they went into the darkness, the louder that rustle became, until finally turning into an easily discernible murmur of running water. Soon, they reached the dark shore of a wide underground river. The running water was black as ink, but not in the way that the waves of the cursed sea had been. There was no smell of salt in the air, too. Wisps of mist were rising above the surface of the subterranean river, swirling in the silent darkness. It looked like a boundary of the underworld. There was a stone pillar built on the shore, and tied to it, a beautiful boat made of pale wood swayed gently on the cold black surface of the dark river. Looking at the graceful boat, Sonny sighed. It was time to earn his keep. This was the last secret about the fate of the lost expedition that Cassie had gleaned from her visions. But even then, the knowledge she had received was fragmented and incomplete. All she could tell the members of the cohort was that, once they crossed the dark river and until reaching the next boundary, they had to keep their eyes closed at all cost, no matter what happened. No living thing could see what lay beyond these cold waters and remain whole. At least that was what she told them. Cassie didn't really know herself what would happen if someone failed to follow that rule, but said that she had never felt more terror than in the short moment before the vision showing her the fate of the lost expedition had shattered and everything had grown dark. This was telling a lot, considering what kinds of horrors the blind girl saw in her vision routinely. In any case, this was where Sonny came in. While looking through the eyes of the shadow was still too dangerous, he could lead the cohort to their destination with the help of his ability to sense space through the shapes of shadows populating it. At least in theory. Standing on the shore of the dark river, 6 humans tied the golden rope around their waists. When everyone was ready, Nephis took out 6 strips of cloth and a block of wax. Lighting a small white flame on her palm, she sighed and turned to Effie. "You're first." The huntress made a complicated face, but then obediently approached their leader. What followed next looked simultaneously intimate and disturbing. Using her flames to melt the wax, Changing Star gently took Effie's face in her hands, and after the huntress shut her eyes tightly, sealed them with melted wax. Then she tied the strip of cloth around Effie's head to hold it in place. One after another, every member of the cohort went through the same procedure. When Sonny's turn came, he shifted slightly when Neff's cool hands touched his cheeks. A few moments later, he was blind. Is this how Cassie lives? Commanding his shadow to not see anything, Sonny was left in utter darkness. However, he still had it better than the blind girl. His shadow sense was still working, at least. With its help, Sonny could more or less tell what was where. This form of perception was vastly different from sight, but could serve the same purpose in a pinch, be it very poorly, if conditions were right. Luckily, he had practiced navigating the world with the help of nothing else but shadow sense in the past. This was how he had defeated the strange basilisk creature in the Dark City, among other things. Leading the group of staggering humans to the graceful boat, he helped them to board it and untied the rope holding it in place. Then Sonny found the oar and pulled on it, propelling the boat across the dark river. Soon cold mist shrouded everything around. The deeper into the mist they sailed, the more it felt like they were leaving one world behind and entering another. A much darker, much more ancient, much more terrifying world. No one felt compelled to speak, so the silence was broken only by the murmur of rushing water and the creaking of the wooden oar. This is not too bad. Yeah, I am not scared witless at all. Calming himself down with these silly thoughts, Sonny continued to guide the boat. However, one thing kept making him shiver. Being surrounded by mist and having to keep his eyes closed, Sonny couldn't help but remember the harrowing encounter with the being that appeared in a veil of fog and tried and lure him into gazing at it using a stolen voice. Was this where it came from? After some time had passed, he couldn't tell how much, no matter how hard he tried. Sonny suddenly sensed a solid mass in the distance. This was the opposite shore of the dark river. Soon they were drawing near to it. As the bottom of the boat scraped against stone, Sonny jumped to the pier and tied the rope around the stone pillar. Then he helped the others disembark. Turning his head, he sensed another shape swaying on the surface of the water. There was a second boat here, presumably the one First Lord and his companions used to cross. But unlike Nephis and her cohort, there had not been an oracle in their ranks. No one had warned them to keep their eyes shut. Maybe this was the reason why none of them had returned. Turning his back to the river with a strong feeling of unease, Sonny faced the mouth of the tunnel that led deeper underground. Letting out a resentful sigh, he slightly tugged on the golden rope and took a step forward. The other members of the cohort had no choice but to follow him. A few seconds later, they disappeared into the tunnel, leaving the shore of the silent river behind. As soon as Sonny stepped into the tunnel, he felt cold shivers running down his spine. Although he couldn't see anything about it, he could tell that it was different from the ones they had traversed earlier. This one still felt like it had been cut through the flesh of the mountains by someone or something, as opposed to being formed by a natural process. However, its creators were unmistakably different from the humans that had created the mine and the quarry outside. Everything about it was more pronounced, more skillful. The shadows populating the tunnel were different too. They were much deeper, much darker, and much, much more ancient. Soon, the tunnel turned into a maze of wide passages, all filled with nothing but mist and silence. Another maze. Of course it's a maze. Everything in this damn place just has to be a maze. Before Sonny could finish the thought, though, he suddenly froze, paralyzed by fear. Because right in front of them, he felt the presence of a shadow that was different from all the others. A human shadow. The human shadow stood lonesomely in the mist, strangely aloof and motionless. As Sonny pulled on the golden rope to command his companions to stop, it shifted slightly and turned away, then became still once again. Sonny sensed a cold, dreadful feeling settle in his heart. The possibility of encountering another human in this dark and terrifying place was already unsettling enough. He did not consider even for a second that one of the members of the lost expedition could have survived down here in the darkness for all these years. Not unless they were no longer human. But even that was not the cause for the coldness and dread he felt. The real reason had nothing to do with logic and everything to do with his unique aspect. Because of it, Sonny sensed that there was something terribly, utterly wrong with the shadow. The feeling he got from it was one of eerie and utter wrongness. However, it didn't seem to be dangerous or hostile. Instead, it felt lost, empty, and mournful. The shadow was full of sorrow and anguish that he could not describe with words. Sonny was not that empathetic when it came to humans, but strangely, he couldn't help but share in the suffering of this lonely shadow. Maybe because, in a sense, they were kin. As he was observing the shadow, unsure what to do, it made a few steps in a random direction and then stopped hesitantly, lingering there without moving. Then it walked back and froze once again. It was as though the shadow was lost. A few moments later, Sonny finally understood the nature of the deep feeling of wrongness he felt in the lonesome shadow. When he did, a cold shiver ran through his entire body. The reason why this shadow was so strange and eerie was because it wasn't connected to anyone. There was no human casting it, not anymore at least. The human that the shadow had once belonged to was gone, cut from existence by some unknown power. Sonny couldn't sense any bones anywhere either. It was as if the human had not been killed, but simply erased, while the shadow remained to wander aimlessly in the mist for all eternity. What a terrible fate. But the question remained. What was he supposed to do now? The shadow was in his way. Sonny had to either walk past it or return back and try to find another way through the maze. But what threat could this pitiful thing pose? It was just a shadow, after all. His own couldn't harm a fly, no matter how hard it tried. This one had to be the same. With a deep sigh, Sonny slowly walked forward. With each step he took, he could sense the lonesome shadow better. At some point it sensed him too. Turning to face Sonny, the shadow hesitated for a few moments, then tentatively glided closer. He could feel an outburst of muted emotions radiating from it, surprise, hope, and then sudden despair. Realizing that he wasn't its long-lost master, the shadow froze, its shoulders dropped. Sensing the deep well of loneliness, anguish, and sorrow in front of him, Sonny tilted his head to the side. Then, following an impulse, he outstretched his hand to the shadow. "Here, take my hand. You don't have to be alone anymore." The shadow trembled, as if it heard his silent invitation. Then it lingered for a few moments and approached him with uncertainty. Finally, it raised its hand and tentatively placed it in the hand of his own shadow. A moment later, it disappeared. Sonny sighed. "You done. Diving into the soul sea, he walked along the rows of silent shadows, standing on the surface of the tranquil water. And there, just as he had expected, he saw a new one. A shadow of a graceful young woman was standing among them, as motionless and still as the rest of them. Her anguish, sorrow, and loneliness were gone. The shadow seemed to finally be at peace. Sonny looked at her for a few moments, his heart heavy. Finally he said, "Welcome. Rest now. Your nightmare is over." With that, he left the silent sea and sighed again. Standing in the darkness with his eyes sealed shut, Sonny remained motionless for some time. Then he pulled on the golden rope and led the cohort further into the mist. Sonny didn't know how long they wandered around the dark maze. More than once, he had ended up at a dead end and had to search for another path. It was hard to not lose track of all the turns of the twisting tunnels, but he had somehow managed to stay on track. On the way, he had found 3 more shadows. Each of them was just like the first one, lost and lonesome. And just like the first one, they eventually took his hand and were absorbed into his soul's sea. The four of them, one young woman and three men, now stood silently together, united once again even though their masters were long gone. Seeing them together gave Sunny a little solace, no matter how misguided it was. There were 5 stones arranged around the fire at the campsite left behind by the lost expedition, hinting that 5 people had descended into the ancient mine. 4 of them had eventually perished in this eerie, dark place. But no matter how hard Sunny searched, he couldn't find the 5th shadow. The First Lord himself was not here. Could it be that he had somehow managed to survive and leave the maze of mist? At some point, Sunny felt someone pull on the golden rope. Turning around, he walked a few steps back and stopped near Cassie. Feeling his approach, the blind girl raised her hand and pointed at one of the tunnels. Understanding what she wanted to say, Sunny led the cohort in that direction. Soon, the sound of rushing water reached his ears. Sometime later, they came to the shore of another subterranean river. They had reached the second boundary. For a moment, Sunny was afraid that they had been walking in circles all this time, and now returned exactly to where they had started. But then he calmed himself down and noted that this river, while as eerie as the one they had crossed on a wooden boat, was rather different. He couldn't exactly explain it, but it didn't feel the same. Plus, there was no pier with 2 boats tied to stone pillars anywhere in sight, or rather sense. Instead, there was a bridge. Sunny could feel its shadow falling on the cold water, solid and firm as the stone it was built from. The bridge arched over the river, leading far into the distance. Not wishing to spend another minute in the terrible maze that no living thing could see if it hoped to remain alive, Sunny led the cohort toward the bridge. If Cassie was correct, they would be safe after crossing the second river. Sunny surely hoped that it was true, because the long journey where he had to play the role of a guide for 5 blind people had been nothing short of exhausting. After spending 7, or was it 8 by now, months on the forgotten shore, Sunny had thought that he possessed a high tolerance for terror. But this last ordeal tested the limits of his mental endurance. Walking through that dark place with his sight taken away, it was a miracle that Cassie had somehow managed to remain sane at all. He tensed up when they entered the bridge, expecting for something dreadful to happen at the last moment, but the silence was not broken by anything except for the sound of rushing water, their steps, and laborious breathing. The cohort walked on the bridge, leaving the dark maze behind. Soon, they could feel the mist surrounding them grow thinner, and at some point it was gone. They crossed the river without any trouble and returned to solid ground again. Making several more steps, Sunny stopped and finally allowed himself to tremble. Then he opened his mouth and said in a hoarse voice, "Are we through?" Although Cassie had not said anything about the need to remain quiet, each of them subconsciously avoided speaking ever since entering the mist. Because of that, the sound of his own voice startled Sunny a little. A few moments later, Cassie answered in a hesitant tone, I think so." Without wasting any more time, Sunny untied the cloth that covered his eyes and removed the wax from them. Then he carefully opened them and looked around. They were standing on a stone shore inside a vast cave through which the underground river was flowing unobstructed. Some distance away from them, the wall of the cave came down, with the mouth of a wide tunnel visible in it. By his side, other members of the cohort were removing the strips of cloth. Sunny could hear the sighs of relief coming from them. However, his attention was instantly drawn to Nephis, who had already opened her calm gray eyes and was looking at something behind him. Turning around, Sunny followed her gaze and froze. Just a few meters away from them, on the shore of the dark river, he saw a human skeleton. It was sitting on the cold stones, its back straight, facing the water. Unlike the ferocious undead from the catacombs of the Dark City, this one was tranquil and untouched by the corruption of the Forgotten Shore. This was the place where the first lord of the Bright Castle had died. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. The young man whom the members of the cohort only knew by his title had died on the shores of the cold underground river, just a few meters away from the bridge that he had used to escape the terrible place which, according to Cassie, no living being should have been able to escape. Somehow, he had survived even without knowing that anyone entering the mist had to keep their eyes closed at all times. But in the end, the wounds he had received there, or somewhere up ahead perhaps, turned out to be too grievous. Before the last vestiges of life abandoned him, the young man, the first lord who had wrestled the Bright Castle from the nightmare creatures, created a safe place for the humans sent to the Forgotten Shore to live and lead an expedition to find a way out of this cursed place, sat down and looked in the direction of the misty, dark maze. The place where his friends and companions had died, leaving him alone in the darkness of this forsaken underworld. Looking at the skeleton that sat quietly on the shore of the river, Sonny couldn't help but feel a deep feeling of awe and sorrow. He had never met this young man, but somehow it felt as though they knew each other very well. Everything that humans had on the Forgotten Shore was thanks to his bravery, power, and skill. What a shame that he had died here, in this lonesome place, with no one to share his last moments and tell the tale of his last deeds. The skeleton was strangely well preserved. It was sitting with its legs crossed, back straight, its hands resting on the hips as if meditating. The skull of the First Lord gazed at the river with the dark chasms of its empty eyes, strangely calm and at peace. What Sonny noticed, though, was not the whiteness of the bone, nor the eternal grin of the bare skull, but a thin strip of light metal resting on it like a humble crown. There was a single bright gemstone on the metal band, placed right above the middle of the skull's forehead. After the six of them gathered around the remains of the First Lord and stood there for a while in silence to express their respect for this extraordinary human, Nephis sighed and approached the skeleton. Gently, she took the strip of metal and removed it from the First Lord's head. A moment later, the band suddenly broke into countless sparks of light, which then disappeared, absorbed into her soul core. Sonny's eyes widened. The crown of the First Lord was a memory. As the last spark of light disappeared, Nephis tilted her head to the side and remained silent for a few moments. Then she lowered her gaze and said, addressing the First Lord, "Thank you." She hesitated, as though wishing to say more, but eventually just took a step back. Kai, however, wasn't that reserved. Bowing deeply, he remained with his head down for a while, then straightened his back, looked at the skeleton, and voiced something that a few of them must have been thinking. "Thank you. We will finish what you started." His words echoed above the cold water, eventually disappearing into the darkness. A heavy silence settled above the shore of the underground river. A few seconds later, the charming archer turned to the rest of them and asked with uncertainty, should we bury him?" The members of the cohort looked at each other. Before anyone could voice their opinion, though, Sonny suddenly spoke. "No, just leave him as he is. He wanted to be closer to his friends when he died, so just don't touch him." With that, he turned his head and looked away. Since the First Lord died outside of the terrible maze, his shadow was gone too. Now it was just dumb and empty, like most shadows cast by inanimate objects. He had not shared in the harrowing fate of his companions, which meant that Sonny couldn't help him reunite with them, even slightly. Neither could they bring the remains of the First Lord back outside to bury him near the girl who had died in the quarry. It was better to just leave him be, forget about it, think of something else. Sunny had other matters to consider anyway. That strange memory that Nephis had absorbed, he had never even heard of a memory that could exist outside of someone's soul. Had the First Lord somehow relinquished the ownership of it, or was this a quality that all shard memories possessed? And it was, without a doubt, another shard memory. Just like Effie's spear and his own stalwart blade, that memory was the reason why Changing Star had ventured on this expedition to begin with. The thing that was supposed to somehow give her a chance of defeating Gunlog. Sunny stared at Nephis, then said, "That headband, what is it called?" "No, actually, let me guess. Dawn Shard? Dusk Shard?" Neph looked at him and didn't answer. Her ivory face was calm and inexorable. Sunny grinned. "Full of secrets, are we?" A hint of some deep, sharp emotion appeared in her cold gray eyes. A few moments later, she said, "Weren't you the one who made it clear that you don't want to be a true member of this cohort? You chose to be a hired blade yourself, did you not? Why should I share my secrets with you?" Sunny remained silent for a bit, then sighed. "Well, fair enough. I did, and you have no good reason to share anything with me." Suddenly, Nephis smiled. "You can change your mind, you know. If you do, I'll naturally tell you everything." He stared at her for a while, then shook his head. "No, no need. Answer me one question, though. How exactly is that thing supposed to help us defeat Gunlog?" Changing Star lingered for a bit, then simply shrugged. "See for yourself." A moment later, the headband left behind by the First Lord weaved itself from sparks of light on her forehead. The bright gemstone in its center softly gleamed, and then something about the world around Sunny changed. What?" He blinked a couple of times, then slowly lowered his gaze and looked at the fabric of the puppeteer's shroud, or rather, on the spell weave beneath it. What he saw left Sunny breathless. The 5 glowing embers that served as nexuses for the complicated pattern of ethereal strings permeating the memory suddenly shone brighter, much, much brighter. In fact, their radiance was now almost as intense as of those inside the black onyx armor he had purchased at the memory market. Which was an ascended memory. What the hell? Pulling on the thread tied around his neck, Sunny fished out the blood blossom from under his armor and stared at it, perplexed. The 2 embers inside the intricate pendant had become much brighter, too. Not knowing that Sunny had the ability to peer into the inner weave of memories, Nephis explained. "The Dawn Shard possesses a single, but also singularly powerful enchantment. It empowers all memories around it. The area of effect of the enchantment is very large, but the enhancement it provides is ever larger." "You don't say!" Staring at his memories, Sunny felt as though he was on the verge of being dumbstruck. Singular was the right word to describe the effect of the Dawn Shard. He had never heard of a memory being capable of rising the power of another one by almost an entire rank. Wait, did she say all memories? All memories, all of them, in a very large radius? Impossible! With that crown on her head, Nephis would not only be able to stand a chance in a fight against Gunlag, but also make each one of her followers so much more dangerous. She would become a perfect general for a small army of Awakened. But wasn't there something wrong with that statement? Sunny frowned. All memories. Hold on. All? Glancing at Changing Star, he asked, "So that thing makes every memory around you vastly more powerful?" Nephis gave him a silent nod. Sunny's frown deepened. "Then do you not see a problem here? Won't it enhance that damn golden armor of Gunlog's too? How exactly does it give you a chance against him then?" She lingered for a few moments, then smiled slightly. "It would not, would it? But, hey, do you want me to tell you another secret?" Sunny glared at her without saying anything. He knew better than to get himself into such a clumsy trap. Only, as it turned out, there was no trap. Nephis just waited for a bit and continued. It will help me because the golden armor Gunlog wears is not a memory. Before he could say anything, she added, in fact, it is an echo. Sunny was silent for a while. An echo. That weird golden armor was actually a copy of some strange corrupted nightmare creature. What kind of creature took the shape of an armor? But then again, the fact that it looked like an armor didn't mean that it was all it could look like. The main trait of the golden armor was that it seemed to be made out of liquid metal. That metal always flowed and moved around, enveloping Gunlapoas' body like a second layer of skin. The only thing that never changed was the mirror-like surface that served him as a face. It wasn't impossible to imagine that the mass of living metal was, in fact, not a memory but a bizarre echo. Not impossible, but a bit of a stretch. Glancing at Nephis, Sunny asked, "How do you even know this?" She hesitated for a few moments, then said, "You already know that we have an ally inside the castle. She was the one who told us." That mysterious spy again. Sunny became even more convinced that this person was of a very high rank among the Bright Lord's servants. Only someone extremely close to him would know such an important secret. In fact, Sunny expected that the paranoid tyrant would never let anyone learn of it. Why would one of Gunlak's most loyal minions help his enemy? Was it all an elaborate trap, orchestrated by the Bright Lord himself? Looking at Changing Star with a deep scowl on his face, he asked, "Can this ally of yours even be trusted?" If he was right in his guess about the identity of the spy, well, things would become complicated. She was silent for a while, then said evenly, "Trusted? Not really. Never, actually. However, we can trust in the information that was provided to us." He raised his eyebrows. "And why is that?" Nephis shrugged and then answered, her voice indifferent, "Because I am the only chance anyone here has of ever getting out of this cursed place, and Gunlak is not. Interesting. So, one of the top ranks of the Bright Lord's forces was an opportunist who desired to return to the real world desperately enough to risk betraying the ruthless tyrant. That person had been loyal to Gunlak because there was no better alternative, but then changed sides once the last daughter of the Immortal Flame clan appeared like a miracle and promised to save the people of the Forgotten Shore. That ally of hers was either swayed by Neph's rhetoric like the rest of the unfortunate fools in the Dark City, or was confident of ending up among the few lucky people who would actually have the chance of surviving what was about to come, or just knew something that Sunny did not. In any case, Changing Star seemed to be confident in the information the spy provided, so he did not see the point of doubting it. She wasn't any more naive or trusting than he was. After all, Nephis had learned the art of cynicism from the best. Kai, who had been listening to their conversation with a fair bit of curiosity, suddenly cleared his throat. I am very sorry to interrupt you guys, but I just wanted to ask, since we have found the remains of the First Lord and came into possession of this memory you were discussing, does that mean that the expedition is over? Have we actually accomplished our goal? Really? That, indeed, would seem to be the case. However, Sunny knew better. With a friendly smile, he shook his head. No, buddy. The goal of this expedition has not been achieved yet. The charming archer looked at him with surprise. But didn't we get the thing that will help us defeat Gunlog? Nephis was staring at Sunny too, a subtle smile on her lips. Yeah, Sunny, what else do we have to do? Do tell. He grinned. Well, it's very simple, really. Yes, you told us that the reason for this adventure of ours was to find the means of overthrowing the Bright Lord, and it certainly was a reason. But it's not the whole reason, is it? Cassie turned her head slightly to listen to him and sighed. Castor's face, meanwhile, had turned grim. Effie didn't seem to care one way or another. Nephis, on the other hand, just smiled wider. What is the whole reason, then? Sunny gestured at the mouth of the tunnel in front of them. to finish what the First Lord had started, of course. Kai was looking between him and Changing Star, unsure of what was going on. What do you mean, exactly? Sunny shrugged. Think about it, Kai. We saw the same map. What were the symbols drawn at the very edge of it, near the place where the First Lord's expedition had disappeared? The charming archer frowned. There were 3 of them? A crown, a question mark, and a red cross? Sunny smiled. Exactly. There were 6 crosses drawn on the map, each marking one of the headless statues, 2 to the east of the Dark City, 1 to the north, 1 to the west, and 2 to the south. We had visited one of the 2 statues situated to the south already. That's where the spider matriarch had weaved her nest. He turned to Nephis and said, his smile gone, "So the truth of it all is that the First Lord never really intended to find a way through the Hollow Mountains, isn't it? He wasn't a fool who would do something so misguided. No, he came to this God-forsaken place for the same reason that we are here, to find the last statue." Changing Star was silent for a bit. When the silence was on the verge of growing uncomfortable, she suddenly said, "That is correct." Kai stared at her in astonishment. "But why? No, wait. What's so important about that statue?" Nephis sighed. "This is something that people can only volunteer to do. Anyone who doesn't wish to proceed can stay behind and avoid risking their lives in the battle. In fact, some of us probably should." She turned to face the tunnel, remained silent for a bit, and then said, "Yes, somewhere up ahead lies another ancient statue. There will be a powerful creature guarding it. I don't know what that guardian is exactly, but we have to kill it. Anyone who is willing to fight can join me. Others can stay back and wait for my return." She glanced at the members of the cohort and added, "However, if you do join me, you'll have to follow one simple rule. No matter what happens, it's imperative that you don't deliver the final blow to the creature unless you have reached and touched the statue first." So that is how it works. Initially, Sunny had suspected that the mysterious shard memories were just rewarded to those who managed to slay certain powerful nightmare creatures who dwelled close to the headless statues. The truth, however, turned out to be more complicated. The creature itself most likely did not even matter. It was the act of vanquishing a powerful foe after coming in contact with a statue that summoned the memory from oblivion. That was why they had received the Midnight Shard before even learning about how important these ancient monuments were. Sunny, Nephis, and Cassie had taken shelter atop the statue of the ancient knight and killed the carapace demon long after. But no, that didn't make a lot of sense. If this was true, Sunny would have received another shard memory after defeating the Corpse Eater. So, not any powerful abomination would do. Each statue seemed to have a nightmare champion tied to it by some invisible bond. The carapace demon, whom the creatures described as cursed soldiers of the fallen legion used to obey, was connected to the statue of the knight. The Iron Matriarch was tied to the statue of the hunter. Which statue had the Dawn Shard come from? The builder, whose monument had somehow come to life and was now wandering the forgotten shore. Rumors said that the First Lord chased it around the labyrinth for a long time, after all. But somehow, Sunny felt that the metal headband had nothing to do with the walking colossus. So many questions. How many champions were still around anyway? Nephis had not even tried to search for one tied to the builder, nor for one tied to the priestess. How many shard memories were already in the hands of humans? Among the members of the cohort, there were now 3, and they were about to challenge some abominable horror for a chance of receiving the 4th one. Why do I even assume that there are only 3? Sunny tilted his head. Indeed, the fact that he had only seen the Midnight Shard, the Zenith Shard, and the Dawn Shard did not mean that Changing Star had not gotten other ones already. Not counting the memory they were currently hunting, 3 more were unaccounted for. How many had she found already? He smiled darkly. Well, it's going to be revealed sooner or later. Right now, however, there is a more pressing issue. Glancing at Nephis, he asked, "What happens if I get the memory? As you reminded so astutely, I am not one of your lackeys. That would throw a wrench in your plans, wouldn't it?" Sunny couldn't imagine changing Star, leaving something that important to chance. However, to his surprise, she just shrugged. "Keep it if you want." He frowned. Why was Nephis so nonchalant about the possibility of a shard memory falling into his hands? Wait, why was she so indifferent about him already possessing the Midnight Shard? One possible explanation was that it didn't matter who held the shard memory, as long as it was in human hands. The other explanation made Sunny very uncomfortable. Maybe she was just sure that fate would push the two in the same direction. If this was true, then it didn't really matter which one of them possessed the shards. He lingered for a bit, then shook his head and said, "Well, what are we waiting for? You didn't really expect any of us to stay behind while others fight, right? Let's go and hunt this monster." Honestly, while Sunny couldn't even imagine what type of terrible creature guarded the hidden statue, he was almost excited to find out. He wanted to see what the 6 of them were capable of under the miraculous effect of the Dawn Shard, himself in particular. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Eventually, they arrived at a vast cavern situated somewhere in the depths of the Draconian Mountains. The cavern was large enough to fit the entire bright castle and the hill it stood upon, inside of it. Witnessing its size, Sunny got an inkling that there was a reason why these mountains were called hollow. As his sight pierced the darkness ruling over the vast cavern, Sunny couldn't help but feel a deep sense of awe. The floor of it was covered by black sand, while its walls glistened like obsidian. In the center of the cavern stood a giant pillar of dark stone. It was surrounded by massive scaffolds, which nevertheless looked tiny and insignificant on its surface. The silhouette of an unfinished statue was easily discernible, cut from the giant pillar by the unknown sculptor. Its upper torso was almost finished, while the lower half was still encased inside the stone. It was as though a dark giant was struggling to free himself from the pillar of stone that imprisoned him. With a feeling of surprise, Sunny realized that he recognized the details of the unfinished giant's armor and shield. They were eerily similar to the armaments that the Black Knight guarding the ruined cathedral wore, and to the ones the stone saint wielded too. Looking up, he made sure that the head of the giant statue was missing. Of course it is. All of that only took a fraction of a second. Then, Sunny hastily looked down, trying to notice the guardian of this obsidian cave before the creature noticed them, but it was too late. As soon as the members of the cohort entered the cavern, something moved in the darkness at the base of the statue and then stepped forward. Sunny shivered. Damnation! Standing on the black sand, a monstrous creature that resembled a cross between a lion and a raven stretched its numerous limbs. Its body was pale as a corpse, while its head and chest were covered with dark feathers. It was massive in size, with muscles rolling like steel cables under the skin. The creature had 2 powerful hind legs and 6 more protruding messily from its wide chest, each ending with a set of deadly claws. But the most terrifying feature it possessed was a long, jagged black beak. It was a spire, messenger. That was all Sunny had time to yell before the vile abomination lunged forward, exploding into a whirlwind of hunger, madness, and death. Sunny had already faced off against a spire messenger once. Back then, the vile creature had killed several experienced hunters in a span of just a few seconds, and the rest had only been spared this fate because of Effie's strength. That and the fact that the messenger had no need to fight them and chose to retreat in search for easier prey. There was nowhere to retreat in this hidden cavern. Sunny didn't even know how the flying abomination had gotten here in the first place. However, he was not the same inexperienced kid he had been all those months ago, either. Sunny had grown considerably stronger. His arsenal of memories was better now. His skill and technique were far beyond what he had known in the past, and his kill count had crossed 100 nightmare creatures a long time ago. There was the Stone Saint, too, but most importantly, his memories were empowered by the Crown of Dawn. Theoretically, Sunny could stack 3 augmentations on the Midnight Shard, one from his shadow, one from the miraculous crown, and one from the blood blossom, as long as someone managed to make the messenger bleed. Hopefully that would be enough to breach the gap between a dormant human and a fallen beast, and allow him to actually wound the abomination, unlike the previous 2 times he had tried to cut into the flesh of similar horrors, Corpse Eater and the giant eel that had tried to hitch a ride on the ancient colossus. But first, he had to survive. Judging that the puppeteer's shroud had a decent chance of withstanding a blow from the messenger thanks to the enhancement of the Dawn Shard, but also not even remotely willing to put that to the test, Sunny dove to the side. A moment later, the massive abomination collided against 2 shields, one belonging to Effie, the other to the Stone Saint. The terrible beak came down, aiming at the huntress. If it was before, the round shield that protected Effie from knee to shoulder would have been easily pierced and torn apart, as if it was made out of paper instead of metal. But due to the empowering aura that emanated from the Dawn Shard, it somehow held. The force of the impact, however, still threw both of them back. Even Shadow Saint, whose flesh was made of stone and weighed accordingly, was launched into the air like a doll made of feathers and rags. But they had bought the cohort the precious second to regroup and counterattack. As Kai and Cassie flew in different directions, creating some distance between them and the ferocious abomination, Nephis and Castor attacked from the sides. One sword shined with brilliant white radiance, while the other gleamed with ghostly green light. However, the messenger was still terrifyingly formidable. The memories wielded by the cohort might have been enhanced, but their masters remained the same. They couldn't compete with a fallen creature in terms of raw power and speed. 2 of the beast's 6 front limbs swiped forward, deflecting the swords. 2 more shot at the attacking humans, forcing them to retreat while barely staying alive. Then, the messenger twisted its neck and caught Kai in its sight. Its powerful black wings lashed down, creating a small hurricane that threw Nephis and Castor aside. Using powerful hind legs to throw itself into the air, the abomination lunged at the retreating archer, who twisted his body in a desperate attempt to aim his bow. And then, suddenly, a triangular blade cut an arc around one of the legs and tied an invisible string around it. Crap, that was all Sunny had time to think before his hand was jerked forward with incredible force. However, this was exactly what he wanted. With the dark wing turning into a blur behind his back, Sunny used the momentum of the pull to turn his laughably slow levitation into real flight. In fact, he shot in the direction of the messenger as though someone had launched him from a cannon. The Midnight Shard flashed through the air and bit into the abomination's flesh. Do it! Indeed, with both the Shadow and the Dawn Shard augmenting it, the stalwart blade was able to cut into the flesh of the fallen beast. Granted, it felt as though he was trying to cut stone. But it was enough. Sunny aimed at the base of the messenger's wing. With all the speed given to him by the combination of using the dark wing to levitate and the prowling thorn to create momentum, the blow Sunny had delivered was truly devastating. In fact, it was so forceful that every bone in his hand almost shattered. But he wasn't the one on the sharp end of the sword. The Midnight Shard cut deep into the wing of the vile abomination, sending rivers of blood streaming down its pale body. As soon as they did, the enchantment of the blood blossom awakened, making the blade even sharper. the elegant tachi tore through the wing, crippling it. The messenger suddenly lost control of its flight and crashed back to the ground. "Eat dust, bastard." After a moment of glee, however, Sunny hurriedly dismissed the dark wing and plummeted down, landing on the sand some distance away from the monstrous beast. While gliding all the way back to the floor of the cavern would have been more comfortable, he wasn't going to become a sitting duck. Crippled wing or not, the messenger could still jump and use the other one. Maybe. At the same time as Sunny hit the ground and rolled, a menacing black arrow suddenly fell from above, piercing the second wing of the fearsome creature. There was no blood coming from the wound, though. The arrow greedily drank it, preventing the blood blossom augmentation from growing a bit stronger. The abomination did not stagger and slowly turn into a mummy like the iron spiders had, however. It simply shook its body, causing the arrow to shatter and crumble into a stream of white sparks. But Sunny didn't see any of that. With his back to the messenger, he was already running toward the giant statue with all the speed he had. Sunny ran to the statue with every bit of speed he could manage, which was quite a considerable amount by human standards. No, even by those of other sleepers. As the wind whistled in his ears, the shadow flew off the blade of the midnight shard and turned around, observing the wounded abomination. Despite the fact that its wings were mangled, the messenger did not seem perturbed. On the contrary, it opened its terrible beak and let out a blood-curdling shriek, then lunged at the tiny humans with even more bestial fury. I think it's not happy." Despite the mortal peril his companions found themselves in, Sunny did not stop to help them. Nephis had said that the creature guarding the cave had to be killed by a person who had touched the ancient statue, until someone did. This battle was nothing but a futile and stupidly dangerous game. The essence of combat was murder, after all. If no one truly aimed to kill the damn thing, how could they ever hope to survive? So Sunny was helping them after all, in a way. Behind him, things weren't going well for the cohort. The messenger was too big, too strong, too swift for a group of sleepers, no matter how talented. It was already a miracle that none of them had been torn to pieces already. But how long would that last? As the shadow watched, the terrifying beak came down again, and once again bounced off Effie's stalwart shield. However, this time a wide crack appeared on the surface of the round shield. Before the huntress could even react, several powerful limbs shot at the cracked shield, each striking it with the force of a cannonball. Finally, the memory gave in and shattered, along with Effie's arm. Sunny saw fragments of bone piercing her olive skin as it twisted at an unnatural angle. "Damn! Faster!" As the pillar of dark stone approached, he watched the messenger try to finish the wounded huntress off and be thwarted by the stone saint. Simultaneously, Nephis managed to penetrate the barrier created by the creature's front limbs. Her sword flashed and bit into the pale flesh, leaving a deep gash on the abomination's side. Judging that he was far enough to not be afraid of a sudden attack aimed at his back, Sunny commanded the shadow to turn around and return to his side. His view of the battle immediately disappeared, and soon the shadow caught up and wrapped itself around his body. Sunny's speed doubled. Pursued by the sounds of a ferocious battle, he neared the unfinished statue. However, before he could touch it, a human figure suddenly appeared in front of him in a blur and slid on the black sand, stopping right in front of the stone pillar. It was Castor. The proud legacy didn't look all too well. His shiny scale armor was torn by the claws of the terrible beast, leaving 4 deep wounds on his muscular chest. Blood was streaming from them, leaving the handsome young man pale and disheveled. No, it wasn't just that. Castor seemed a bit off. Somehow, Sunny just couldn't tell what was wrong with him exactly. He did notice, however, a crystal amulet in the form of an hourglass hanging on a silver chain around his neck. What is that? A charm memory? I didn't know that Castor had a charm. Not wasting any time, the legacy put his bloodied hand on the statue and closed his eyes for a moment. He wasn't wearing one back on the marble arch, right? Opening his eyes a second later, Castor glanced at Sunny with a dark expression and turned into a blur once again, rushing back to rejoin the battle. Just as soon as he disappeared, Sunny crashed into the stone pillar, unceremoniously using it to stop his momentum. Bouncing off the hard surface, he rolled on the ground and shakily rose to his feet. Ah, damn it, that hurt. That counted as touching the statue, right? Had to. Glancing back, Sunny saw another blood arrow piercing the flesh of the spire messenger and shattering a moment later. It wasn't destroyed, at least, just returned to Kai. Quiet Dancer was zipping around the massive abomination, aiming at its eyes. The elegant rapier was an echo, and as such did not enjoy the gift of the Dawn Shard, so it was more of a nuisance than a real threat to the beast. Still, it managed to deliver a couple of shallow cuts, causing the bastard to bleed. That was exactly what Sunny needed, blood, as much blood as possible. Launching himself forward, he held the Midnight Shard behind him and dashed toward the messenger. Let's see which one of us can kill it first, Castor. Wouldn't it be funny if an outskirt rat like me got a third ascended memory, while a lofty legacy like you still had none? Some distance away from his prey, Sunny commanded the Stone Saint to switch her battle style. The one the menacing shadow liked to use the most, or simply saw as most suited to her equipment and the situation, was deliberate, elegant, and steady. But that wasn't what Sunny needed right now. What he needed was carnage, savagery, and bloody mayhem. Lingering for a fraction of a second, the Stone Saint suddenly threw her shield away, grasped her sword with both hands, and lunged forward. Any sort of grace she had possessed earlier was now gone. Instead of a noble knight, the shadow now appeared as a barbarous butcher. It seemed as though she cared neither about self-preservation nor about protecting the members of the cohort anymore. She didn't even care about killing the enemy that much. All she aimed to do was inflict the maximum amount of pain, the maximum amount of damage, and, most importantly, the maximum amount of bleeding, just like Sunny had commanded her to do. As he ran back, more and more small but heavily bleeding wounds appeared on the messenger's massive frame. Its pale body was now half covered in dark blood. Castor's enchanted sword added one or two, but most came from the berserk shadow and changing star. Effie was still in the fight as well, despite the fact that her arm was severely broken and there was bloody foam on her lips. The beautiful spear broke through the abomination's defenses and left a bloody mark on its skin too. But none of these attacks were powerful enough to end the creature once and for all. Already nearing the scene of the massacre, Sunny willed his shadow to flow onto the Midnight Shard. The power of the Dawn Shard was burning inside of it, making the stalwart blade sing. And on top of it all, the vile blood blossom was filling it with insatiable bloodlust and hunger. Without slowing down, Sunny lunged at the spire messenger and fell on his back. As momentum pushed him forward, he slid on the black sand and thrust the Midnight Shard upward. Piercing the abdomen of the terrible creature, the razor-sharp sword easily cut through skin and muscle, gutting the abomination and causing it to stagger and fall. Indeed, with so much blood streaming down the messenger's pale body, the savage augmentation of the blood blossom had grown vastly more powerful. If before Sunny had felt as though he was cutting stone, now the Midnight Shard sliced through the tough flesh of the abomination with just a moderate amount of trouble. Of course, the fact that it was aimed at the soft belly of the monster instead of the adamantine black feather also played its part. Detachi cut through the pale skin and muscle tissue, tearing its abdomen open. As blood, guts, and viscera fell from the terrible wound, Sunny slid from under the massive creature, just in time to avoid being crushed under its weight. Even then, however, the messenger was not yet dead. Whistly Dia lived. Lying on his back in an awkward position, Sonny was momentarily left defenseless. He had hoped that his strike would, if not kill the monstrous abomination outright, then at least leave it stunned for a few seconds, giving him time to disengage and get away to a safe distance. But the creature seemed to be impervious to pain and the fear of death that all living beings felt. Despite receiving a mortal wound, it only became more ferocious. Staggered by the unexpected attack, the messenger lost balance and fell to the ground. Its head hit the black sand, sending a cloud of it into the air. Then, its round corvine eye locked onto Sonny and flushed with eerie madness. Knowing that he was not going to be fast enough, Sonny desperately tried to roll away, but it was too late. The terrifying jagged beak shot in his direction, threatening to impale him through the chest. Damn it, However, at the last moment, a human figure in an elegant black and white armor suddenly appeared between him and the abhorrent beast. The incandescent sword lashed out, pushing the beak slightly to the side. As the result, the messenger failed to kill Sonny. Instead, the beak pierced the Starlight Legion armor and tore through Changing Star's shoulder, almost severing her left arm. Nephis was thrown aside in a rain of blood, while the abomination opened its mouth and let out another deafening shriek. For a moment, time slowed. Sonny, who had just rose to one knee, noticed a sword surrounded by ghostly green lights approaching the messenger's neck. Castor was seconds away from finishing the cursed creature off, but before he got the chance, a heavy triangular dagger flashed in the air and sunk into the creature's eye, penetrating through it deep enough to reach the brain. The messenger froze, its ugly raven-like head swayed slightly. The beak fell open, revealing rows of sharp teeth and a long, wet, crimson tongue. Looking at the monster with a dark expression, Sonny pulled on the string of the prowling thorn, wreaking havoc inside its skull. The kunai tore through the round black eye on the way back, flying into the air in a stream of blood, bone, and chunks of brain matter. Finally, the creature convulsed and crashed onto the ground. Its eyes dimmed, then glossed over. The corner of Sonny's mouth curled upward. Cursed Herald, cursed Herald, cursed Herald. Your shadow grows, strunged, cursed Herald. Come on. Luchtade gleam appeared in his dark eyes. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. The cohort was in a pathetic state. Effie had the bones in her arm shattered into tiny pieces, with sharp splinters tearing through her skin. Her ribs and lungs were wounded too. Castor was bleeding heavily from the 4 gashes left on his torso by the messenger's claws. Kai lost too much blood to the blood arrow and was now on the verge of fainting. Neph's left arm was partially severed and barely attached to her body. The sight of it was ghastly. Even the stone saint was severely damaged. Only Sonny and Cassie were more or less in one piece. It was all worth it, though. The spire messenger was actually dead, while they were not. Lying on the black sand, Effie suddenly laughed. Sonny gave her a strange look. "Have you lost your mind? What are you laughing at?" "Oh," the huntress shrugged, then grimaced from pain. "Oh, it's just, I was thinking whether we are legendary heroes now, or just, fools of legendary proportions. All of us in the outer settlement, the castle too, I guess, heard the stories about the incredible exploits of the first cohort hundreds of times, killing a spire messenger who made its nest in the throne room and all that. But I never once thought that I would actually do something that impossible as well." She grew silent and then added, "It's weird." Sonny sort of understood her feelings. However, he wasn't going to admit it. He didn't want his name to ever appear in the same sentence as the word hero. After everything he had experienced, Sonny had become allergic to it. He sighed. "You do know how one becomes a mythical hero, right? It's really easy. You just have to do something outlandish and then die. The death part is the key, actually. So I would rather not be a hero ever." With that, he stood up and tiredly dismissed his battle memories and the stone saint. Since only Cassie and he were unscathed, it fell to them to help everyone treat their wounds. Well, in this case, they just had to make sure that no one died before Neff summoned her flames and healed everyone. Sunny wasn't sure that she'll be able to remain conscious after that, though. Walking over to their leader, he sat down, looked at her, and then asked, "Aren't you stupid? Why did you do that?" She glanced at him with her usual indifferent expression, straightened her back, and said, "What do you mean?" Sunny sighed. "Why did you get between me and the messenger? Look at the state you're in." She looked at him, then shrugged with one shoulder. "I can heal myself, remember? You can't." He shook his head. "I also remember that my armor is 3 whole tiers above yours. Chances are I wouldn't even be wounded that terribly." Nephis was silent for a bit. Then she simply said, "Too risky." Sunny couldn't help but laugh. "Gods, I just don't get you. I really don't. You are so morbidly cunning sometimes, but other times you are so stupidly naive. It doesn't make any sense." Purrs, purrs, Penhenanoripontam, and just stared at him. When she responded, her tone was as flat as usual. "Right back at you." Some time later, Sunny found the time to dive into the Soul Sea and take a look at the new memory he had gotten. It was a heavy round shield forged from dull, lusterless, dark steel. Inside of it, visible only to him, a complex weave of ethereal strings shone with stark radiance. Memory. Whose? Memory rank. Ascended. Memory tier. 2. Memory type. Weapon. Memory description. Hida Moundent. Fort. Memory type. Weapon. Memory description. Fus distinta nost. Yours ims mod non dia mind noixin da non intendent nostim tanta. Yes. Fus, fu eos, minta mint, nam bind, ma senen, mam bende, mentigo bis, mint, mandandende, mamma, mamma. People usually thought about the weight of their weapons only when they considered how much endurance they would need to wield them. In that regard, the lighter the weapon was, the better. A light weapon could allow a person to fight longer without growing tired, which often meant the difference between victory and defeat. However, things changed when it came to the Awakened, who often possessed inhuman strength and endurance. Light weapons had their role to play, but more often than not, what you really needed was force, and the more mass something had, the more force it could produce. In the past, Sunny had only considered shields as a defensive tool, but after watching Effie and Stone Saint use them in battle, he realized that in the hands of a trained warrior, a shield could be as destructive and deadly as a sword, sometimes much more so. Just imagining Effie bashing someone with a shield that weighed a few 100 kilograms sent shivers running down his spine. Not to mention that the weight could be changed on the fly, making it light to maneuver faster than turning it into an improvised siege ram at the right moment. But even in terms of pure defense, a shield that could be turned into a literal wall was priceless. He could see a monster such as the Spire Messenger colliding with it and simply bouncing off in the chorus of shattering bones. Maybe. Granted, Sunny never trained with a shield, and the sword he used demanded 2 hands to be wielded properly. But where there was a will, there would be a way. With a slight smile, Sunny summoned the Dusk Shard. The sparks of light appeared in a whirlwind around his arm. A few long seconds later, the silhouette of a large round shield weaved itself into reality. After a few more seconds, and the memory was fully formed. "Oh, nee. Oh, crap. With a surprised yelp, Sunny staggered and toppled over. Luckily, he fell on top of the dull iron shield, otherwise he might have been crushed under its weight. This is so heavy. The damn thing was heavier than he had ever expected. In fact, it was probably too heavy for him to even lift, let alone carry around. The members of the cohort glanced at Sunny, who was struggling to stand up with perplexed expressions. Gritting his teeth, Sunny rose to one knee and awkwardly tried to lift the shield off the ground. However, no matter how hard he tried, he only managed to drag it by a few centimeters. Curses! Oh, all right, I admit it, it's too damn heavy. Let's reduce the weight a little, but a few seconds later, his face froze. This can't be. No way. However, the truth was hard to deny. He couldn't change the dusk shard's weight at all. The enchantment that was supposed to allow Sunny to do that was there, but it required him to actively manipulate the soul essence, shadow essence, in his case, to access it. The most powerful enchantments were all like that, and the higher a memory rank, the more probable it was for the enchantments it possessed to be really powerful. The problem was that sleepers had no way to control and manipulate their soul essence. Sunny didn't know whether to laugh or cry. What were the chances of him coming to possess not one, not two, but three whole ascended memories, only to find out that two of them were completely unusable, while the third one required him to somehow become a master marksman to avoid dying from blood loss? Damn it all! But especially damn that damned fated attribute. While Sunny was grinding his teeth in outrage, Effie approached him and glanced down from her considerable height. Then she leaned forward, took the dusk shard by the rim, and lifted it, along with Sunny, from the ground, seemingly without too much strain. That's it, then, the memory you got from the pale bastard? Finally standing up with the help of the huntress, he stared at her for a long time, his expression unreadable. Then he suddenly smiled. Yes, by the way, Effie, we're friends, aren't we? See, I couldn't help but notice that your shield memory was destroyed in that last fight. How about... She rolled her eyes. Wait, don't tell me Sunny's shady emporium is open for business again. He blinked a couple of times, then grinned. Why, yes. How did you know? The huntress glanced down at the heavy shield, squinted, and said in a cautious tone, Well, what do you want in exchange? Sunny thought for a bit. That bottomless bag of yours, and two other awakened memories. Before Effie could come to a decision, though, Nephis interrupted their conversation. Coming closer, she glanced at the huntress first, then at Sunny, and finally at the shield. Finally, she asked, How about giving it to Effie in exchange for another ascended memory, one more suited to your technique? Sunny dismissed the dusk shard and hesitated for a bit, looking at Changing Star with doubt. Was this her ploy to get the shard memory from him? If she had an ascended memory all this time, why had she been hiding it, and where could she have gotten one to begin with? After a while, he said, I don't know. Show me the memory, and then we'll decide. Nephis silently stepped closer and took his hand. Then a spark of energy traveled from her body to his. The spell whispered, Komin to Vidili. Throwing a dubious glance at Nephis, Sunny summoned the runes and found the name of the memory he had received. His shadow tilted its head, surprised. Shimmering in the air in front of him, a string of runes read, Memory, Conchinot. Another shard memory. Sunny raised an eyebrow, glanced at Nephis, and turned back to the runes. His eyes glistened. Memory, memory rank, ascended, memory tier, eye, memory type, weapon, memory description. When the stars were extinguished and fell, a lonely moon remained in the empty sky. With no sun to shine upon it, the moon grew dim, withered, and died. As the last remnants of moonlight were devoured by darkness, one small shard was forged into this subtle blade. Memory enchantments, enchantment description, Velaya delay. Sunny's pupils widened slightly. With a tense frown, he summoned the moonlight shard. A graceful dagger with a long and slender blade appeared in his hand. It tapered to a needle-like point and had a simple crossguard, with a handle made from glossy black wood. The most striking feature of the dagger was that it seemed to be forged out of clear, misty glass. That glass, however, appeared to be as strong as steel and much, much sharper. In the darkness of the underground cavern, the ghostly stiletto was nearly invisible. What really stunned Sunny, though, was not its look or its rank, but the fact that the moonlight blade had appeared in his hand instantaneously. There had been no sparks of light, no process of weaving itself into existence from nothingness. The dagger was simply suddenly there, as if it had always been that way. This was an incredible enchantment. It might not have seemed that powerful, but Sunny instantly understood that there was a lot more to this simple trait than most people would assume. Once summoned, memories took time to form. The dusk shard had weaved itself into existence in about 6 to 8 seconds, but even if it was just a single second, like the time it took Nef's silver sword to appear, the process was still not instantaneous. What's more, the appearance of a memory was telegraphed in advance by the dancing sparks of light. In short, it was very hard to take the enemy by surprise by suddenly summoning a memory. A skilled opponent would always have enough time to notice it and react accordingly, unless they were lured into a cunning trap by a sword savant like Changing Star. But even then, it wasn't easy to plan and execute such a move. Yet all of that didn't apply to the moonlight shard. The slender blade of the ghostly dagger could appear out of nowhere in an instant and immediately strike at the target. Ugh. What an insidious little thing. It was uniquely suited to Sunny's preferred method of engaging the enemy. Indeed, he liked to strike from the shadows and kill with one strike. With the ghostly blade in his arsenal, though, he would not even have to hide in the darkness in order to deliver an unexpected and deadly blow. No one would see it coming. Not to mention that it was an ascended memory. Armed with the moonlight shard, Sunny would finally be able to wound and kill fallen creatures, even without the miraculous enhancement of the Crown of Dawn. His own shadow would be more than enough. Granted, he would have to get really close and personal to a monster in order to use the dagger, but still, at least with it, he stood a chance. Suppressing a satisfied smile from appearing on his lips, Sunny turned to Nephis and asked in an incredulous tone, "Where did you get this thing?" She lingered for a few moments, then said, "North of the Dark City." Sunny nodded. That made sense. There was another red cross on her map, about a week's worth of traveling time north of the ruins. It was drawn near a symbol resembling a grotesque, misshapen skull. Changing Star had indeed been busy in the 3 months that he had spent hunting monsters on the dark streets of the cursed city. Now, 5 of the shard memories were accounted for. Dawn Shard, Zenith Shard, Dusk Shard, Midnight Shard, and Moonlight Shard. Only 2 remained. Sunny wondered which statue they were tied to, and whether someone out there already held them in their hands. It didn't matter that much for now, though. With a sigh, he dismissed the ghostly dagger and said, "I have to warn you that the enchantment on that shield requires an awakened to activate it. It is supposed to be able to change its weight and mass freely, but actually, it's just stuck being stupidly heavy." Nephis glanced at Effie, who just shrugged. "I'm fine with it as is." Sunny finally allowed himself to smile. "Ah, that's great then. We have a deal. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk." In the end, they had to spend a couple of days in the vast underground cavern. Nephis had to recover from her ghastly wound and the strain of healing the rest of the cohort, while all of them had not liked the idea of venturing back into the mist with their memories damaged. Eventually, though, they were ready to head back. Sunny used this short moment of respite to rest and practice shadow dance, slowly moving toward his goal of mastering its first step. He knew that there was nothing but bloodshed ahead of them. First, they would have to fight their way through the untold horrors of the labyrinth, and once they reached the Dark City, the last act of this messed-up play would begin. Looking back, he couldn't believe how far he had come in these past 8 months. When Sunny arrived on the forgotten shore, he was weak and inexperienced. His first fight against a single carapace scavenger almost cost him his life, and now, here he was, standing near the corpse of a fallen monster he had killed with his own 2 hands. From barely killing a single carapace scavenger to almost losing his life in a fight against a carapace centurion, to summoning a horror of the depths and finishing off the carapace demon, from entering the Dark City not knowing anything about it, to hunting down dozens of nightmare creatures on its cursed streets, to fighting against a horde of undead monsters in the catacombs beneath it, from venturing back into the labyrinth of his own free will and waging war against the tribe of monstrous spiders, to riding on the shoulder of an ancient giant and battling fallen abominations and hordes of awakened creatures, from finding a nameless grave in the foothills of the Hollow Mountains to witnessing the last resting place of the First Lord in their depths. He had lived through so much, endured so much, and accomplished so much. Of course, there had not been only victories. He had tasted defeat, too. A lot of it. Both in battle and in his tentative attempts to build human relationships with other prisoners of this desolate hell. He had experienced pain, sorrow, and despair, and he was going to taste even more of it soon. Turning his head slightly, Sunny looked at his companions. Nephis, Cassie, Kai, Effie, and Castor were busy with final preparations for their long return journey. How many of them would be alive by the end of all of this? Closing his eyes, he sighed. It was not going to be easy to survive the finale, but Sunny was determined to show the rest of the world what he was really made of. He was going to win. He was going to be the last one standing, no matter what he had to do, even if doing it would break him. 3 months later, a group of 6 battered humans appeared from the sea of crimson coral and approached a magnificent white arch. Moving with the precision of experienced predators, they swiftly slaughtered a few transient creatures that hid in the deep shadow cast by the ancient structure, stripped them down for meat, and swiftly climbed up. Against all odds, the cohort had survived the journey back to the Dark City. Mean, if only barely. Looking north from the top of the marble arch, Sunny saw the distant gray wall. His gaze lingered on it, full of exhaustion, triumph, and dark apprehension. Finally, they had returned. The past 3 months had been an endless, bloody nightmare, with countless horrors and battles leaving their marks on him. And yet they had also been an anvil against which he was tested, tempered, and made stronger as the result. Sunny didn't have a mirror, but was sure that his appearance changed a lot. He could tell just by looking at other members of the cohort. Changing Star's white armor was now covered by numerous scratches and tears that even the restorative effect of the Soul Sea couldn't heal. Her silver hair was longer, reaching to the middle of her back. The ivory face of their leader had grown thin, with dark circles visible under her striking, burning gray eyes. Castor changed even more. The neat and dignified young scion was nowhere to be seen. Instead, a man with disheveled hair and a short, scruffy beard stood in his place, his face dark and grim. Sometimes, Sunny thought that he could even see a gray hair or two in his luscious mane. Kai was still beautiful and elegant, but most of his charm was hidden under layers and layers of dirt, dust, and dried blood. The stylish armor he had worn was now long gone, destroyed in one of the vicious battles they had fought, and replaced by a rather unflattering garment that seemed to be woven out of bluish seaweed. The archer also wielded a new bow, this one long and powerful, fashioned out of two curved horns that had belonged to a creature that Sunny would rather not think about. Suffice it to say, this memory was of the 5th tier and truly deadly. Effie was much the same, except for the fact that she had become even leaner, her robust musculature not covered even by a gram of fat. The huntress wielded 2 shard memories, both responsible for sending dozens upon dozens of nightmare creatures to their deaths. Her archaic bronze armor was dented all over, but somehow still held together. Cassie was the youngest of them, so the changes that had happened to her were perhaps the most pronounced. By now, she had lost most of her childish softness and had turned into a beautiful young woman that looked to be on the cusp of adulthood. She had 3 echoes tied to her core now, one given to her by Nephis, the other one by Kai. With the help of her echoes and the dark wing, Cassie was now able to move and participate in battles almost as if she was not blind. Almost. Almost. And then there was Sunny himself. He was perhaps even more beaten and battered than the rest of them, the puppeteer's shroud almost coming apart at the seams. His hair was long, messy, and in desperate need of a good wash. Sadly, his skin was still as pale as that of a corpse. He was also unable to grow even a bit of scruff, let alone a real beard. But, oh well, why care about the little things? Summoning the runes, Sunny found a particular cluster and glanced at it. The runes shimmered in the twilight of the approaching night, shadow fragments. A dark smile appeared on his lips. Almost. A dark smile appeared on his lips. Almost. A dark smile appeared on his lips. Almost. In the past 3 months, Sunny had participated in countless battles. His main responsibility was that of a scout, and as such he was not a part of the cohort's main strike force, but even then he had faced and slain more than 100 nightmare creatures, closer to 200 in fact. Among them were beasts, monsters, as well as a few demons and even a devil or 2. Sunny absorbed the remnants of their shadows and used his share of the soul shards to trade for memories with other members of the cohort, which he then fed to the Stone Saint. And now he was so close to reaching full saturation of his shadow core. His prowess and physique were considerably enhanced, too. Somewhere along the way, Sunny had crossed the line of humanly possible and was now firmly in the realm of inhuman ability. He was faster, stronger, and more enduring than any mundane human could ever hope to be. His shadow had grown much more potent, too, since its enhancement increased proportionally to his own power. Or was it the other way around? In any case, Sunny felt that when the shadow was wrapped around his body, he was now almost at the level of an actual awakened. Very few sleepers on the Forgotten Shore could challenge him in terms of raw power. Of course, all of them had deadly aspect abilities of their own, and several of the most deadly sleepers among them were all right here, with him setting up camp and getting ready to cook him food. Sunny wasn't sure, but guessed that Effie and Castor had already fully saturated their soul cores, beating him to it, the huntress, because of the years she had spent hunting monsters on the streets of the Dark City, and the legacy because of the soul shards his clan must have provided him before his first journey into the dream realm. Nephis. Sunny wasn't sure. Logic dictated that she should have reached the point of saturation before Sunny did, but he still saw her absorbing shards after each battle. So either she did not, or her aspect had other uses for the excess soul essence, or she was just putting on an expensive show. Kay and Cassie were behind him in terms of the amount of accumulated essence, but not by much. Each of them was now a powerhouse, just like the rest of the cohort. Looking at the people busying themselves with mundane tasks of setting up the camp, Sunny inhaled deeply and smiled. Ah, aren't we a sight to behold? They truly were. When leaving the dark city behind, Sonny had known how powerful the members of the cohort were. However, he had not quite realized just how well-rounded and perfectly suited to face various challenges presented by the labyrinth their group was. With Nephis, Effie, and Castor leading the charge, most nightmare creatures populating the forest of crimson coral had little chance to survive, not with the Crown of Dawn pouring raw power into the armor and weapons of the cohort at least. Each of the three was a deadly and versatile fighter, with their own unique approach to combat and strengths that complemented each other. With the three slayers holding off the opponents while being supported by Kai from above, very few things could stand in their way. Knight himself had turned out to be an astonishingly deadly presence on the battlefield as well. With the blood arrow providing him with a conditionally endless supply of arrows, he could just stay in the air, out of reach of the abominations that had no way to attack at range, which was most of them, and pick them out with well-aimed shots. With the addition of the formidable horn bow, the distance at which he could hit the target had increased tremendously, allowing him to eliminate some of the enemies long before they had gotten close enough to the cohort for an effective attack. His opening salvo had made a lot of battles much less problematic. Of course, Kai couldn't fly above the labyrinth with impunity. The gray sky was full of danger too, and by separating himself from his companions, he risked being attacked and torn apart by the abominations that populated it. He had to maintain a fragile balance, but the flying nightmare creatures were a threat to the cohort, regardless of whether or not the charming archer rose into the air or not. Actually, this was the type of enemy they were equipped to fight the least. That's why Kai's ability to fly had turned out to be priceless, especially because he was usually able to fly faster, or at least maneuver better than most of the creatures that dwelled in the sky. More than once, they had survived only because the archer was able to draw the fury of the aerial abominations and dodge their attack long enough to either fell them with a perfectly aimed arrow or give his companions a chance to join the fight. Sonny and Cassie usually protected the rear of the cohort to prevent anything from attacking their companions from the back, which happened more often than one would hope. With the help of the Stone Saint and the Quiet Dancer, and later the other two echoes belonging to the blind girl, they were able to hold off anything until the main force was done with their share of the opponents and joined the fray. That was not to say that their role in the cohort was less important. If anything, Sonny was convinced that what they did was more vital to the survival of each member of the cohort than what the fighters were doing. It was true that, with the help of the Dawn Shard, the cohort was well equipped to handle most monsters of the labyrinth. What they truly had to fear were the creatures that defied all logic, the perils that the human mind could not even comprehend, and the labyrinth itself, as well as the dark waters of the cursed sea and the ancient horrors that dwelled beneath them. That was what Sonny and Cassie had to protect the group from. As Sonny absorbed more and more shadow fragments, the range at which he could control his shadow grew exponentially. By now, the shadow could move almost as far as a whole kilometer ahead of the cohort, scouting for any potential threat and giving them plenty of time to decide if they wanted to fight or change course and avoid the danger entirely. If anything, it had become a little feral and now preferred to wander around aimlessly and far away, returning to Sonny only when specifically commanded to do so. But regardless of that, the value of being able to see and identify their enemies in advance was impossible to overestimate. It was just too valuable. In battle, the tiniest advantage could decide the difference between life and death, and the advantages of knowledge and the first strike were possibly the most important. However, there were things on the Forgotten Shore that even Sonny could not see, predict, or escape from. That was where Cassie's affinity to revelations and miraculous intuition came into play. She was responsible for preventing the cohort from stumbling into anything that would destroy their very souls before anyone could even understand what was happening, or something that simply could not be defeated. If not for Cassie, a sudden storm or a creature akin to the Soul Devourer, or something even more terrifying, would have ended their lives long before they returned back to the Dark City. But even with all that, every day in the labyrinth brought them to the very verge of death. No matter how strong, well-rounded, and well-equipped the cohort was, the nightmares of the Forgotten Shore were always more powerful, unpredictable, and bizarre, making any and all preparations useless. In the end, the only reason that none of them had died from grievous wounds, sickness, or infection was because of Changing Star's healing flames. In the 3 months that they had spent traveling through the labyrinth, Sunny fully understood why healers were so sought after among the awakened. He knew it before, in theory, but only after being subjected to the daily terror of their journey had he realized how life-changing, literally, the presence of a healer in the cohort truly was. And so, just like that, they had done the unthinkable and managed to travel all the way from the edges of the Forgotten Shore back to its center, thanks to their power and resolve, their foresight, their strength, and their ability to rely on and help each other, as well as, in large part, pure dumb luck. And now that they were about to return to the cursed haven of the Dark City, their luck was about to be tested as it had never been tested before. But that was for later. First, the members of the cohort had to fulfill their obligation to Sunny. He had joined this expedition on a certain condition, after all. Glancing once again at the distant gray wall, Sunny clenched his fists, the corner of his mouth curled up in a vicious grin. "Wait a bit more, bastard. Your day of reckoning is coming." In 2 days they were going to kill the Black Knight. Turning away from the distant wall of the Dark City, Sunny closed his eyes, inhaled deeply, and let go of his anger. He had to keep his head cool for now. Killing a fallen devil was not going to be an easy task. It might even turn out to be his undoing, but he was determined to see it done. The debt of blood he owed that creature had to be repaid, no matter what. Walking over to the fire, Sunny sat down and tried to remember the details of their previous stay on this old, weathered marble arch. What a fun couple of days that had been. Rather pleasing on the eye, too. His shadow shook its head dejectedly and turned away. Soon, Nephis handed him his share of the food. Her culinary skills had improved a lot during these months, despite the fact that there had not been a large variety of ingredients at their disposal. Still, being able to turn the most repulsive of monsters into a delicious meal was something that not everyone was capable of. This should be a separate course at the academy. Teacher Julius had taught him how to consume various things in the dream realm without ending up poisoned to death, but he had neglected to go in depth on how to actually make them taste good. Sinking his teeth into a juicy piece of meat, Sunny forgot about his troubles for a bit and simply enjoyed this rare moment of bliss. Disposing of the meat, he smiled in satisfaction and wiped his hands on the soft fabric of the puppeteer's shroud. Then he glanced at Nephis and asked, "We should be able to reach the city tomorrow, yes?" "Yes, it." She gave him a nod. "If nothing happens." Sunny thought for a bit, then said in a curious tone, "Do you think Gunlag knows that we are coming back?" Nephis thought for a few moments before replying. Her voice was calm and indifferent. "Definitely." Sunny sighed. This was his conclusion as well. Back when he had first entered the Bright Castle, he had learned from Castor about a certain artisan that could track the general location of anyone a person had ever met. This was how Castor knew how many sleepers of their crop had been sent to the Forgotten Shore. Even if Gunlag possessed no other method to learn of their approach, all he had to do was ask that woman. Sunny shifted a little and asked, "Should we expect a welcoming party?" Changing Star shook her head. "I don't think so. There's no need for him to do anything. Gunnlaug knows that we will come to him of our own free will, simply because there's nowhere else for us to go. She fell silent for a while, and then added, "But most of all, this has never been about killing me or my people. It was always about destroying the ideas I represent. What's the point of crushing me if no one is there to see it? Gunnlaug won't do anything without an audience. He had sent Harris to stop us from escaping the stage, but now that we are back on it, there is no need for him to rush the inevitable." Everyone listened to the conversation with dark expressions. Sunny glanced at them, hesitated for a bit, and asked, "Are you confident that you can defeat him?" Nephis stared at the fire. After a while, she simply said, "Yes." Hearing that, Sunny smiled sweetly. "Well, good for you, but I am not. So let's finish our deal before the lot of you get killed by that maniac, all right?" A corner of Neff's mouth curled upward. "You are talking about the fallen devil?" He nodded. "Yes, the bastard. You promised to help me kill him, remember?" Mum. Meanwhile, Kai was looking at him with a complicated expression. Finally, not able to hold back, he asked, "Sonny, are you really not going to join us? Don't you see that we only have one chance to escape this place? Not to mention all the lives we can save." Sonny shrugged. To be honest, he wasn't entirely sure on that point himself. On one hand, he had no desire of helping Nephis achieve her insane goal. On the other hand, things that she had set in motion were going to happen with or without him. What was he going to do? Hide in his cathedral and wait until there was no one else left alive on the forgotten shore? Some fate that would be, maybe I'll join you, and maybe I won't. Who knows what will happen? Momnem Hintu silent and cast a sideways glance at Cassie. Actually, at least 3 people here knew what would happen, more or less. It's hard to escape fate. That's not the point, though, is it? The point is that you should conclude our deal first and do whatever it is you wish to do later. Changing Star faced the 2 of them and calmly ended that conversation. "Sure, no problem. We'll go to the cathedral first. A deal is a deal after all." "Huh." Sunny smiled with satisfaction. Nephis glanced at him and added, "But Sunny, how exactly are we supposed to kill a fallen devil?" "Huh." His smile widened. "Oh, I'm glad that you asked. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk." Sunny had been making plans on how exactly to kill the Black Knight for more than half a year now. Prior to leaving the Dark City, he had spent 2 entire months observing the terrifying fiend and trying to learn everything there was to know about him. Needless to say, the task of slaying a creature that powerful was not going to be trivial. In fact, it was going to be the hardest battle they had fought yet. It almost seemed impossible. But was it, really? The fight against the Spire Messenger, who had turned out to be a fallen monster, nearly cost several members of the cohort their lives. They had barely been able to hold off against the creature of its class, and a devil was 10 times more dreadful. However, there was a big difference between the messenger they had faced and the Black Knight. That difference was, basically, very simple. It was that Sunny did not hate the messenger with all his dark, vindictive heart, and now that hate was going to tip the scales in their favor. At the core of it, things were indeed rather simple. Sunny hated the Black Knight enough to do his due diligence, and thus spent an incredible amount of time studying it. He was so motivated to kill the creature that had hurt him that he had even gone so far as to settle in the same old cathedral as the devil. As a result, Sunny had become a singular expert on everything having to do with the Black Knight. He knew his strengths, he knew his weaknesses, the patterns of his behavior, and, most importantly, he knew what type of unnatural powers the devil possessed. Unlike nightmare creatures of lower ranks, devils had access to bizarre and harrowing powers that were akin to the aspect abilities of the awakened. That was what made them so dangerous, and that was why the fact that Sunny had learned the Black Knight's power was so vital. Unlike the Spire messenger, whom they had to fight blind, the cohort was going to go into battle with the fallen devil fully aware of what they would face. As such, they could plan, come up with strategies, and make preparations. Knowing your enemy was half the victory. The second half was knowing yourself. The smile disappeared from Sonny's face. Leaning forward, he said, "The Black Knight is truly a living nightmare. He is as strong, fast, and indestructible as you would imagine a fallen devil to be. I've seen countless creatures fall to his sword, no matter their shape, size, rank, or class. He is just too powerful." Effie giggled. "You're not really making your case, Sonny. You know that, right?" He glanced at her and grinned. "That's not even the worst part. What really makes him an incarnation of death is not his astonishing might, but the darkness that lives in the grand hall of the cathedral and seems to obey him. When wrapped in that darkness, the Black Knight can move fast, unseen, and without making a single sound. His physical traits are vastly enhanced, turning him into an unstoppable engine of slaughter." Sonny grimaced. "What's more, any damage done to him is instantly repaired as long as he is surrounded by the darkness. Inside of it, he is basically immortal. Inside of it, he is basically immortal." The members of the cohort glanced at each other with dubious expressions. Only Changing Star remained indifferent. A tentative smile appeared on Sonny's face. Turning to Nephis, he said, "But that is where you come in, Neph. With your radiant light, that darkness will vanish. Your flames can strip the bastard of his greatest weapon. Without his dark power, the Black Knight is nothing more than a powerful abomination. He will be only slightly more dangerous than a demon of the same rank." Castor stared at him and said, his voice flat, "You say it as though a fallen demon is an easy enemy to face." Sonny shook his head. "No, I am not saying that. I fully understand how hard that fight will be. In fact, I understand it better than any of you. The truth of the matter is that even with the Dawn Shard, our weapons won't be able to wound him, not because his flesh is too tough, but because he is covered in heavy armor from head to toe. I am not even sure that there is any flesh beneath it, to be honest. There is only one chink in his armor, and that is the visor of the helmet." The Black Knight had two burning red embers instead of eyes, so Sonny didn't even know if the bastard had a face. Kai shifted a little and said with uncertainty, "So the only way to kill him is to hit the crack of the visor. I am not sure that this is possible. On a fixed target, sure, but on a moving one, especially one that fast and deadly, I can't promise that I'll manage that." Elias nodded, expressing their agreement. Sonny smiled. "Ah, yes, that would indeed be tough. Luckily, we don't have to." He paused for a moment, and then revealed the secret that had taken him a long, long time to uncover. "The truth is, the visor is a trap. It seems like a weak spot, but it's not. The real weakness of the Black Knight is not even protected by the armor." A dark expression appeared on his face. "It's his sword." Indeed, after observing the devil for months, Sonny had come to the conclusion that the secret to destroying the damned thing hid not in finding a way to pierce the bastard's armor, but in destroying his terrifying greatsword. By watching the Black Knight fight against countless nightmare creatures, Sonny had been able to notice a curious pattern. Just like the members of the cohort, the abominations who wandered into the cathedral tended to instinctively go for the eyes of its guardian. But the bastard didn't care about those attacks at all. He did, however, tend to protect his sword against most powerful blows, going so far as to receive them with his body instead of blocking or deflecting them with the obliterating black blade, as if wary of any damage being done to it. By focusing on this pattern, Sonny had confirmed that the sword was indeed the only thing that the fallen devil seemed to be reluctant to put in harm's way. It was his true weakness. Nephis tilted her head slightly and echoed his words. "His sword?" Sonny nodded. "Yes. If we want to kill the Black Knight, we will have to destroy his greatsword. That is the only way." Effie blinked a couple of times, then glared at him in outrage. "Is that what you call not being protected by the armor? Of course it's not protected by the armor, because it's even tougher than the armor, you doofus." She shook her head. "How are we supposed to break a sword fit to be wielded by a fallen devil, huh?" Sunny smiled. "Oh, you don't have to. In fact, I insist that you don't. You are there to help me, but no one can kill that bastard except for me. No one, you understand. So, your task will be to hold that fiend off. Leave the sword to me." The huntress scoffed. "That's not really an answer. If none of us is strong enough to even come close to breaking such a powerful armament, how are you going to destroy it?" Sunny stared at her for a bit, then shrugged. "I am not going to destroy it. Do I look like someone who can destroy it? No, I don't, and I can't." A dark grin appeared on his lips. "But the Stone Saint? I am willing to bet that she can. She was able to slaughter 2 fallen beasts before even becoming his shadow. Now that Sunny's own shadow had grown strong, with almost 1,000 fragments fueling it with power, there were very few things in the Dark City that the Saint couldn't destroy with its help. So yes, he was willing to bet that she would be able to break the sword of the Black Knight. In fact, he was going to bet his life on it. 2 days later, they entered the Dark City once again. Nephis was right. No one from the castle was there to ambush them. Gunlag seemed to be content letting them come to him instead, so his hunters and the dreadful hunchback were nowhere to be seen. Just as well. The cohort scaled the impregnable gray wall late in the evening and spent the night in one of its towers, almost like how Sunny, Neff, and Cassie had done all that time ago. When the morning came, they headed toward the ruined cathedral. The ruined streets of the cursed city surrounded them once more. After months spent in the labyrinth, their monotone colors seemed strange and bizarre. There was nothing but dark stone and dust around, with rare islands of crimson leaves and moss growing through the rubble, and swarms of terrifying fallen creatures, of course. It was nice to be home. Sunny caught himself thinking that and blinked. He had never thought that one day he would feel sentimental about returning to this cursed ancient prison. And yet there was a strange feeling of comfort deep in his heart now. It had been there ever since they had crested the city wall. What weird creatures we humans are. Truly, there is nothing we can't get used to. Glancing at his companions, he noticed that they were feeling the same way. Especially Effie, who had spent years surviving, hunting, and even thriving on the streets of the Dark City. She even called it a paradise once, the only kind that humans deserved. Sunny sighed. Regardless of the strange ideas the huntress had, he believed that humans weren't meant to live in a paradise. If they were to ever find one, they would quickly turn it into hell, just like what the humans trapped on the Forgotten Shore were doing right now. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Soon, the ruins of the magnificent cathedral were in front of them. The members of the cohort stopped some distance away, looking at the ancient temple with dark expressions. The journey through the Dark City had turned out to be uneventful, thanks to Effie's masterful guidance and the shadow scouting ahead to help her learn of any dangers ahead of time. But the real danger hid at the end of the path, and now they had reached it. Sunny had spent the last 2 days teaching the rest of the group everything that he knew about how the Black Devil fought, what his habits were, and how they had to approach the upcoming battle. They were as ready as they were ever going to be. Turning to them, he lingered for a few moments and then said, "Remember, I must be the one to deal the final blow. It is very important to me." Looking at him with a complicated expression, Kai sighed. "Why are you so obsessed with killing this devil, Sunny? Won't it be better to leave that creature be? I just don't understand this whole endeavor." Sunny smiled. "Have you ever been gutted, Kai? And I don't mean emotionally, I mean literally, with a sharp piece of metal. The charming archer shivered. No. Were you? The smile disappeared from Sonny's face. Yes, I was. That bastard over there cut me open with his big, sharp sword and left me bleeding to death in a ditch. So, it's only fair that I do something similar to him, is it not? I don't know how it works with you citizen folks, but out in the outskirts, you don't let things like that go. Simple as that. The day you let a person who hurt you walk free was the day you announced to the world that anyone could stomp on you with impunity. After that, it was a short road to the grave, or worse. So people in the outskirts were very serious about their grudges. Granted, the Black Knight was not really a person, but the same principle applied. Kai stared at him with a complicated expression, then asked in a strange voice, "Really? Then how did you survive?" Sonny turned away and moved his shoulders slightly. A combination of good attributes and powerful memories. That's how I survived. Well, most of me did. With that, he shook his head and gritted his teeth in anger. Enough talk. You all know the plan, so let's get it over with. Today, Sonny was going to reach the pinnacle of his hunter career. He was going to hunt the devil. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Inside the tenebrous grand hall of the majestic cathedral, darkness reigned unopposed. It drowned the vast hall, clinging to its walls and tall columns. The rare beams of light falling through the narrow windows only served to make it seem deeper. 6 humans entered the temple, the light of their lantern memories failing to pierce the veil of darkness even slightly. For a moment, there was utter silence, and then a sudden yell broke it apart. Now! A tall young woman with silver hair and calm, striking gray eyes raised her sword. Then a wave of brilliant white light shone from it, reaching far and wide. The darkness was instantly torn apart and obliterated, vanishing into the deepest, darkest corners of the cathedral. No. And there, right in front of them, a giant clad in black steel armor was revealed, his sword already on its way to reap the lives of the unfortunate fools who had dared to desecrate the silence of the ancient temple. The great sword he wielded seemed as heavy as the stone pillars that supported the roof of the temple. Falling from above, it looked like a vertical tier in reality that revealed the impenetrable darkness hiding beneath. What could stop such a monstrous blow? Nah, perhaps the shield that contained the weight of the heavens themselves could. Effie dashed forward, raising the dusk shard. The heavy shield received the terrible impact of the devil's unstoppable attack. A deafening sound of steel clashing against steel rolled across the grand hall like a sound shockwave, growing louder as it reflected from the stone walls. No, the shield held. The floor beneath Effie's feet, however, did not. It cracked and shattered, sending the huntress reeling back. A pained yelp escaped from her lips. The Black Knight lingered for a moment, seemingly surprised by the obliteration of the darkness that had shrouded him. However, his hesitation lasted only for a fraction of a second, not nearly enough for the humans to prepare themselves for his next attack, and it was already coming. Without paying any attention to Effie, who was flying back, the devil turned with astonishing swiftness and aimed his sword at Nephis. But before he could perform his second strike, a massive piece of rubble the size of an adult human suddenly flew through the air and crashed into the armored giant at full speed. All the Black Knight could do was lean forward and meet it with his shoulder. The boulder exploded into 1,000 pieces, leaving the devil unscathed. The creature that threw it walked through the dust with utter indifference, 2 ruby flames burning behind the visor of her helmet. The Stone Saint had arrived to face the Black Knight. The Stone Saint walked toward the Black Knight with stalwart indifference. Her body shone with dark radiance, and there were wisps of ghostly gray fog dancing on her elegant armor. The ruby eyes of the taciturn monster burned with menacing crimson flames. The darkness that served the devil had been vanquished by changing stars' incandescent light, but the shadows populating the ancient temple only grew deeper because of it. Now they were shifting, as if reaching toward the saint to fall upon her shoulders like a mantle. Without slowing down, the shadow raised her shield and hit its rim twice with the edge of her sword, as though challenging the Black Knight to a battle. With the two creatures finally facing each other, it became even more apparent that there was a mysterious connection between the two of them. Despite the fact that the Black Knight towered above the graceful living statue, their general appearance and the design of their armaments were eerily similar. It was just that in front of the intricate stone-like armor of the shadow, the devil's own formidable full plate, which had been masterfully forged from indestructible black steel, seemed almost crude. Facing the original masterpiece, he looked like a clumsy impostor. Sonny knew that his intuition was right when he caught a hint of the same dim, nascent emotion that the shadow had shown toward the walking colossus. Despite the fact that the fallen devil was vastly more powerful than her and both outclassed and outranked her, witnessing him, the stone saint felt nothing but disdain, contempt even. All of these observations had not taken Sonny more than half a second. In the next moment, both creatures dashed forward and collided in a furious clangor of metal. The battle had begun. Now that his core was close to being saturated to the brim by the shadow fragments Sonny had collected from hundreds of nightmare creatures and a few humans, the augmentation provided by the shadow was able to make him powerful enough to almost reach the level of an actual awakened. By the same logic, the stone saint should have been brought very close to the power level of a fallen abomination. Sonny even suspected that she was enhanced by the shadow even more than he would be himself. The shadow and the shadow seemed to intertwine perfectly, almost as if this was the true purpose of the augmenting facet of his aspect. The saint had slaughtered two fallen beasts even before becoming a shadow, although it had been at the cost of her life. What would she be able to do now, reborn and reinforced by the mystical power of his divine aspect? Kill a deadly bastard of a fallen devil, hopefully. But still, the gap between the two of them was just too vast. Even with the help of the shadow, the stone saint was clearly not a match for the Black Knight in terms of sheer power. Luckily, she was not alone. As the two creatures collided and turned into a whirlwind of steel, the humans joined the fight to support their monster. Castor appeared at a terrible speed, striking at the giant black sword with his elegant Jian. The ghostly green blade slid off the surface of the greatsword without any result, but the impact of his strike managed to slow the Black Knight by a fraction of a second. That was all the stone saint needed to deliver a blow of her own, closing the distance to the giant fiend in order to turn his size and reach superiority against him. She struck upward at the pommel of the greatsword with her shield. The hands of the Black Knight were thrown above his head, and using that opening, she bulldozed into his abdomen with her shoulder, sending the giant reeling. The violence of the impact was so fierce that several fractures appeared on the surface of her stone-like pauldron. As the dull metal sound rang across the grand hall, shards of stone flew into the air, but it was not in vain. The momentary gap in the defense of the devil allowed Nephis to deliver a devastating thrust with her silver longsword. Enhanced by the annihilating white flame and the miraculous enchantment of the Dawn Shard, the sword hit against the breastplate of the Black Knight's armor and broke through, sinking deep into the body of the fiend. For a moment, everyone froze, stunned at the ease with which they were able to pierce the seemingly impregnable armor of the fallen devil. Just a moment before, Castor's Jian didn't even leave a scratch on the black steel of the fiend's greatsword. But then, things took a sharp turn for the worse. The Black Knight did not seem to care about several inches of incandescent steel penetrating his chest at all. Regaining his balance, he indifferently swiped his sword down, forcing both Nephis and the stone saint to stagger back. The black blade hit the marble floor, causing the ground to shake and throwing Neph to the ground. Before anyone could react, the devil let go of the hilt of his sword with one hand and delivered a shattering backhanded blow to the shadow. The strength of that strike would have been enough to pulverize any human, but the stone saint was made of a far more enduring material than flesh. Still, the living statue was thrown back like a broken doll. Almost instantly, the Black Knight turned to Nephis once more. The terrifying sword flew into the air, ready to split her apart. "I was right." A savage smile appeared on Sunny's face. Brandishing the midnight shard, he dashed forward and screamed, "Plan C!" Plan C was very simple. It was born out of the predictions Sunny had made when discussing how they were going to kill the devil. He had suspected all along that since Neph was a perfect counter to the Black Knight's most dreadful power, he would concentrate all his attention on dealing with her first. In short, the devil was going to make killing Changing Star his #1 priority. Nephis was indeed a perfect counter against the living darkness, but even better than that, she was the perfect bait. The black blade fell down, missing Nephis only by a hair's breadth. She rolled back and performed an impossible handspring, launching herself into the air from the ground. Landing on the marble floor with an effortless grace of a trained acrobat, Changing Star slid back a few meters and came to a stop some distance away from the devil. But he was just as fast, no, much faster. The giant was already lunging forward to skewer her on the tip of his terrible greatsword. She shifted slightly, dodging the deadly attack, and dashed forward along the vast length of the black blade. Her sword flashed through the air and impacted against the vambrace of the menacing armor, leaving a deep scratch on its dark surface. Everything was happening so fast that other members of the cohort were having trouble joining the fight. The stone saint had just landed on the marble floor a moment ago and was currently rising back to her feet. Effie had recovered from receiving the full brunt of the Black Knight's first attack and was rushing forward, but she was still a few meters away. Kai had drawn his bow, but couldn't send an arrow flying without the risk of hitting one of his companions. With how potent the enchantment of the blood arrow was, this was something he could not allow to happen. Cassie mostly relied on echoes to fight, and since they were not enhanced by the Dawn Shard, their utility in this battle would not have been high. More than that, they risked being destroyed by a single strike from the devil. As such, she was relegated to holding back for now, and would only join the fight if things really went south. So for now, it was up to Sunny and Castor to slow the fiend down. Their only saving grace, and the point that Sunny had explained in detail, was that the terrifying greatsword, while deadly and utterly unstoppable, well, almost, was ultimately an unwieldy weapon. The Black Knight was strong enough to throw it around as though the giant blade weighed no more than a feather, and skilled enough to turn momentum and inertia into useful tools as opposed to obstacles, but he still had to obey the laws of physics. Even more importantly, the damn thing was very long, which meant that they had to stick to the fallen devil like glue in order to use its long reach against him. As the steel giant sidestepped and pulled his greatsword into a vicious horizontal swipe aimed at Changing Star, Sunny closed the distance between them and approached the devil from the opposite side. The midnight shard flashed, striking at the elbow joint of the plate armor. All Sunny achieved was leaving a small scratch on it, but he also pushed the Black Knight's hand down and closer to his body a bit, changing the angle of the swipe slightly. At the same time, Castor dove under the terrible blade and suddenly appeared right in front of the devil, thrusting his jean at the steel helmet. The Black Knight just turned his head slightly, causing the ghostly green blade to slide off the helmet without doing any damage. At the same time, he let go of the sword with one hand and threw his elbow back, almost smashing Sunny's skull in, all the while continuing his deadly strike at Nephis. Nevertheless, their tandem attack helped Changing Star avoid being cut in half. Taking a swift step forward, she raised her own sword and received the blow on its blade. Since she had time to close the distance and was now mere centimeters away from the devil, the part of the greatsword that hit her was close to the crossguard, and as such did not carry too much destructive force. Still, it was enough to send her crashing onto the ground, the sword sliding from her hand. Even with the three of them fighting together, they couldn't slow the cursed creature for more than a moment. But then, a moment was all they needed, because it gave Effie enough time to rejoin the fight. It also gave Kai the opportunity to take a shot. A black arrow streaked through the air and plunged right into the crack of the devil's visor. Sunny noticed a startled expression on the charming archer's face. He himself was stunned too. No one had expected Kai to actually hit the bastard right in the only chink in his armor, least of all Kai himself. The head of the Black Knight was violently jerked backward, but in the next moment Kai staggered and groaned. "Curse it, why am I always right? Ah, ah, ooh, 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 Come to, come jumping, come jumping, come jumping. Come jumping, come jumping, nom. Sunny had anticipated that result too. He had guessed a long time ago that there was no flesh beneath the menacing black armor. Rather, the armor itself was the nightmare creature, or at least the vessel for the evil soul of a powerful revenant. As such, there was no blood for the ghastly arrow to drink. That's why Kai had been affected by the backlash of his fallen memory despite hitting his target. Just in case something like that happened, Sunny had tasked the charming archer with fashioning a few mundane arrows out of splinters of bone that was everywhere on the forgotten shore. So Kai wasn't entirely out of the fight yet. However, the amount of damage he would be able to do to the terrifying devil was now extremely low. Damnation! But Sunny had no time to lament this turn of events. The battle was only growing more chaotic and fierce. Thanks to the incredible precision of Kai's shot, the Black Knight was disoriented for a moment. Effie arrived just at the right time to use it to their advantage. Leaning low, she used the momentum of her lunge and the bone-breaking weight of the dusk shard to deliver a devastating blow to the thigh of the steel giant. As another shock-wave of sound rolled through the grand hall, the fiend staggered. But a fraction of a second later, he brought his armored fist down on the mighty huntress, causing her to reel away with a pained scream. The pommel of the black sword lurched forward, catching Castor in the chest, despite how fast the proud legacy was moving. He crumbled to the floor like a broken mannequin. Lastly, the Black Knight turned his blade to Sunny, causing him to retreat. The damn bastard was simply unstoppable. None of their attacks had achieved anything except for annoying him a little. Not good, not good. Pushing herself off the ground, Nephis looked at the fallen devil that towered above her like a bastion of darkness. Her face was pale, and there was blood flowing from her mouth. What's worse, the silver sword had slid far away and was now out of her reach. The incandescent radiance disappeared from its blade, allowing for the darkness that hid in the corners of the grand caul to slowly begin crawling back. Nothing stood between her and the Black Knight anymore. Suddenly opening his eyes wide, Sonny glanced into the depths of the cathedral. And then a simple scream escaped from his lips. "Neff, run!" As the silver sword was extinguished, Changing Star lingered for a moment. White flames ignited in her eyes, and suddenly the pristine white breastplate of the Starlight Legion armor was enveloped in blinding white light. The darkness that had begun to seep back into the grand hall of the ancient temple reeled away once more. It appeared as though Nephis changed the target of her miraculous aspect ability and used her armor as its conduit instead of the sword. But from the side, it simply looked like there was a furious white star burning in her chest. Numb. That momentary delay almost cost her her life. As soon as Sonny's scream echoed through the cathedral, the terrifying black blade came down once again. This time, Nephis seemingly had no chance to escape, but somehow she did. Pushing herself off the marble floor, she twisted her body and barely avoided the falling guillotine of the Black Knight's greatsword, then swiftly rolled away. The next moment, she was already on her feet. As the devil lunged forward to crush her, Changing Star did something that no one would ever expect the proud daughter of the immortal Flame Clan to do. She turned her back to the enemy and ran. From their early days in the labyrinth, Sonny knew that Nephis could be incredibly fast when she wanted to. And indeed, just a second later, she was already far away. Cursing under his breath, he followed. No matter how fast Nephis was, the Black Knight was faster. The devil was already pursuing his runaway prey, moving with a celerity that seemed strange for a creature of his size, especially one clad in an incredibly heavy suit of steel armor. With each moment he drew closer and closer to Changing Star, his sword ready to reap her life. Straining his muscles to their limit, Sonny ran as fast as he could too, desperately trying to catch up to them. With Effie and Castor temporarily put out of commission and Cassie and Kai sidelined, he was the only one left. He had to make it in time, no matter what. If he didn't, come on. Gritting his teeth, Sonny somehow managed to accelerate even more. Nephis was already halfway through the grand hall of the cathedral. The statue of the nameless goddess on the far side of it must have appeared in her sight. It was then when she suddenly stopped and turned around, sliding on the marble floor a few meters because of the momentum. The silver sword had already been dismissed and summoned back from her soul sea. It seemed as though, out of desperation, Nephis decided to mount one last suicidal attack on the swiftly approaching steel giant. Or maybe she had just gone crazy. But it only seemed that way. The corners of Sonny's mouth curled upward. "That's my girl." Plan C was about to come to fruition. Changing Star had performed her role perfectly. Well, what else did Sonny expect from her? All that remained was to stall the Black Knight for a few seconds. The devil descended upon the silver-haired girl in a fury of obliterating black steel. Nephis met him with her usual calm resolve, dodging strike after strike with incredible skill. Just like a lifetime ago, when she had been facing Castor at the dojo of the academy, she used her understanding and control of the flow of combat to breach the gap in speed between her and her opponent. She wasn't as much reacting to the deadly blows delivered by the devil as predicting them, moving to evade the strikes of the black greatsword before they could even happen. Of course, this deadly dance could not last. The tiniest of mistakes would have been her last, and even if she didn't make any, Nephis was not going to be able to keep this level of concentration for long, not to mention the insane toll this fearsome clash took on her stamina and endurance. But she didn't have to. All she needed to do was to keep the bastard busy for a couple of seconds. And when those seconds ran out, A sudden crack of breaking stone resounded in the darkness of the ancient temple. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. In all the commotion, the stone saint had strangely disappeared. After Sunny had confirmed that the fallen devil was targeting Nephis above everyone else, their strongest combatant, his shadow, was nowhere to be seen. That, of course, was on purpose. She was laying the groundwork for the plan to work, while the rest of them kept the Black Knight distracted. The plan, however, could only happen in a certain spot in the Grand Hall. That was where Changing Star had to lure the Black Knight in case he fixated on her. Following the descriptions provided to her by Sunny, she led the devil deeper into the cathedral and stopped just in the right place. And then she engaged him in a fierce battle to give the saint time to close the trap, which she did by taking a running start and crashing with all her weight into one of the tall, magnificent pillars supporting the roof of the cathedral. This pillar, in particular, was damaged at the base, making it uniquely unstable. Sunny knew every corner of the ruined temple like the palm of his hand, so he knew about this flaw of the pillar as well. That had been what he based Plan C on. As Sunny ran, he could see everything that followed in all its majestic brutality. The breaking of stone resounded in the vast hall of the ancient temple. A net of cracks appeared on the massive, incredibly tall column and quickly spread to a deep gash in its base. Shards of stone flew in every direction, and the column began to topple. It seemed slow at first, but in fact it wasn't. In the center of the hall, the Black Knight paused his relentless onslaught for a moment and turned his head, following the sound of cracking stone. He was a second too late. As Nephis dashed away, the pillar fell on the devil, crushing him under countless tons of hard stone. The massive pillar plummeted down and fell right on the Black Knight. The devil turned slightly at the last moment, lowering his sword to the ground. His crimson eyes flashed with unassailable menace. As a thunderous crash resounded in the dark hall of the ruined cathedral, pieces of stone and clouds of dust flew into the air. Got you. A feeling of savage joy ignited in Sunny's heart. Without slowing down, he dove into the dust. Of course, he didn't think the fiend would be destroyed by his trap, but it had to do some damage to the fearsome black armor, at least. Nearing the place where he had last seen the tall, dark figure, Sunny witnessed an incredible sight. The pillar was floating high above the ground, its crushing weight resting on the shoulder of the steel giant. In the place of the impact, its surface had cracked and shattered. The Black Knight, however, had not escaped unscathed as well. His heavy breastplate fractured, revealing nothing but a mass of impenetrable, living darkness within. The pauldron on the shoulder that had received the blow was practically destroyed, leaving that whole arm hanging listlessly, twisted at a strange angle. The helmet of the devil was dented and covered by a net of small cracks, each seeping with ghostly crimson light. The Black Knight did not look good, if utterly terrifying. What was even better, though, was the fact that he was currently stuck under the pillar, unable to move. Sunny had to make use of that situation, but before he could, the devil raised his broken arm and placed it on the column. Then he lowered his head, as though gathering his strength, and effortlessly threw the monumental stone pillar into the air. Sunny's eyes widened. Diving down, he barely avoided the flying wall of granite. The pillar flew above his head and crashed down onto the marble floor, then rolled several times and came to a rest in a deafening rumble of shattering stone. The length of it blocked the grand hall, cutting the way for the rest of the cohort, and also Sunny's path of retreat. Now, not that he had any plans of retreating. Regaining his balance, Sunny brandished the midnight shard and dashed toward the wounded Black Knight for a vicious attack. Both he and the stone saint arrived at the same time. However, the fallen devil was still a force to be reckoned with. Despite the fact that his armor was cracked and his speed was somewhat diminished, there was still enough power in his body to obliterate all of them. Holding the great sword with one hand, he suddenly pulled it into a fearsome slash. The black blade whistled through the air, cutting a chaotic arc around the fiend. Sunny was forced to jump back, but the shadow managed to deflect the blow with her shield and redirect its power, slowing down only a little. In the next moment, she closed the distance to the Black Knight and delivered a terrible strike of her own, aiming at the base of his sword's blade. The knight simply moved the sword away, then violently bashed her in the head with the pommel, causing bits of the stone-like metal to fly into the air. The saint staggered back, the visor of her helmet shattered. Isming! Unlike the mass of darkness hiding in the black suit of steel armor, there was an actual face beneath hers. Sunny allowed himself to stare for a fraction of a second. This was his first time seeing the face of his shadow. After all, the stone saint looked just how he had imagined. Her skin was gray like granite, and the features of her face were almost like that of a human, with the exception that they were just too flawless. It was as though she had not been born, but actually cut from stone by a mad sculptor, one obsessed with absolute perfection. As the result, what should have been beautiful looked eerie and hideous instead. In fact, glancing at the inhumanly perfect face of his shadow, Sunny felt nothing but a cold sense of revulsion, fright even. The fact that her haunting face was utterly devoid of any hint of human emotion only made it even more disturbing. The shadow caught herself from falling and dashed to the side, avoiding another strike from the terrifying giant, which was effortlessly chained after the first one. The great sword fell down once more, shattering the marble plates of the floor in the spot she had been just a moment ago. It was then that Nephis rejoined the fight. The three of them attacked the Black Knight simultaneously, perfectly coordinating their assault. Changing Star threw her long sword forward, aiming to sever the broken arm of the devil entirely. The stone saint went after the great sword again, and Sunny did something crazy. Dashing to the enormous black blade, he stepped on its surface and ran up, using it as a ladder. He had a solid second of stability before the greatsword was pulled into another attack. Feeling it moving beneath his feet, Sunny used the momentum to jump up and grab onto the helmet of the terrifying fiend. Mounting the devil, he hung from the Black Knight's neck and delivered a savage stab at his shoulder. His aim was just a centimeter away from the edge of the pauldron. Sunny's hand was empty when he started the strike, but by the time it reached its mark, the moonlight shard was already grasped in it. Nerd. During their journey back to the Dark City, he had noticed that Ascended Memories received a less dramatic enhancement from the Crown of Dawn. Unlike the Awakened ones, they weren't elevated by almost an entire rank in terms of power. The augmentation, however, was still significant, enough to breach the gap between the ghostly stiletto and the armor of the fallen devil, at least. The needle-sharp point of the moonlight shard broke through the impenetrable steel and sunk deep into the shoulder joint of the indestructible black armor. Obviously, Sunny knew that this strike would not do a lot of damage to the fiend, but dealing damage was not his goal. Devil or not, fallen or not, the Black Knight still had to obey the laws of physics, in particular having several inches of steel, glass, stuck in the joint of his armor was inevitably going to reduce the mobility of his arm. Indeed, with both of his arms damaged, the speed with which the fiend was able to move his greatsword around considerably diminished. It was still utterly terrifying, nevertheless, but not insurmountable anymore. Just a moment faster than the Black Knight, the stone saint stepped over the black blade and pinned it to the floor with one of her greaves. Using all of her weight to keep it down, she threw her sword aside and raised her shield high above her head with both hands. For a moment, time slowed down, and then the shadow brought the shield down, delivering a devastating blow to the weakest point of the greatsword. The rim of the stone shield hit against the black steel, and with a deafening ringing, the great sword shattered, augmented by the shadow, and with the help of 900 fragments that Sunny had collected, the saint had become incredibly strong. The graceful stone body of the taciturn monster hid incredible power to begin with, and now it was vastly enhanced. Holding her shield with both hands, the shadow delivered a devastating blow at the weakest point of the black blade. The blade, which was pinned between the marble floor and her greave, rang deafeningly and shattered. Still mounting the Black Knight, Sunny grinned with vicious joy. Then he let go of the dented helmet of the devil and pushed himself off, performing a backward flip and landing nimbly several meters away. Nephis immediately disengaged, too. Both of them knew that there was nothing more dangerous than an enemy on the brink of death. With nothing to lose, humans often relinquished any sense of self-preservation and turned berserk, taking their killer with them to the grave. Nightmare creatures were much the same, only more terrifying. Despite the fact that Sunny was sure that the devil's weakness hid in his sword, he wasn't certain what would happen if the blade was actually broken. Hopefully, the Black Knight would just crumble into a pile of steel. If not, it would be better to be far away when they found out. As the shards of the black blade rained on the floor and the stone saint fell on one knee, a shudder ran through the devil's body. The darkness hiding in the corners of the ruined cathedral suddenly boiled and lunged forward in a wave, but none of it reached the Black Knight, annihilated by the radiance of changing stars' intricate white armor. The devil froze in a twisted pose, his hands powerlessly hanging down, his back bent. The black steel of his armor was rusting. It was swiftly turning dull brown, its luster gone, its once impregnable surface looking corroded and brittle. Then he slowly and laboriously raised his head and turned it slightly to the side, as if staring at the face of the nameless goddess whose statue oversaw the dark hall of the ruined cathedral for thousands of years. As the devil looked at the goddess, the crimson light of his eyes slowly weakened and dimmed, and then suddenly exploded into furious red flames. The rusty armor came apart, exposing the mass of darkness hiding within. The darkness stretched its limbs and rose above the kneeling shadow, the parts of the armor that floated in it giving the creature a vaguely humanoid shape, revealing its true form. A ghostly colossus made of darkness and rusting steel towered above the taciturn monster, like an omen of death, two crimson fires burning furiously in the black depths. Another flame appeared just beneath them, like a twisted mouth made from the flames of hell. And then a terrifying roar shook the ancient temple. Sunny took an involuntary step back, a feeling of dread rising from the depths of his soul. His eyes searched for Nephis and found her standing a few meters behind the stone saint. Changing Star was hesitating, looking at the dark apparition with an uncertain expression. She caught his gaze, lingered for a moment, and then nodded, understanding what Sunny wanted to convey, without the need for any words. Then Nephis cautiously backed away, not letting the devil out of her sight. What was going to happen next was not something a human could survive, not a sleeper at least. With a harrowing fury, the creature of darkness crashed down on the shadow. Its hands tore through the air and wrapped around the taciturn monster's neck, then raised the living statue in the air as if her stone body weighed nothing. The devil brought the saint high above the marble floor of the ruined cathedral and squeezed her neck as if trying to strangle her. A net of cracks streaked through the shadow's armor, bits of stone falling down. Through all of it, the emotionless expression on the hauntingly inhuman face of the saint did not change one bit. But in her ruby eyes, a hint of a feeling appeared, much stronger than ever before: disdain. Letting go of the shield, she raised her hands, grasped the vambraces of the rusting armor, and easily shattered them in her grip. As another roar resounded in the darkness, the taciturn monster fell back to the ground. Landing with nimble grace, she instantly dodged the claws of the apparition, which had bent down to shatter the living statue once and for all. Then she took a step forward. The stone saint was right beneath the leaning devil now. As her ruby eyes flashed with ruthlessness, she lunged forward and delivered a crushing blow to his chest. Her gauntlet tore through the breastplate of the rusted armor and sank deep into the living darkness, right where a human heart would have been, or a soul core. A moment later, the crimson flames burning in the depths of the dark creature exploded into a wave of blinding red light and disappeared. The dark essence of the devil dissipated like fog, its remnants vanquished by changing stars' radiance. The pieces of armor fell to the ground in a clangor of steel. The terrifying devil of the cathedral, the Black Knight, was dead. Sonny threw his head back and let out an exhilarated, vengeful laugh. Die, die, you bastard, die and go to hell, forever. Oh, revenge tasted so great. A moment later, the voice of the spell whispered sweetly into his ear, "Do you have slain fallen devil, forsaken knight?" Sonny smiled. "Anything else you want to add? A memory? An echo?" However, a moment later, he forgot all about the spell. A cold shiver ran down his spine, because right in front of him, something very strange was happening to the stone saint. Her hand was still raised, frozen in the same position as when she had pierced the heart of the living darkness with her fist, and in it, what the hell is that thing? Grasped in the shadow's fist was a strange, beautiful, and ominous gem. It was utterly black, as though suffused with impenetrable darkness. The glossy black surface seemed to devour light, turning the vast hall of the ruined cathedral even darker than it had been before. Deep within that black void, crimson flames burned with a menacing red glow. It was pulsating in a slow and bizarre rhythm, drowning everything around in dim red light. Painted by it, the stone saint seemed to be drenched in blood. The gem she held looked like a bloody, still beating heart that she had torn out of someone's chest. Gazing at it, Sonny felt a strange sense of foreboding. What the hell is that thing? The gem looked sort of like a soul shard, but different. He had never seen a black shard, to begin with, or one radiating such an intense glow. It also didn't seem like a piece of a broken core. On the contrary, it appeared whole. Is that what a soul core of a nightmare creature looks like? No, not a soul core. A soul? Stunned, Sonny counted the crimson flames burning in the depths of the black gem. 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 flames for the 4 cores of fallen devil. The thing that his shadow held in her hand was the Black Knight's soul, or some sort of his essence, at least. But how had it turned into a material form? Did the stone saint do it? If so, how? No. Why? What is she doing with it? As Sonny and Nephis looked in stunned silence, the shadow finally moved. Bringing the black gem close to her face, she lingered for a moment. A hint of a dark, macabre emotion appeared in her eyes. And then the stone saint swallowed it. Sonny blinked. No, what? The shadow opened her mouth, bit into the eerie crystal, and swallowed it. Just like that, the soul of the Black Knight was devoured. The red glow it emanated disappeared, returning the world to its natural shade, and a moment after that, the stone saint fell into the shadows and disappeared too. Wait, I didn't dismiss her. What the hell is happening? Nephis looked at him with a perplexed expression. What just happened? What did she do? For once, Sonny didn't have to twist the truth and deceive anyone. Opening his mouth, he honestly said, "I have no idea." Walking over to the pile of rusty steel that remained after the devil had been destroyed, Sonny moved it around with his foot for a bit and then mumbled, "There's no shards left. It's empty." Changing Star remained silent for a few moments, then frowned. Finally, she said, "Your echo is very peculiar. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk." While everyone was recovering from the fight and tending to their wounds, Sonny walked to a secluded corner and dove into the soul sea. The tranquil expanse of still water met him with familiar silence. Glancing at the rows of motionless shadows standing at the edge of it, Sonny noticed that the Black Knight had joined their ranks. The steel giant stood among all the other creatures Sonny had slain, just as empty as the rest of them. There was no trace of the menacing and deadly fallen devil left. Now he was just one of the shadows. Sonny grinned. "Welcome, you bastard. Make yourself at home. You're not going anywhere else ever anyway." A feeling of deep, dark satisfaction grasped his heart. Staring at the motionless form of his sworn enemy, Sonny had to stop himself from kicking the Black Knight with all his strength. He was just a shadow now, after all. Kicking him would have been like kicking the air. Plus, Sonny wasn't vindictive to that degree. Killing the bastard once was enough for him. Who's the one laughing now, huh? I won't deny it, you got me good, but I'm still breathing while you're dead. At the end of the day, that's all that matters. This world, no, both this world and the real one were full of creatures that were bigger, stronger, and more powerful than Sonny. Many of them had either threatened his existence or felt compelled to treat him like dirt to show their superiority. But he was still here despite all of them, neither destroyed nor subjugated. He was free, alive, and growing stronger with each day. One day, they would be the ones cowering in front of him or be destroyed by him, just like the Black Knight had been. With a dark expression, Sonny turned away and walked to stand beneath the black sun of his shadow core. Then he summoned the Stone Saint, but nothing happened. Sonny frowned, then repeated the summon again, to the same effect. Suddenly worried, he willed the runes to appear in the air in front of him. Luckily, his worst fears did not come true. The Stone Saint was still listed as his shadow. Then what is going on with her? Concentrating on the runes describing her name, Sonny made it expand and read. Shadow, Stone Saint, Shadow Rank, Awakened, Shadow Class, Monster, Shadow Attributes, Kukuku, Padanmam, Shadow Description, Padanmand, Shadow Description, Mado, Shadow Description, Manialine. So far, everything was the same. Even the number of shadow fragments he had fed her did not change. However, there was a new string of runes shimmering beneath that number where nothing had been before. When Sonny saw it, his eyes widened. The runes read, Manavitia, Fenponda Finance. He lingered for a few moments and then looked up at the shadow core. Somewhere inside, his shadow was resting in the waves of nurturing dark flames, her very being going through a mysterious transformation. It appeared as though consuming the soul of the Black Knight had allowed her to enter a stage of growth that Sonny had not anticipated. How long would that evolution process take? And what kind of a transformation was the saint going through? Sonny had no idea. However, he couldn't wait to find out. Evolving, the Stone Saint was evolving. Leaving the mindscape of the soul sea, Sonny furrowed his brow. His eyes, however, were full of excitement. What exactly about her was going to change, though? There weren't that many possibilities. It could be either her rank, her class, or her attributes. It was logical to assume that by defeating an opponent of a higher rank, the Shadow would be able to ascend to a new rank herself. However, there was a flaw in that logic. The Black Knight wasn't the first fallen creature Sonny and the Saint had slain. In fact, he was the third, with the Corpse Eater and the Spire Messenger being the first two. That's not even counting the 2 iron spiders the living statue had butchered before falling to Sunny's blade herself. But she had not done anything like pulling a black gem out of their corpses before. So, most likely, what allowed her to absorb the soul of that particular nightmare creature was not the mere fact of its incredible power. It was the strange but obvious kinship that the two of them shared. At least Sunny felt that this guess of his was right. That didn't help him understand what changes would occur to the taciturn monster, though. Still, it was a very valuable piece of information to learn. In the future, if Sunny wanted to evolve his shadows, he would have to find not only a powerful, but also a suitable opponent for them to defeat, a kindred abomination of higher rank or class. Tilting his head, he tried to remember if there was another creature on the forgotten shore he knew of whose soul could be fed to the saint. For a moment, the image of the walking colossus appeared in his mind. Yeah, no, not gonna even think about that. Shaking his head, Sunny smiled slightly and walked over to his companions. Now that their deal had been concluded, the future he was so afraid of was finally upon them. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. The light of lanterns invaded the spacious room that had once belonged to the priestess of this ancient temple. With 6 people entering its peaceful haven, however, it didn't seem so vast anymore. Sunny looked around and sighed. The hidden quarters were just like he had left him. There were pieces of simple but luxurious furniture carved out of pale wood, with a few mismatched things that he had scavenged from the ruins. The stone walls were decorated with intricate engravings. An empty chest that used to be full of shimmering soul shards stood dark and empty. Feeding the stone saint had really bankrupted him. Sadly, being the master of a hungry shadow was not the cheapest of ambitions. On one of the walls, sets of lines were scratched into the stone, marking all the days he had spent living in the ruined cathedral. For a long time, this had been his home. The best home he ever had, really, which was a sad thing to say about a windowless stone room hidden in the middle of a cursed city. But Sunny liked it a lot. He was going to miss this dark, quiet place very much. The other members of the cohort, with the exception of Effie and Cassie, were looking around with interest. Even Neff showed a bit of curiosity. With a strange look on his face, Kai turned to Sunny and asked, This is where you lived?" Sunny raised an eyebrow and shrugged. "Yeah, why?" The beautiful archer smiled with visible delight. "No, nothing. It's just that this place is so tasteful. I did not expect your residence to be this chic." "What is that supposed to mean?" Sunny frowned. "What did you expect it to be?" Kai looked down, suddenly flustered. "Oh, for some reason I always imagined you sleeping on a floor in a cave. Yeah, stupid, I know. Why would there be a cave in a temple?" Hearing that, Effie couldn't help but laugh. Wait till you see what's in his closet, Knight." Sunny gave her a menacing look, but thought better of saying anything. He understood that the huntress was just trying to lighten the mood. Knowing what was going to come next, every member of the cohort was consumed by fear and doubt right now. Effie more than the rest, because her role in the spectacle that Gunlag had planned for them was especially cruel. Sunny sighed. A bit later, they were sitting around the hearth, the smell of food still lingering in the air. Everyone was silent, looking at the fire, their minds consumed with dark thoughts. Sunny knew that he had to make a decision now, but felt reluctant to do so. Instead, he just watched the shadows dance on the walls of the hidden chamber. After a while, Nephis finally broke the silence. Turning to him, she lingered for a bit and then asked, "We will be leaving in the morning. Will you come with us?" Her voice sounded even, as always, but Sunny knew her well enough to discern notes of a suppressed emotion in it. Hope. Hope is the poison that will get you killed. But no, this was the old Sunny talking. one who was comfortable hiding behind his insanity, one who had given up, who was too afraid to face the ruthless truth and pay the price to take what belonged to him was his by right: triumph, salvation, and hope. Sonny was done being afraid. With a calm expression, he looked at Nephis and said, "The day after tomorrow. I still have things to finish in the Dark City. I will join you the day after tomorrow, for better or worse." She was silent for a few moments, and then a soft smile appeared on her face. "Thank you. I have some preparations to make too. We will return to the bright castle together then." He gave her a nod and turned away. Nephis had never shown any sign of being able to feel fear, at least not that he remembered, but he knew that it was just a front. In fact, she knew fear all too well, better than anyone here, except maybe for him. She was introduced to it at a very young age, after all. So he suspected that behind her indifferent face and even voice, she must have been scared too. She was just a young girl, after all, and it was she who was going to fight the immortal Bright Lord to the death soon, not them. Sonny looked at the shadows. One day, after one day, the prophecy will begin to come true. As soon as the dawn came, bringing with it the mournful sound of retreating waves, Nephis and her cohort left the ruined cathedral. Sonny remained alone, standing on the edge between the darkness of the old temple and the light of the new day. Lingering in the ornate doorway, he remained motionless for a while and watched as the artificial sun rose into the bleak gray skies above the cursed city. After months spent in the company of other humans, being by himself once again felt strange, just like it had felt strange to be with other people after all the time he had spent on his own here before that. Turning around, Sonny returned into the darkness. The grand hall of the ruined cathedral was peaceful and quiet. Without the menacing steel guardian, there was no one here to disturb the silence anymore. Even the darkness that populated the corners was empty and docile now, not at all the living entity it had been once. It felt sort of lonesome. Freely walking through the echoing expanse of the magnificent hall, Sonny looked around, taking in the sight of the cathedral that had sheltered him in the past from a new perspective. Despite spending so much time here, he had never seen it like this, in the same way the inhabitants of the Dark City must have seen it all those years ago. Sonny had only looked down on the hall from the height of one of the ancient temple's support beams. It looked majestic, but it was also not safe anymore. With the Black Knight dead, no one was left to defend the cathedral from the nightmare creatures that would want to claim it as their nest. So Sonny couldn't stay here for long, not that he had the luxury of that choice anymore. Throwing one last look at the beautiful dark hall, Sonny sighed and began climbing the statue of the nameless goddess, asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Back in the hidden chamber, it was once again utterly dark. Sonny hesitated for a bit and began collecting his belongings. It didn't take him long. Growing attached to material things was pointless on the forgotten shore. There was no way to take them with him to the real world, after all, if he was even going to survive that long. But he still felt sad leaving all of his spoils behind. Back in the real world, Sonny never had a home like this, nor a lot of stuff to call his own. He had dreamed of enjoying a lavish lifestyle after becoming an awakened, but got stuck in this hell instead. This spacious room he called his home was a form of consolation, but now he had to leave. In the end, he only took the bare necessities and then tidied the place up, wishing to leave it clean and orderly, despite knowing that there was little chance of anyone stumbling on this place again. After everything was done, Sonny glanced at the tranquil room and hesitated for a bit. Then he walked over to the wall where he had once scratched countless lines into the stone to count the days and summoned the prowling thorn. He wanted to leave a mark of his presence here. something to tell that he had lived in this hidden chamber, in the ancient ruined cathedral, in the dark city, on the forgotten shore, in this world. A small mark to witness that he had been here, had struggled here, and then left to fight for a chance to escape. Sonny wanted to come up with some profound words, but nothing came to mind. He wasn't really a profound person anyway. What he really wanted to carve into the wall was his true name. But even now, the paranoia stopped him. What if someone would come here one day and read it out loud? What a funny disaster that would be. Finally, he raised the kunai and carved something beneath the lines that marked the days he had spent living in the ruined cathedral. Then, Sonny turned around and walked away. There were 2 runes left on the wall behind him, one meaning sun, the other meaning loss. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. There were 2 things Sonny wanted to accomplish before tomorrow morning. One was in the ruins of a library that he had never finished exploring, and the other one was right here in the ruined cathedral. Returning to the grand hall with his rucksack on his shoulder, Sonny walked past the statue of the nameless goddess and dove into one of the doors leading into the temple's inner sanctum. He had never been there before, kept away by the living darkness and the black night. But now that the devil was gone, Sonny was finally going to see what was hidden inside. Walking through the rooms and corridors that the priests and priestesses had once used, he looked around and didn't notice anything of interest. Everything was pretty much destroyed and ruined, with only a few mundane things remaining untouched. There was nothing here at all, at least that was what others would think. Sonny, however, suddenly stopped in front of a certain wall and tilted his head. There was nothing special about that wall, at least nothing that could be seen, but he could feel a heavy mass of shadows hiding behind it, as though there was a hollow space there. After searching for a while, he found a hidden lever and pressed it, or at least he tried. The ancient mechanism had rusted through and disintegrated over the thousands of years of neglect, of course. With a sigh, Sonny summoned the midnight shard, looked closer at the hollow wall, and inserted the tachi into the seam between its moving parts. Then he unceremoniously used the unbreakable blade as a lever and pushed with all his inhuman strength. With a terrible scraping sound, a part of the wall slid away. The air rushed past Sonny, entering the dark mouth of a narrow corridor. Behind it, a set of stone stairs led down, deep down underground. With a resentful grimace, Sonny flourished the midnight shard to shake off the dust that clung to it, put it on his shoulder, and entered the secret passage. The hidden passage led Sonny underground, twisting and turning through the mass of stone. Despite the fact that he had been cautiously walking forward for a few minutes now, Sonny felt that he was still beneath the cathedral. In fact, by his estimation, he was approaching its center. And indeed, right beneath the spot where the statue of the goddess should have been, the narrow passage opened into a larger room. In it, a deep well leading even further down was situated, with a winding staircase spiraling down into the darkness. Sonny frowned. What is it with this place and creepy dark wells? Going further down was going to place him dangerously close to the catacombs. He knew all too well what kind of danger that would pose. The last time Sonny had ventured into the maze of ancient tunnels below the city, he barely escaped alive. After hesitating for a while, he stepped onto the staircase and began descending. Deep, ancient shadows surrounded Sonny, giving him a little comfort. At least he was among his kin. After a minute or so of walking down the stairwell, Sonny entered a large chamber that seemed to be carved into the bedrock, as opposed to being constructed by human hand. On the other side of it, a large door forged from black steel stood, illuminated by 2 burning torches. 2 thoughts entered Sonny's mind simultaneously. The first one was that the metal from which the monolithic door was made looked eerily familiar. It was the same dark, lusterless, impenetrable alloy that the Black Knight had been made of. The second thought was even more disturbing. Then, how come those torches are still burning? Had they been aflame for several thousand years? Come to think of it, the torches looked very strange. They seemed to be producing light, but it was pale and ghostly. There was no heat that came with it, too. The shadows cast by the ghostly flames were the most disturbing, though. Because of the movements of the fire, they were supposed to be dancing on the floor, but instead the shadows were absolutely motionless. It was as though the light of the torches had trapped and paralyzed them somehow. Sonny thought for a while, and then ordered his own shadow to stay back. The shadow did not protest. In fact, it was visibly relieved. Taking a few exaggerated steps back, it merged with the deep darkness at the exit of the stairwell and waited there, glancing nervously at the strange, motionless shadows from time to time. Sonny cautiously approached the black door and lowered the midnight shard into a protective stance. He was ready to face any sort of danger, but nothing attacked him. The only thing that happened was a sudden chill that ran through Sonny's body when he had entered the circle of light cast by the two ghostly torches. These torches they are definitely some sort of a protective charm. I am almost sure that their power can harm even shadows. The question he had to ask himself, though, was this. Were the torches meant to keep something from entering the space that hid behind the black door? Or were they meant to keep something in? Well, there was only one way to find out. What Sonny was doing seemed absolutely crazy, but in fact it was not. He had not come into this underground chamber just because of idle curiosity, or because of being blinded by greed and the prospect of finding a treasure. What led him here and pushed him to study the black door was his intuition. By now, Sonny had to admit that his intuition was more than a mere manifestation of his subconscious. It had turned out to be correct one too many times, especially ever since he had consumed the drop of ichor. After that day, he was able to sense the presence of divinity, and sometimes he was even drawn to it, like he was drawn to this cathedral and to the mysterious key that lay buried in the body of the Lord of the Dead. The two seemed connected, and Sonny felt that he was about to find out how and why. But it was not all his intuition was capable of. There were other aspects to it, too. In fact, Sonny suspected that it had more to do with his attribute than it had to do with the ift. If he were to guess, he would say that after he had been changed by the ichor, that attribute was slightly enhanced, giving him the ability to sense subtle tremors that ran through the strings of fate from time to time, the strings that were apparently tightly wrapped around his body. The combination of the change that happened to his eyes and his close relationship with those strings gave Sonny a slight affinity to revelations and fate, similar to the one Cassie had possessed, but infinitely less potent. It was enough to guide him to this door and make him want to open it. Nevertheless, stepping close to the monolithic black door, Sonny gazed at it and came to the conclusion that not even an entire army would have been able to break through this monstrous barrier. There was, however, a small keyhole hidden on its dark surface. Pulling on the string tied around his neck, Sonny took off the small metal key that hung on it and gripped it tightly in his hand. After hesitating for a few moments, he carefully inserted the key into the lock of the black door. It fit perfectly. As soon as Sonny put the key into the lock, the faint light of divinity it emanated suddenly became a little bit brighter. Sonny sighed, then readied himself and turned the key. Something clicked inside the metal door, and then it silently opened. The pale light of the ghostly torches swayed, as though moved by an otherworldly wind. Behind the door, a small room was carved into the rock, and in it, a corpse in a dark mantle was chained to the floor inside a circle. Sonny couldn't tell if the corpse belonged to a man or a woman because there was a strange mask covering its face. The mask was made out of black lacquered wood and carved to resemble the face of a ferocious demon. Its teeth were bared, with 4 fangs protruding from its mouth. The mask was crowned with 3 twisted horns. Inside the black chasms of its eyes, there was nothing but utter darkness. Sonny held his breath, affected by the disturbing scene in front of him. The corpse was kneeling on the floor of the small cell, its hands chained to the floor. There was a circle carved into the stone around it, with countless symbols that Sonny could not understand surrounding it. However, the circle was broken. In the thousands of years since the fall of the Dark City, the floor of the dungeon cell had cracked, with several fractures running straight through the intricate engraving. Whatever it was the circle was meant to contain had either perished or escaped a long time ago. Now, the only thing that remained was a withered corpse. Coming closer, Sonny took another look at the person who had been imprisoned and died under the ruined cathedral, in a cell situated exactly beneath the statue of the nameless goddess. Because of the dark mantle and the black lacquered mask, Sonny couldn't glean a lot of information about the corpse. It seemed to belong to a human, but other than that, everything about it was a mystery. What terrible sin had this person committed to be condemned to this awful death? Strangely, Sonny's intuition was silent. It was as though there was nothing in front of him at all. To his 6th sense, the prisoner of the underground cell appeared as an empty space. Weird. This person had clearly been either hated or feared a lot to be locked behind all these barriers. Surely, finding such a creature would affect my fate. Why don't I feel anything then? With a tense frown, he took a deep breath and carefully stepped inside the circle. It was then that Sonny noticed a chaotic mess of runes drawn on the floor near the prisoner's left hand. The sight of them almost sent him into a seizure. Staggering away, Sonny fell to his knees and threw up. Ah, damn it! Those runes, those were the same runes the spell used to describe the mysterious unknown. Only here, the intensity of the terrible effect they had on the mind of anyone who saw them was much, much stronger. What the hell? Wiping his mouth, Sonny grimaced and glanced at the masked corpse with a bit of resentment. Then he picked himself off the floor, took a deep breath, and looked at the terrible runes once again. Immediately, Sonny felt a splitting headache and a sickening, terrible sensation spreading through his mind. It was as though all his thoughts and memories were being torn and twisted. But despite all of it, Sonny persevered and kept staring at the final message that the prisoner had left behind. He knew he couldn't read the runes. He didn't know that particular language, and the spell either was forbidden, incapable, or refused to translate them. But for some reason, Sonny felt compelled to try. Fighting through the intense pain, he slowly studied the strange runes. And then, suddenly, his eyes widened, because right below the chaotic mess of them, a line of text was written in the script he was familiar with, the usual runic language that the spell always used. This time, it did not provide any translation. Luckily, Sonny had studied these runes and knew enough about them to understand what was written himself. The last thing the person imprisoned under the cathedral wrote before succumbing to death made him shudder. Scratched into the stone was a short prayer. Hail Weaver, demon of fate, firstborn of the unknown, asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Sonny stared at the runes until he was on the verge of losing consciousness. Only then did he turn away and close his eyes. The nauseating dissonance of the terrible runes stayed carved into his mind. Only after several minutes passed did it fade a little, allowing him to breathe again. So, the mysterious weaver whose forbidden lineage he had inherited was, in fact, associated with fate, just like Sonny himself. What were the chances? That's fated for you, I guess. The word he translated as demon wasn't the one used to describe nightmares creatures of the third rank, but a different one. Perhaps calling it a spirit or a daemon would have been more suitable, a mortal but powerful and ominous deity, one different from gods but sharing the same nature. However, Sunny wasn't that versed in mystical terminology. All he knew was that the runic language was incredibly rich in words, describing all types of monsters and creatures, while the human language wasn't. Hence, demon was fine with him. Apart from the tantalizing revelation about the mysterious weaver, he had noticed one other important thing by forcing himself to study the runes. Before, Sunny had thought that there was a single entity that the spell refused to call by its name and simply described as unknown, leading him to call it the unknown. Yes, Sunny was not that imaginative when it came to word choice. Whether the unknown were a kind of beings, a single existence, or a force of nature, he did not know. But now he realized that there were actually two types of forbidden runes, and two things that the spell did not know how or did not want to mention. One was the same as those used in the description of the drop of ichor, which stated that the vile thieving bird was hated both by the gods and by the unknown. It also said that the reflection of the unknown stayed forever frozen in the depths of Weaver's pupils, and that just looking at it drove the thieving bird mad. The other was the same as those used in the description of the stone saint, which was created by the last child of the unknown, and now here by the dead prisoner, who had called Weaver the firstborn of the unknown. What the hell is all of this supposed to mean? His suspicion that Weaver had something to do with the creation of the nightmare spell only grew stronger after learning that he, she, it, they had something to do with the domain of fate. After all, the spell seemed to be weaved out of numerous strings of fate, and there was this being called Weaver who had the blood of gods in their veins, but was also somehow connected to the unknown. Feeling his headache only growing stronger, Sunny winced and shook his head. Later. I will think about it later. There would be time to ponder about all this later, or not if he dies trying to escape the forgotten shore. Either way, that time was not now. Turning back to the chained corpse, Sunny cautiously avoided looking at the dangerous runes and kneeled in front of it. He wanted to know what was hiding behind the mask, but as soon as he touched it, the corpse suddenly shattered and fell apart, turning into dust right in front of his eyes. Even its dark mantle rotted and disappeared, as though the thousands of years that had passed since the fall of the Dark City and the destruction of the cathedral finally caught up with it. Soon, all that was left was a pile of dust, and the lacquered mask lying on top of it, its black surface glinting slightly in the pale light of the ghostly torches. Sunny looked at the black mask and the darkness hiding in its eyes. Its features were not as much contorted as fearsome by nature. It was simultaneously fearsome and somber, bestial and regal, as though existing at the border of all things. But most of all, the striking mask radiated a sense of mystery. The vicious fangs, the twisting horns, the black lacquered wood of it all. Once again, his intuition was silent. There was nothing he felt toward the black mask, as though it didn't even exist. How strange. Sunny waited for a few moments, then picked up the mask and brought it to his face to take a closer look at it. But just a moment after his fingers touched the sleek surface of the polished wood, the mask suddenly disintegrated into a swarm of countless white sparks. Acting like water, the stream of light flowed towards Sunny's chest and entered into his body, disappearing into the dark depths of his shadow core. The voice of the spell thundered suddenly, louder than it had ever been before. Sunny remained motionless for a few seconds, thinking about what just happened. By now, he knew that some memories could exist outside of the soul cores, just like how shard memories did. Was the black mask one of them? Somehow, he felt that it wasn't. Why, I am even guessing. Let's just take a look. The reason he was lingering was because of the magnitude of the situation. Sonny didn't know anything about the mysterious mask, but he believed that this relic of the past was truly unusual. The circumstances that had led to its discovery were too extraordinary, and the place it was hidden in was too uncanny to think otherwise, so he was understandably apprehensive. With a bit of tension, Sonny dove into his soul sea and looked up at the spheres of light floating around the black sun of the shadow core. There was a new one there, which seemed to be much brighter than the rest. Summoning it down, he soon found himself looking into the eyes of the dark mask that hovered in front of him. It was as though he was facing an invisible person wearing it. Shifting uncomfortably, Sonny lowered his gaze a little and looked beneath the black lacquered wood. A moment later, he had to suppress the involuntary desire to cover his eyes with a hand. Inside the black mask, 7 radiant embers were burning with such intensity that it almost blinded him. All around them, incalculable ethereal strings were weaved into a pattern so vast and intricate that it almost seemed boundless. 7 anchors, gods! Stunned by the visage of the mask's spell-weave, Sonny hesitated for a bit and summoned the runes that described it. What he saw made him take a step back and gasp. Memory, rank, divine, memory tier, 7. Memory type, tool, memory description, mind undine and dines, blivet in dar nines, hillam de mingstu, memory rank, divine, mind undine and damdi. No one knew Weaver's thoughts, Weaver's face, and Weaver's heart. Even the gods could not see what hid behind the mask. Memory enchantments, Mingstend in Damdi. Sonny had to look away for a moment to take a breath. Divine memory of the 7th tier, holy hell. Words weren't enough to describe his astonishment. He was, however, surprised to see that the mask only had 3 enchantments. Sonny expected such a powerful memory to have dozens of them, judging by how boundless and insanely complicated the weave of it was. There had to be that much at least. Just what were these 3 enchantments to require a myriad of diamond strings to support them? Turning back to the runes, he concentrated on the enchantments and read further. Enchantment description. Hildi descrimund. That description sounded very simple, but looking at the spell weave of the black mask, Sonny could tell that this enchantment was anything but. In fact, it was so vast and powerful that his mind was failing to even comprehend the scale of it. The enchantment was indeed designed to protect the identity of the person wearing the mask from prying eyes, but what it actually meant was that any form of detection was powerless against it. And Sonny suspected that any was not a figure of speech in this case, but simply a constatation of fact. For example, Cassie's aspect ability, which allowed her to see a person's attributes, would not work on someone wearing the mask. There were countless similar abilities among the awakened, none of which would work either. I guess that explains why my intuition was silent about the prisoner and the mask itself. Whatever kind of fate-related 6th sense I have is also countered by that thing. Even more terrifying was the fact that the enchantment was not aimed at just the awakened. The description of the Weaver's mask stated that even the gods could not see through it, and it was honest truth. Nothing could penetrate the barriers of the mantle of lies, not even the sight of a god. Sonny gulped. Scary. But then, this incredible and frightening enchantment did not even take up 1/10 of the volume of the ethereal diamond strings hiding beneath the surface of the black lacquered mask. The second enchantment was much the same. It was called, by which the spell was telling Sonny that it wasn't going to say anything about it. Its description was also empty. However, Sonny could tell that it had something to do with sight just by looking at the weave. He could also tell that it was not a passive enchantment, but an active one, meaning that currently he could not access it. Usually that would mean that he would be able to once he became a true awakened, but in this case the amount of soul essence required to keep the enchantment activated for more than a fraction of a second was so vast that no awakened would have been able to. Only a saint would, perhaps. However, Sunny was not sure that he wanted to try, even if he had the ability. The things Weaver saw were capable of driving unholy creatures insane, so it was wise to avoid going anywhere near that enchantment in the future, most likely. Most of the spell weave of the Weaver's mask, however, was dedicated to the third enchantment, one that was called a simple trick. Judging by the mind-boggling complexity of the pattern that made it possible, that trick of Weaver's was anything but simple, though. It was the most bizarre, intricate, and ingenious thing that Sunny had ever seen. Curious, he glanced at the description and froze. His eyes opened wide. The runes gleaming in the air read, Enchantment, Enchantment Description, Enchantment Description, Indi bees, Indi beev thee. Sunny remained silent for a long time, staring at the black mask. The tranquil sea of his soul was still and silent, not at all like the storm that was currently raging in his heart. After a while, he thought, that Weaver was one sly guy, girl, person, being. Well, the fact that I don't even know that much only serves to prove the point, and I thought I was good at deceit and manipulation. How devious one must be to not let even the gods, even the nightmare spell, know anything about them. But it was fitting, in a strange kind of way. If Weaver's domain was that of fate, there was no other way. Fate was a terrifying but subtle tool. Manipulating it to your advantage required a very special kind of genius, one that was directly opposite to any kind of directness, straightforwardness, and brutal power. However, if given the choice, Sunny would have preferred to face War God in battle than to make someone like Weaver his enemy. Masterful liars were far more dangerous than deadly warriors. He knew it better than most. Iadonk, Iamgo, Yanstor, Yant Mat. Exiting the soul sea, Sunny hesitated for a little and then summoned the Weaver's mask. The cool wooden surface of the mask appeared on his face, held in place by some invisible force. Immediately his vision changed slightly. Everything became sharper, clearer, more vivid. Sunny could feel the mask reaching into his eyes and connecting to something, the strange legacy he had inherited by consuming the drop of Weaver's blood. He sensed his intuition becoming more potent, too. It was as though he could almost see the mysterious strings of fate that span across the entire world. Almost. Glancing at the pile of dust that remained of the prisoner, Sunny frowned slightly. The identity of the person who had been wearing the Weaver's mask remained a secret. Just who had this corpse belonged to, and how had they ended up chained to the floor in a hidden dungeon cell beneath the majestic cathedral? The easiest thing to assume was that it was Weaver themselves, but Sunny dismissed that theory immediately. From everything he knew about the original master of the mask, the power of that creature was just below that of the gods and that of the unknown, perhaps. If Weaver appeared on the Forgotten Shore, the whole Dark City would have been wiped out of existence before any harm was done to them. So who could have been wearing Weaver's mask? Some powerful carrier of the nightmare spell that had received it as a memory, just how Sunny did. Well, if Weaver was really a daemon, which was a strange kind of a lesser deity, was there a cult dedicated to them? Had there been priests and followers of Weaver? The message the prisoner had left behind sounded awfully close to a prayer. Had that person been deemed a heretic and condemned to this place for that reason? Sunny sighed. There was no way to know. Hesitating for a bit, he turned away and left the somber dungeon cell behind. He only had this one day to finish all the things he had left undone in the Dark City. There was no time for fruitless pondering. Once outside, Sonny walked over to the place where he had left his shadow and took a look at himself through its eyes. What he saw made him blink a couple of times. The black lacquered mask sat snugly on his face, hiding his features. He couldn't even see his eyes, which were drowned in darkness. What's more, even his height was somehow unclear. Sonny didn't actually become taller, but from the side it looked as though he did, sort of. 1 second it did, and the next one it did not. It was sort of similar to how people's faces changed when lighted from different directions. In any case, he couldn't tell for sure how tall the person facing the shadow was. How fun! It was not that Sonny became completely unrecognizable, though. He would still have to be careful to hide the context clues about himself while wearing the mask. Mundane things like the way he walked, his usual mannerisms, and other subtle but unique details of his behavior could still betray his identity despite the fact that it was masked from all unnatural means of detection. To truly make himself appear as something else, Sonny would have to put on a performance. Good thing he was practicing the shadow dance then. Was it not designed to fully imitate someone else's battle style and physicality? What a wonderful coincidence. Finally, the moment he had been dreading came. It was time to test if the Fond was really capable of turning his floor upside down. Needless to say, Sonny was nervous. His lips became dry, and he unconsciously tried to lick them, but now there was a mask on his face, so he couldn't. That bad habit of his had to be put to rest, apparently. Great. All right, let's do this. Opening his mouth, Sonny said out loud, I am very tall. In the process, he grimaced, expecting the familiar pain to invade his mind. But there was nothing. Sonny froze, blinked a couple of times, and waited. Still, nothing happened. Beneath the mask, a wide grin appeared on his face. I am not only tall, but also exquisitely handsome. But that is not all. I am incredibly honest and nice, too. Every girl I meet immediately falls in love with me. Boys, too. That's just how lovable, handsome, nice, and tall I am. Everything I have just said is absolutely true. His mind was peaceful and quiet. There was no pain, no pressure. In fact, Sonny felt great. Wow! Feeling an almost overwhelming desire to continue spouting lies, he laughed in exhilaration. Amazing! This can be. But then a tremendous explosion of pain suddenly threw him to the ground. With a startled yelp, Sonny grasped his head and then groaned through gritted teeth, feeling as though it was about to burst. What the hell? He just wanted to say how useful the ability to lie could be. Wait, the ability to lie would indeed be very useful, which meant that by stating that fact, he would be telling the truth, and the Weaver's mask did not remove his flaw, just reversed it. So, it seemed like while wearing it, Sonny could not tell even a word of truth. That seemed like the right conclusion to make, but he needed to test it to be absolutely sure. With a doomed sigh, Sonny waited for a moment and then said, My name is... A moment later, another pained scream resounded in the darkness of the underground chamber. Some time later, Sonny emerged from the ruins of the cathedral with a rucksack on his shoulder, took one last look back, and left. Whatever his future was going to be, he doubted that he would come back here any time soon. It was a bitter-sweet goodbye. Cautiously walking through the familiar streets of the dark city, where he knew every turn and every piece of rubble, in this district of it, at least, Sonny kept his guard up. Many things must have changed in the months he had been away traveling through the labyrinth. The nightmare creatures he knew, and more importantly, knew how to avoid, might have wandered away or perished, and new horrors might have taken their place. He had to stay prudent and careful, but still, his next and final goal was not that far away. As he sneaked toward it, Sonny thought about the Weaver's mask and the ways it could change his life. At first, he thought about simply never taking it off and walking around while delivering a deluge of lies. This way, he would be safe from revealing his most guarded secret and becoming someone's slave, at least. But after considering this seriously, he came to the conclusion that it was not the best decision in his current circumstances. First of all, one couldn't be a part of any collective while lying all the time. Sunny had an unpleasant experience of being expelled from various groups for various reasons, and not being sincere and honest was one of the surest ways to make people want to avoid you at all cost, eventually at least. And no one was able to survive alone in the dream realm, not in a way that a person would want to live anyway. Sunny knew a lot about this side of things too. But most importantly, he was not going to be able to keep this lying for long anyway, not when dealing with people that already knew him. Kai and Cassie would notice the strange effect of the mask immediately. Kai because of his ability to sense lies, Cassie because her ability to see attributes would suddenly stop working. But others would catch on that something strange was going on with him pretty quickly too, simply because of how drastic the change in his behavior would be, especially Nephis, who knew him so well. After that, they would inevitably have a lot of questions, and answering those questions, even with lies, would put him in more danger than he already was in. So, sadly, Weaver's mask was not a panacea to Sunny's current situation. At best, it would be able to help him avoid certain predicaments if used sparingly. But really, he didn't want anyone to know that he was in possession of that memory at all. Sunny had to think of the future. If he was lucky enough to survive the fall of the Bright Castle and return to the real world, that was where the Black Mask could create miracles for him. It would allow him to have a hidden persona that was in no way connected to an awakened named Sunless, and as such, allow him to do and achieve things that would have been impossible or too dangerous to try as himself. To that effect, no one could know that the strange black wooden mask was connected to him, not even people whom he somewhat trusted, both for his own good and theirs. It is such a pity, though. It was. Just imagining Castor's face if he were to ever learn about what type of treasure Sunny had somehow found this time was tempting enough to change his plans. Castor, Sunny's face darkened. He had not forgotten about the promise Nephis had made him at the start of their journey to the Hollow Mountains. Tomorrow, he was finally going to learn what was the deal with the Proud Legacy, and what exactly the relationship between Changing Star and him was. Stom. And how big were the chances of Sunny having to face Castor in battle? Despite all his dislike for the handsome scion of the Hanli clan, Sunny was reluctant to actually fight him. No matter how much progress he had made to get ready for the bloody conclusion of this disastrous chapter of his life, Castor was still not someone to be taken lightly. He was a tremendously deadly opponent just based on what Sunny knew about him. And there were secrets that the legacy had been keeping as well. That charm of his, what does it do? He was certain that he would defeat Castor if push came to shove, but the cost he would have to pay for that victory would be heavy, perhaps much more heavy than he was willing to pay. Suddenly uneasy, Sunny silently shook his head and continued on his way. As the sun began to roll toward the western horizon, he approached his goal, the ruins of an ancient library that stood lonesomely among the decimated buildings. Back near the end of his lonely months of hunting monsters on the streets of the Dark City, Sunny had begun exploring this ruin for bits of information about the history of the Forgotten Shore. Because of his chance encounter with the Stone Saint, and then with Kai, which led to him abandoning the ruins for a long expedition into the labyrinth, he had never finished this project. There was this one vast mosaic, in particular, that Sunny was interested in. It sprawled across the entire floor of the library's main hall and was mostly covered by rubble. In the past, Sunny was not strong enough to move the rubble out of the way. He had been hoping to make the Stone Saint do it for him, But sadly, the shadow was currently slumbering in the depths of his shadow core, evolving into whatever it was she was going to turn into. Just to be sure, he checked one more time to see if the mysterious process was still going, and sighed in disappointment. Luckily, he had grown much stronger himself during these months. Sonny was pretty sure that now he would be able to clear the mosaic with his own two hands. It was just going to be a lot of work. Sending his shadow into the library to make sure that no abomination had made its nest there during his absence, Sonny entered the cool shadow of the ruin and sighed. Mend. Soon, the scraping sound of heavy boulders being moved could be heard under the partially collapsed roof of the ancient building. In the depths of the night, Sonny was finally done with the arduous task of clearing the floor of the ruined library. Tiredly standing in the center of the circular hall, he found himself in the middle of a vast mural. The mosaic had endured the passage of time in an almost pristine condition. Most of it was preserved perfectly, with only a few small sections destroyed by corrosion or the ill will of the creature that inhabited the Crimson Spire. By now, Sonny was certain that it was the terror of the Forgotten Shore that had obliterated any depictions of the seven heroes' faces. He didn't know how it was possible, but felt that the same furious force that had decapitated the ancient statues was responsible for the damage done to the engravings in the ancient mine and to this mural. It was as though the terror wanted to erase any sign of the founders of the Starlight Legion from history. Their names were forgotten, every person that had known of their stories turned into dust, and even the stones that bore their image were desecrated and shattered. How great the resentment that the evil creature harbored toward them must have been, for it to go to such lengths in its mad desire to obliterate their legacy. With a sigh, Sonny turned slightly and walked to the edge of the mural. He was searching for the start of its story. Depicted on the mural was not one image, but a long series of them, spiraling from the edges of the mosaic to its center like a long scroll. On them, the history of the land consumed by darkness was shown, ending with the coming of a new dawn. Sonny already knew what events had brought the curse of all-consuming darkness to the Forgotten Shore, and how the ancient inhabitants of this land fought against all odds to resist it. Now, he was going to learn the final mystery, the reason for their eventual downfall. Finding the first image, he studied it and lingered for a bit. Then he walked on, watching the history unfurl itself beneath his feet. As the curse subdued the world under the veil of everlasting darkness and terrible creatures started to attack the human settlements, one after another, mighty champions began to appear to battle them. But no matter how strong, brave, and valiant those champions were, none of them was able to resist for long, especially not when their own allies started turning into monsters. It was impossible to face the terrifying foes hiding in the darkness when no one was there to cover your back, or even worse, if those you trusted the most to do so were the ones delivering a deadly blow instead. But still, humanity persisted. Months passed, then years, and eventually a new generation grew up in this horrible world. Born in the all-consuming darkness, 7 valiant heroes gave an oath to return the light to the cursed land, Sonny whispered. The people who would later create the Starlight Legion were indeed born in the darkness. They never even saw the light that they would swear to bring back. All they knew of it were the tales their elders had told them. Tales of a time when people never turned into nightmares, and the beautiful stars shone even in the darkest of nights. This new generation grew up surrounded by nothing but darkness and horror, and was forged by it into a far more fearsome force than their parents had ever been. Hard times created hard people, and their time was as unforgiving and harrowing as one could imagine, beyond so even. And so, the people it created adapted to match this dark reality. Eventually, 7 of them rose above the rest, each leading their faction in the constant battle against the encroaching doom. Sunny stopped and studied the image that showed all 7 of them, even if their faces were damaged beyond recognition. There was a knight in an intricate plate armor forged of white metal, with a stalwart blade grasped firmly in his hands, a graceful priestess in a light flowing robe, her delicate hands shining with gentle light, a mighty hunter in an archaic cuirass leaning on a beautiful bronze spear, a masterful builder holding a mason's hammer in his calloused hands, a regal lord with a humble crown resting on his head, a single gem decorating its simple design, a subtle and merciless slayer with a ghostly stiletto hidden cunningly behind her back, and a stranger from a misty land who wore a stone-like armor and never showed his face, with a heavy round shield resting at his feet. Sunny looked at the 7 heroes, thinking, knight, hunter, lord, stranger, slayer, builder, and priestess. Midnight Shard, Zenith Shard, Dawn Shard, Dusk Shard, Moonlight Shard, and the other 2, Sunlight Shard and Starlight Shard. The fate of the last 2 shard memories remained unknown to him. Nephis must have known something, though. Otherwise, she would not have ventured into the dangerous expedition to the Hollow Mountains to seek out the Crown of Dawn. Although the history of the Forgotten Shore was presented in more detail here, it did not give him any revelations yet. Thoughtful, Sunny turned away from the image of the 7 heroes and continued on. At some point in history, the heroes came together, created the Starlight Legion, and united the surviving remnants of humanity under its banner. It was also then when they gave their defiant oath. They must have been mad. Wasn't striving to achieve something impossible the definition of madness? Sunny frowned, knowing full well that in this case, the 7 heroes actually managed to fulfill their crazy ambition. It was all a little too close to home. He also knew someone who liked to set impossible goals and had an infuriating track record of proving them possible. But how did it all end? Yes, the heroes achieved their dream, but the Forgotten Shore still turned into a desolate hell. What happened to their light? Looking at the next images of the mosaic, Sunny got a feeling that he was about to find out. As Sunny walked in circles, drawing near to the center of the mosaic, he saw the depiction of various deeds that the Starlight Legion had achieved. The warriors, led by the 7 heroes, were truly a fearsome force. Forged and tempered by the relentless malice of their dark world and the unassailable will of their leaders, they drowned the Forgotten Shore in the blood of the cursed creatures. Even though many of them had turned into monsters themselves, especially those who had allowed themselves to falter in their conviction, the rest continued on, unbroken. Sunny couldn't tell how powerful exactly the members of the Legion were, but from some clues of their battles, he guessed that they were at approximately the same level as the Awakened of his own world, at least at the beginning. With time, however, it seemed as though the warriors of the Cursed Land had grown much stronger. If most of the creatures they were fighting were of the corrupted rank, then that would put the Legion far above the humans back in the real world. Sunny wasn't sure if the 7 heroes and their soldiers were carriers of the nightmare spell, though, and if the same hierarchy of power could be applied to them. Eventually, the surviving humans migrated to the shore of the colossal impact crater and built an impregnable wall around their new city. This endeavor alone was so arduous and ambitious that he couldn't help but feel a sense of awe. Sunny slowed his steps. On the images in front of him, the construction of the Crimson Spire, no, it wasn't crimson yet back then, had begun. The Cyclopean Tower was built west of the city, reaching high into the sky like an axis of the world, like a stairwell that was designed to allow humans to touch the heavens. This was what he was truly interested in. Sunny wanted to know what happened in the spire, how the artificial sun was created, and how the darkness that consumed this land was turned into a transient black sea. What he saw next made him falter, and then close his eyes with an expression of deep, exhausted resentment. In the second-to-last image, the 7 heroes were depicted standing apart in the 7 spots of the forgotten shore. In front of each of them, a crowd of thousands of people kneeled, waiting. Among those people were the warriors of the Legion and the civilians from the city, men and women, old and young. Each of the heroes held a weapon in their hands. Of course, this is what happened. What else would it be? A feeling of dark, bitter disappointment grasped his heart. Sonny didn't even know why he felt this way. It was not like he knew anything about the 7 heroes, really. But at some point, maybe because he needed to believe that there was a tiny glimmer of light in the vast and endless night, he had begun thinking of them as a symbol of the best humanity could be. What a foolish thought. He, of all people, should have known better. Curse you all. In the last image, one that took the center of the mosaic, 7 tall hills made of dead bodies surrounded the spire. Tens of thousands of people had been slaughtered, their blood flowing like rivers toward the dark tower. On top of each hill stood one of the valiant heroes, their hands stained red to the shoulder. As the last sacrifice, the slaughterers turned their weapons on themselves, thrusting them into their hearts. And somewhere out there, he knew, a tiny black seed floated in a pool of blood. Sonny grimaced in disgust. This was your dream. This is how you decided to bring back the light? You sick wretches. As the rivers of blood flowed to the spire, 7 streams of glowing crimson light moved above them and entered it from 7 directions. These streams represented the soul essence of numerous humans who had been sacrificed to create the artificial sun. But theirs wasn't the most terrible fate. In the center of the spire, a lone human figure was drawn, convulsing in harrowing agony as the raging storm of soul energy entered her body. The conflux of all that power, the sacrificial vessel meant to be its conduit, the anchor of the sun. Sonny recognized that figure too. To him, the features of her face were painfully familiar. It was the same face as that of the nameless goddess whose statue stood in the ruined cathedral. The crimson light entered her body and shot from her screaming mouth and eyes upward, pure and white. It rose to the height of the spire, where a new sun was being born. Frightened by its light, the darkness retreated underground, where it was locked behind 7 seals that were left behind by the heroes as their last deed. The rest was easy to deduce. After the heroes perished to create the artificial sun, everything was fine for a while. But then, maybe after a few decades, or even hundreds of years, the light of the sun began to dim, so the people of the Dark City had to make a new sacrifice. Perhaps the second time, only 7 people had been killed to renew the power of the spire. But then it happened again, and that time 7 was not enough, so they sacrificed 14. And when it happened again, they sacrificed a few dozen. And eventually, hundreds of people were being slaughtered every year to keep the sun burning. Because of the simple fact that the 7 heroes and their people, all of them had terribly mighty souls. But their descendants, who didn't have to grow up in utter darkness and fight terrible monsters to live through the day, did not. And at some point in this vicious cycle, the vessel that had been imprisoned in the spire and served as the anchor for the bloodthirsty sun was corrupted. Whatever kind of conscience it had left had been completely shattered. The nameless goddess of the Dark City became the crimson terror of the forgotten shore. All that pain, all that rage, all that blood exploded from the spire and infected the very land itself, growing into an endless labyrinth of the strange crimson coral. The 7 seals came undone, releasing that darkness that had been imprisoned underground for hundreds of years. This was what Cassie had seen in the vision. The darkness and the fury of the newborn terror fell on the humans of the Dark City like a tide and wiped them all out, erasing even the memory of them from the face of the world. This was how the Forgotten Shore was born. So this is how it is. Sonny stared at the last image of the mosaic, a dark and resentful expression frozen on his face. Depicted in the center of the mural, a sun fueled by blood shone on the mountains, formed by dead bodies. Tens of thousands of people had been slaughtered to create it, and thousands more must have been butchered later on to keep it burning in the indifferent sky. The first sacrifices had died willingly, lured into submission by their fanatical rulers. What about those who came after? Somehow Sonny doubted it. And for what? How did it all end? The seven seals had been broken, and the ancient civilization had been obliterated. But the sun created and nurtured by it was not destroyed, just corrupted. It still rose in the morning and fell beyond the horizon after the dusk, illuminating the desolate hell of its own creation. As long as its vessel, the terror of the Crimson Spire, existed at the center of the labyrinth, it would continue to shine in the cold gray skies. And as long as it did, the darkness that had escaped its underground prison and turned into the cursed sea was going to continue coming and going, scared of its light. Great, the two deserve each other. He didn't know why the all-consuming darkness had become a literal sea of impenetrably black water, but had a guess or two. Either hundreds of years spent locked away behind the seals had affected it that way, or the artificial sun had. The terror had been changed by the curse, so why couldn't the curse be changed by the terror in return? Why wasn't that sun extinguished, though? There was no one alive on the forgotten shore to make sacrifices to the spire anymore. But Sonny suspected that there was a reason for why the crimson coral seemed to grow either out of or toward bones. If he was right, the whole labyrinth was a giant maw with which the terror absorbed the soul essence of every creature that bled on the coral before it died. It was all a part of its body. Sonny shivered, realizing that both the labyrinth and the dark sea were, in fact, colossal living creatures. It was just that the scale of them was so boundless that they seemed like forces of nature. Compared to the eternal struggle of the two titanic beings, the struggle of a handful of tiny humans was nothing short of insignificant. Or was it? Suddenly he frowned. What about Nephis and her plan? How did the shard memories come into all of this? At first, a dark thought entered his mind. He imagined that Changing Star was preparing a mass sacrifice of her own, a hecatomb to appease the Crimson Terror. The number of the sleepers being sent to the Forgotten Shore each year was too eerily similar to the number of sacrifices made to the Crimson Spire by the inhabitants of the Dark City to be a simple coincidence. But he quickly dismissed that thought. After all, the sacrifices were meant to renew the power of the Blood Sun, and that was not Neph's goal. If anything, she meant to destroy it once and for all, to gain entry to the gateway hidden in the spire. So, what did it all mean? Sonny scowled, remembering every piece of information about the seven heroes and their cursed land he knew, and most importantly, those that came directly from the spell. After a while, he muttered, "Time has erased their names and their faces, but the memory of the defiant oath still remains." This was the second part of the description that the spell had given the Starlight Legion armor. His eyes widened. All this time, he thought that this sentence simply meant that the legacy of the seven heroes lived on, even after their deaths. But now, he suddenly realized that the truth might have been far more straightforward. The key to understanding the secret of the shard memories was right in front of him this whole time. In fact, it came from the first memory he had ever gotten on the Forgotten Shore, the Azure Blade. "On this Forgotten Shore, only steel remembers," he whispered, a sudden understanding dawning on him like a revelation. The memory of the defiant oath remained, and only steel remembered. Sonny rubbed his face. I am such a fool. Everything he needed to learn the truth had been at his disposal from the very start of it all. The heroes were long gone, but their terrible oath was still here, preserved in cold steel. It was not the memory of it that remained, but the memory. The shards were that memory, of course. It all makes so much sense now. But then, what was their purpose, and why was Nephis so motivated to find each one? That was easy to guess, too. Cassie had basically told him all those months ago. In the end, I saw a colossal, terrifying crimson spire. At its base, 7 severed heads were guarding 7 locks. In its fury, the terror of the Crimson Spire had beheaded the statues of its creators and brought their heads as trophies to guard the entrance to its lair, where Cassie had seen them, as well as 7 mysterious locks. What did a lock need? A key. All locks required a key to either open them or shut them closed. Sunny slowly exhaled. The 7 seals that kept the all-consuming darkness locked underground came undone, but they weren't destroyed. If one had all the keys, it was still possible to seal the cursed sea once again. That was what the 7 heroes had left behind. And with the cursed darkness locked away, the spire would lose its most deadly line of defense. Finally, everything became clear. Sunny remained motionless for a long time, looking at the bloody images beneath his feet. After a while, he sighed and turned away. There was a bitter taste in his mouth. Sick. I am sick of this place, so sick of all of this. Cassie's vision showed her fire and rivers of blood. Good. It could all burn to the ground. He didn't care anymore. In the cold light of dawn, Sunny approached the spot where the other members of the cohort, and he agreed to meet. The Shadow had already located their camp in the ruin of an ancient building and was currently watching them, hidden in the darkness. The 5 youths were busy preparing for the last stretch of the way to the Bright Castle. They were calm and collected, not at all like people who were about to face the horrifying wrath of the Bright Lord. What kind of horror had they not faced already? Climbing over the rubble, Sunny let Nephis and the rest know of his approach and jumped down. Landing just a few meters away from the group, he straightened his back and gave them an indifferent look. Hey, they greeted him in a reserved manner. A palpable tension permeated the air, making everyone reluctant to speak too much. Only Effie was seemingly unaffected by this dark mood. Leaning on a stone wall, the huntress was enthusiastically gnawing on a juicy bone. Her white teeth were effortlessly crushing it into tiny pieces, which were then chewed and swallowed along with the marrow. Noticing Sunny, she smiled. "Hey, doofus." He gave her a nod and wanted to turn away, but then noticed a slight frown that appeared on Effie's face. Looking at him with a bit of uncertainty, she asked, "You all right?" Sunny was silent for a few moments, then smiled. Finally, he said in an even tone, "I'm perfect." Leaving the doubtful huntress behind, he walked past Castor and approached Nephis. Changing Star was standing with her back to the group, looking up at the silhouette of the bright castle that loomed in the distance. Hearing his steps, she turned around. The gentle light of dawn reflected in her eyes, making them appear to shine. "You've made it, Sunny. I am glad." He shrugged. "Why, you didn't expect me to show up?" She was silent for a while, and then looked away. A lock of silver hair fell on her eyes. Nephis tucked it behind her ear and sighed. "Could I not? It's not like I know the future." After that, she smiled. Amusing. In the 11 months they had spent on the forgotten shore, this was only the second time Sunny heard Changing Star tell a joke, and the first time it was actually funny, if a little macabre. But what was the harm in indulging in a bit of dark humor at this point? Sunny did not return the smile, however. Glancing in the direction of the bright castle, he asked, "So, what's the plan?" Nephis shrugged. "This time there is no plan. We have confirmed that Gunlag is still pretending to be looking for Effie to bring her to justice for killing the missing guards. Once we enter the outer settlement, the members of the host will come for her. Then I will most likely be forced to challenge him. We'll see after that." Sunny looked at her with a dark expression. Pretty much exactly what I expected. He didn't hesitate to ask, "Can you really break his armor? Even with the Dawn Shard, your sword is barely equal to an ascended memory, and that thing is a true transcended echo." She lingered for a while before answering. When she finally spoke, her voice was calm and even. "I don't have to break the armor. I just have to break the man." Sunny shook his head with a humorless smile. "Good luck achieving one without the other." He paused for a moment and then said without a hint of levity in his voice, "Anyway, you owe me a conversation." Changing Star glanced at him, then nodded. "All right, but not here." With that, she gave the others a sign to wait and walked away. Sunny followed. His shadow stayed, making sure that no one was going to try and eavesdrop on them. It was staring directly at Castor, following his every move with intense attention. As they were walking, Sunny suddenly said, "By the way, I have something to tell you too." Nephis glanced at him and slightly raised an eyebrow. "Yes? What is it?" Sunny was silent for a bit. Then he smiled. "Oh, it's nothing serious. Do you remember a guy called Harper?" She frowned, then shook her head. "Should I? Who is he?" Sunny shrugged. His expression remained neutral. "Just a guy that I killed. He was one of Gunlog's spies." Neff looked at him for a few moments, then asked with indifferent confusion, "What about him?" A slight shadow ran over Sunny's face. However, his smile remained exactly the same. "Dumble plend at the Mons, Duernask with indifferent confusion. What about him?" A slight shadow ran over Sunny's face. However, his smile remained exactly the same. "No, nothing. Just wondered if you knew him." When they walked far enough and were concealed from the eyes of the cohort by several tall walls, Changing Star stopped and turned to face him. Looking at Sunny, she said, "It is good that we can speak privately. Actually, I wanted to ask you a favor." He blinked. "Well, that is unexpected. What is it?" She hesitated for a few moments. "After my fight with Gunlog is over, when I win, I might not be in the best shape. Even if I am, there will be a flood of soul essence pouring into my body. It will incapacitate me for a bit." The changes that happened to the body after a small portion of soul essence was consumed were subtle, but in large quantities it could be disorienting, sometimes even debilitating for a short while. Sometimes, experiencing these changes and getting used to them took a little time. Sunny tilted his head. A flood of soul essence. What does it matter if her core is either full to the brim or at least almost saturated? He frowned, trying to guess what she wanted from him. "So what do you need me to do? Keep Harus busy while you recover?" She shook her head, then looked away. A light sigh escaped from Changing Star's lips. "No, I want you to make sure that Castor is nowhere near me when that happens." Here it was. The truth was about to come out. Sunny stared at Nephis, his expression cold and dark. After a few moments of tense silence, he asked, "Why? What's the deal with you and Castor?" She looked at him, her striking gray eyes calm and deep. Then she said, "It's very simple, really. Castor has been sent here to kill me." Sunny remained silent for a few moments. Finally, it became clear that Nephis wasn't going to continue. Feeling a slight sense of exasperation, he asked, "Why would Castor want to kill you?" Despite the calm appearance, there was a tempest raging in his mind. The revelation of Castor's true intention had shaken Sunny. Yes, he disliked the proud legacy, and yes, their dynamic with Changing Star had always been a bit strange, but he never expected to hear something like this. In his mind, Castor was more of an opportunist with distasteful ambitions, most likely having to do with the purity of his clan's bloodline, than a cold-blooded killer. In what world did him wishing to kill Nephis make any sense? He was her #1 fan. The only logical explanation Sunny could find was that the proud scion had been secretly working for Gunlag all along. But then, that theory also didn't hold when subjected to a close inspection. The Bright Lord was determined to kill Changing Star with his own 2 hands and in front of hundreds of people. What would he need Castor for? Nephis lingered for a bit, then shrugged. People have been trying to kill me for as long as I can remember. Have you forgotten? Sunny slowly shook his head. No, I did not. But what does that have to do with Castor? She smiled. They were not going to stop just because I came of age, survived my first nightmare, and was sent into the dream realm. If anything, that would have been the perfect opportunity to finally make me disappear forever. Sleepers enter this cursed world alone, away from the protections of society and whatever allies they might have in the real one. Do you see? He gave her a nod, his expression growing dark. Indeed, no one was as vulnerable as young sleepers entering the dream realm for the first time. Nephis sighed and looked away. In any case, when I enrolled into the academy, I knew that someone among our classmates had to have received orders to make sure that I never returned from the dream realm. I just didn't know who it was. Suddenly, she glanced at him. The corner of her lips curled upward. Actually, for a long time, I thought that it was you. Sunny blinked and stared at her in disbelief. What? Me? Are you CR? Actually, never mind. What exactly about me made you think that I'm an agent of some secret legacy cabal? Do I look like a legacy to you? Nephis calmly looked him in the eye. Honestly, not any legacy that I know, but there were too many things about you that didn't make sense. He frowned. Do tell. She slowly raised her hand, then began counting on her fingers. Let's see. You claimed to be an orphan from the outskirts, but somehow managed to survive both the first nightmare and the arrival on the Forgotten Shore. You didn't consume any soul shards, but kept growing more powerful. You said that you had never held a sword in your hand, but absorbed my lessons with astonishing speed. And finally, every other word you said was a lie, especially when it came to your origins, your past, your strength, and your aspect. Running out of fingers on one hand, she made a fist and pointed to it. Need I continue? Sunny cleared his throat. No. Well, when you put it like this, she smiled and shook her hand, then lowered it. But after some time, I realized that my suspicions about you were wrong. If you were really tasked with killing me, you could have just left me on the Ashen Barrow. Back then, I was as good as dead, but you didn't. In fact, you risked a lot to take both Cassie and me with you. The smile slowly disappeared from her face. So when we reached the bright castle, and Castor immediately appeared, insinuating his way into my inner circle, I knew pretty much instantly that it was him. Sunny frowned. Aren't you getting ahead of yourself? Don't get me wrong. I'm the last person in this world who would want to defend that pompous bastard, but there were hundreds of sleepers in our crop, and out of those, only 7 were sent to the Forgotten Shore, and only 4 lived long enough to see the castle. What are the chances that the person with orders to make you vanish was among them? Isn't it a bit too big of a coincidence? Changing Star slowly shook her head. Who said it was a coincidence? People often tend to forget that the spell has a mind of its own. It sees all and hears all. And it really loves to play with fate. If there was someone among those hundreds of people tasked with killing me, the chances of me having a fateful encounter with them in the dream realm would be all but guaranteed. That is how the spell always does things. Sunny had to agree. The spell indeed loved to play with fate. His whole damn life was proof of that. Meanwhile, Nephis continued. Of course, despite my suspicions, I wasn't sure at first. But the more I observed Castor, the more convinced I became that I was right. He did everything in his power to get close to me, and then tried his hardest to subtly isolate me from everyone I could have trusted. He spent his time studying my every move while keeping his secrets close to his chest. It's him. I've been sure of it for a long time. Sonny tilted his head, trying to digest this new information. After a while, he asked, if Castor wanted to kill you, why hasn't he made a move to kill you yet? She lingered for a bit, then smiled slightly. Because among all of the humans on the Forgotten Shore, he knows what the scions of the Immortal Flame Clan are capable of the best. Isn't it ironic? He respects my ability too much to be careless, maybe even fears it, and he can't allow himself to fail. His honor won't allow it. So Castor won't attack until he is absolutely sure that I won't be able to resist. He'll make his move when I have no chance to escape. Sonny scratched the back of his head. Let me rephrase that. If Castor wants to kill you, why is he still alive? Why didn't you kill him already? He was sure that if Nephis wanted to, the proud legacy would have been dead a long time ago. Changing Star hesitated, and then said in an even tone, because I need him for what is to come. It doesn't matter that he intends to betray me. Traitor or not, he is of use. Some time later, the 6 of them left the secluded ruin and made their way toward the bright castle. The dark city was silent and bleak, its streets devoid of life and movement. Even the nightmare creatures seemed to remain hidden in the lairs today, as though feeling the tension that hung in the air like a harbinger of a disastrous change. A lonely star was about to ignite in the sky above the cursed city. Nephis was the first one to walk under the marble arch and step on the road that led to the outer settlement. Her face was calm and motionless, any hint of emotion hidden behind her usual mask of indifference. It was as though she was returning home in triumph, not marching to her own execution. There was a slightly distant look in her eyes. Sonny abandoned his usual position at the back of the group and was now walking side by side with her. Maybe it was just a whim, but he felt unwilling to follow in her footsteps as he had always done before, from the first day they met. As they ascended the tall hill, Changing Star suddenly asked, "Sonny, do you remember your first nightmare well?" Her voice sounded relaxed and idle. He cast a sideways glance at her and hesitated for a few moments. Then he answered in an even tone, like it was yesterday. "Boo," she smiled slightly. "Was it hard?" Slowly, a grin appeared on his face. "Hard? No, not hard. Impossible. It was a ghastly, despicable, and torturous ordeal. Truly the stuff of nightmares. Calling it hard would be an injustice." With a dismissive shrug, Sonny drove the memories of the Black Mountain away and asked, "What about yours?" Nephis looked away, remembering. After a while, she said, "Mine wasn't that bad, actually." He stared at her in disbelief. "What? You only had to kill a measly 1,000 unholy titans with your bare hands, or something like that? Knowing you, not that bad, means that it was nothing short of a true horror show." "Boo," she slowly shook her head. "No, I mean it. I didn't have to fight anyone, really, up until the very end." Sonny blinked. "Wait, seriously?" A strangely sad smile appeared on her lips. "In my first nightmare, I was the daughter of a lighthouse keeper. My family lived in a beautiful tower on the shore of a beautiful sea. Every morning, the warm sun rose from beyond the horizon, bathing the endless expanse of azure waves in beautiful light. The winds were gentle, and the world was kind. It was me, my parents, and my younger siblings. We lived together in harmony, humbly but needing for nothing." He frowned. "And then what? A sea serpent destroyed the lighthouse. Some rotten horror rose from the depths?" Changing Star's eyes became distant. A few moments passed before she spoke again. "No, nothing happened. That was the point of it, I think. My nightmare, it was actually a paradise. It was everything I dreamed about when I was a little kid, only much more wondrous and human than I could have ever imagined." Sunny looked at her in utter shock. As he watched, the hint of sorrow disappeared from Neff's face, replaced by a subtly harsh expression. But that was what made it so hard to overcome, impossible even. Just like you said, because all I had to do to conquer the nightmare, all I had to do was to walk away and leave it all behind, knowing that I could just stay there, in that paradise, forever. He hesitated for a while, then asked cautiously, "So what did you do?" A heavy sigh escaped from Neff's lips. Her eyes grew dim. "I searched for a way out of the nightmare for a long time, but no matter how hard I looked, there wasn't any. Day after day, night after night. As time went by, it became harder and harder to force myself to continue searching. I grew accustomed to that bliss, that warm and beautiful life, and eventually a day came when I thought that maybe I should stop, maybe I can just stay." She tilted her head slightly and said, her tantalizing voice reaching the deepest, darkest parts of his heart, "That was the day I went to the top of the lighthouse. You see, Sonny, you have to light yourself on fire to reap the blessings of the fire. That was what my grandmother used to say. So that was what I did. I doused myself in oil and set myself aflame. The white flames suddenly licked her hands, and she stared at them, her face slowly turning pale, her eyes reflecting the terrible agony she felt. As her ivory skin continuously boiled, darkened, and then healed to become pristine again, she said simply, "And I burned." Suddenly, the flames disappeared, and she made a fist. Her voice grew a little strained. "And after a long, long time, when all of it was over, I found myself in a dark cave, nestled in a slimy cocoon of black silk. All around me, thousands upon thousands of people were sleeping in similar cocoons with their eyes open, with happy smiles on their empty faces, and above us was a creature so revolting and abhorrent that I can't bring myself to describe it to this day. It was feeding on our dreams." She grew quiet for a bit and then added, "That creature was convulsing in pain, as though it shared in the agony I felt, too. Somehow, I managed to break free of the cocoon and kill it before it fully regained its senses." She glanced at him and smiled. However, there was no warmth in that smile. "That was how I conquered my first nightmare." Sonny looked her in the eyes for a long time, silent. Then he slowly turned away. "Just as I said, the stuff of nightmares. I guess we call them that for a reason." Changing Star laughed. "I guess, but really, fighting that terror wasn't the hardest part. Waking up trapped in a repulsive cocoon wasn't the hardest part. Even burning alive wasn't the hardest part." She grew silent for a few moments and then said, looking at the white road beneath their feet, "The hardest part was walking up the steps to the top of the lighthouse. Not because of what waited for me in the future, but because of what I was leaving in the past." Soon, the familiar shapes of the outer settlement appeared in their sight. They had finally returned to the bright castle. The outer settlement had changed from the time Sunny saw it last. At the point where the white road widened into the vast platform that the settlement stood upon, a tall stone barricade was built, with watchful sentries observing the approach to the crest of the hill. Each of them was wielding a memory weapon and a sturdy armor, their faces full of dark determination. The makeshift watchtower constructed on the roof of Neff's lodge loomed above them, with several archers ready to rain arrows on any nightmare creature that wandered close. The slum itself was much the same, but the people populating it seemed different. Many of them were bruised and bandaged, but their eyes shone with the subtle light of hope that wasn't there or as strong before. That hope was contrasted against the suffocating feeling of tension that hung in the air. From time to time, someone would glance toward the castle and frown, a dark expression appearing on their face. There was another detail that surprised Sunny. On the sleeves of many slum dwellers, a piece of pure white cloth was tied, as if announcing their allegiance to some god or goddess. There had been none of that when he left this place a few months ago. There were also graffiti drawn on the walls of the most derelict hovels, some of them depicting a shining star, some the image of a beautiful bronze spear. What is that all about? The white armbands and the star were obviously meant to represent Nephis. But when had Effie suddenly become an apostle? Glancing at the voracious huntress, he raised an eyebrow. "Anything you want to tell me?" She scratched the back of her head, then shrugged. "I've become a bit of a folk hero, apparently." Sonny shook his head and didn't press the issue. Whatever. When the sentries saw who was approaching, their faces first became shocked and then lighted up with intense jubilation. "Lady Nephis, its changing star. Lady Nephis has returned. She is alive." The hum of voices spread through the entire settlement in an instant. If Gunlag had not known that they were back in the Dark City, he would have learned of it now. But he knew, of course. He knew it long before the people of the slum ever laid their eyes on their supposed savior. Sonny looked past the outer settlement, at the mighty walls of the bright castle. How long before its lord throws them a welcome party? Soon the cohort was surrounded by a crowd of exhilarated people. Everyone wanted to see that Saint Nephis was alive and well with their own eyes. The other members were bathing in attention too, especially Effie. "Effie! Huntress Athena! Welcome home, Effie! Show them!" The huntress grinned in bewilderment and kept quiet. In the crowd there were a few faces that did not share in everyone's joy. They were the leaders of the outer settlement's hunting parties. The gazes they threw at Nephis were grim and full of meaning. She gave them a nod, letting the experienced hunters know that she understood the message they were trying to relay. Then, Changing Star faced the inhabitants of the slum and took the bag that Effie handed her. Slowly unclasping it, she spoke, her calm voice effortlessly making the crowd grow silent. "I am not good with words, so please accept my gratitude, dreamers of the Dark City. The past few months have been harsh on me and the members of my cohort, but they must have been equally as harsh on you. However, we have persevered. You here in these cursed ruins, and we out there in the ghastly depths of the labyrinth. But all of it was not in vain." With that, she took something from the bag and tossed it to the ground. Suddenly, a deathly silence settled over the crowd. Everyone was staring at the object laying on the stones, expressions of fear clearly written on many faces. It was a terrifying, jagged black talon, which was as sharp and long as a sword. And then another one fell near it, and another, and another. Eventually, 38 of these dark blades lay in a pile in front of Nephis, 30 from the 6 front limbs of the spire messenger, and 8 from the 2 hind ones. Closing the bag, Nephis put it on her shoulder and said, her tone dark and piercing, "Out there in the labyrinth, we have fought and slew one of the cursed messengers of the Crimson Spire. I bring you its claws as a gift to become your weapons." Distinct whispers ran through the crowd. The messengers were both a symbol of terror and a symbol of hope to the people of the Dark City. Terror because of their horrifying power and appetite, as well as their connection to the dreaded spire, and hope because of the legends that once, a long time ago, a group of powerful sleepers had managed to kill one. And now the legend came alive right in front of their eyes. Nephis lingered for a moment, and then sighed, a somber note appearing in her voice. "Many years ago, we, those who were sent to the Forgotten Shore, weren't yet imprisoned by fear, enthralled by the sin of those cowards who had forgotten that they are, first and forever, humans. Back then, there were people among us willing to risk their lives to conquer this hell, escape it. The First Lord and his companions were the greatest of them, and now, brilliant sparks of light suddenly appeared around her head like a sacred halo. Changing Star's eyes shined with pure white radiance, and as the crown of dawn weaved itself from light and fell upon her head, she spoke. She didn't rise or even strain her voice, but the impact of her words only grew because of it. I have brought his legacy back to the Dark City. This is the crown of the First Lord. We have retrieved it from a place of eternal darkness where he had fallen in battle. He died trying to find a way out of this cursed land for all of us to follow. She paused for a moment and then said, her face illuminated by the brilliant white flames that burned in her furious eyes. On her forehead, the single gem decorating the dawn shard shone with that brilliance too, almost like a third eye, and with it we will finish what he started. Some time later, they entered the stone lodge and found themselves in the middle of another, smaller crowd. Around 30 or 40 people gathered in the main hall of Changing Star's dwelling, making it look even smaller than it had before. However, these were not just any sleepers from the slum. Most of them were experienced fighters from the outer settlement's few hunting parties, as well as people who Nephis had recruited into her faction during her time in the Dark City. Back when Sunny had been a part of the group, they were weak and hopeless young men and women who were barely surviving in the cruel reality of the Forgotten Shore. Now, things changed. Neff's little helpers were armed with makeshift weapons and wearing armors fashioned from a wide variety of scavenged materials, while some were even in possession of memories. They also held themselves very differently from before. Honestly, the difference between them and the hunters was not that big now. If Sunny didn't know which were which, he might have mistaken one for the other. Changing Star walked through the crowd and approached the window that opened on the bleak view of the cursed ruins. She looked at it for a short moment and then turned around, a dark expression on her face. "Tell me." The leaders of the hunting parties glanced at each other. One of them, a stocky young man with long messy hair and 3 ugly scars running all the way from his forehead to his chin, spoke with a bit of uncertainty. "Welcome back, Lady Nephis. It is good that you are alive and well." She gave him a nod. The hunter paused, then continued, his voice somber. "We have followed your orders and advice for these past months. The militia you created has been reinforced and organized to protect the settlement from the attacking monsters. With the memories you and your cohort hunted for us in the ruins, the casualties were low both among the watchmen and among the civilians, compared to before, I mean." Changing Star remained silent and just stared at him. The young man sighed. "About the other thing, it went almost exactly how you told us it would. Members of the host came into the settlement shortly after your departure, demanding that Effie surrendered herself to be judged for the disappearance of those guards. When we told them that she was gone, they got violent. Several people were injured, but no one died." Effie scoffed. The hunter gave her a complicated look and scratched his cheek. "After that, they would come again every week or so, hurt a few people and break things, always with the same demand. But we kept our cool and just, well, took it, like you told us to do. That seemed to only make them angrier, but they had no real reason to escalate things. In the end, they just settled for making our lives difficult and pushing people around." The tall huntress shook her head. "What's with the people foaming at their mouths to greet me? What's that really about?" The young man looked down in embarrassment and cleared his throat. Well, you see, the more the castle proclaimed that you have to answer for the murder of those guards, the more people in the settlement became, how do I say this, appreciative of you." Effie looked at him with a perplexed expression. "Because I am being unjustly accused?" He smiled sheepishly. "Ah, no. Actually, the opposite. They really appreciate the fact that you had, allegedly, killed half a dozen guards. In fact, their only regret is that you didn't kill more. There are tales about how exactly you dealt with them, too, one more colorful than the other. The most popular one is that the guards wanted to rob you of your honor, So that's why you had to teach the castle folks a lesson. The tall huntress blinked. My honor? Since when do I have honor? The young man grinned. Hey, don't look at me. I did not come up with this one, all right? Blame Park, it was his idea. Effie looked darkly at another hunter, who just shrugged. Lady Nephis told us to do our best to make people in the settlement root for you. It worked, did it not? The unruly huntress rubbed her face with an exasperated expression. But I didn't kill them, though? The hunter looked at her with no humor in his eyes. Who cares? Effie opened her mouth to say something, but Nephis interrupted her. Time is short. Don't waste it on useless chatter. Then she turned to the hunter with scars on his face and asked, "What about my last instruction?" He frowned, then took out a small wooden box from a leather pouch tied to his belt. The young man held the little box like it was the most terrible nightmare creature. Handling it with extreme caution, he approached Nephis and handed it to her. There were drops of sweat on his forehead. This is what the person from the castle brought. I don't know what they used to make Kido create that thing, but the result was exactly as you wished, at least according to the note they left. He hesitated. The box and the note simply appeared on my pillow one day. I almost died of a heart attack when I read what that thing is supposed to be. Sunny stared at the box with interest. Kido was one of Gunlag's lieutenants, a young woman in charge of the artisans. Her aspect ability allowed her to manipulate certain qualities of plants, which was of tremendous use here on the Forgotten Shore, where the food was scarce and monotonous. But what could Nephis want from her that was so important? And why was the hunter so scared of the little box? Carefully taking it, Changing Star looked at the box for a few moments and then handed it to Castor. You know what to do. With a short nod, Castor walked toward the door and disappeared. Nephis, meanwhile, turned to the hunters and said in a steady tone, "You did well. Thank you all." As wide smiles appeared on their faces, she took Effie's bottomless bag and opened it once again. Turning the bag upside down, Changing Star said, "This is not a reward, nor is it a gift. This is just something that all of you deserve and are going to need very soon." A moment later, a river of glimmering crystals flowed from the bag, scattering on the table's surface. There were hundreds and hundreds of them, each shining with subtle, alluring light. Soon, the crystals spilled over the edges of the table and fell to the floor. A few moments later, more than 1,000 soul shards appeared before the stunned people who were gathered in the room. The bottomless bag finally ran empty. Sunny stared at the tall pile of shining crystals and sighed. Back before all of this had started, he had a pile like that of his own, only much, much smaller. His pride and joy. It was all gone now, sadly. What a sight, and I thought I was rich. Back in the labyrinth, Sunny wasn't the only one who had killed countless nightmare creatures. In fact, due to his primary role as a scout, the 3 main fighters of the cohort had killed many more. He knew for a fact that at least 2 of them, Effie and Castor, had fully saturated their soul cores long before their return journey was finished. Absorbing any more shards would have been useless for them. At some point, Nephis had begun to abstain from consuming her share of the spoils, too. Added with the shards that Sunny traded for the unwanted memories that the members of the cohort had accumulated, a truly incredible amount of the alluring crystals had been placed into Effie's leather bag. He had often wondered what Nephis would use them for, and now he had his answer. The people gathered in the main hall of the hunting lodge, her most trusted subordinates, stared at the tall pile of soul shards in utter shock. Here in the dark city, this was an inconceivable wealth. 1 shard was enough to buy a person a week of food, comfort, and safety behind the tall walls of the bright castle. Too many had died because they lacked these things. so in a sense the mountain of crystals in front of them was tantamount to 1,000 human lives. The scarred hunter slowly tore his eyes away from the glittering shards and looked at Changing Star, his face pale and his voice suddenly raspy. What is this, Lady Nephis?" She remained silent for a few moments, and then said in her even, reserved, strangely affecting voice, "This is for you, to nourish yourselves and grow stronger. You are going to need every bit of strength for what awaits us in the days to come." The young man watched her, a dangerous flame slowly igniting in his eyes, a flame of resolve, adoration, almost worship. Hidden in a shadowy corner, Sunny smiled with dark apprehension. Back at the start of it all, he had told Nephis that Gunlag could not be defeated because he controlled every facet of life here in the Dark City: food, safety, hope, and fear, even power itself. Then he had watched as she gave the people of the outer settlement free food, placed them under the protection of her sword, and ignited the embers of the long-forgotten hope in their hearts. All that remained was power, and now she had brought them power as well. No wonder they were ready to worship her. In their eyes, Changing Star was a noble savior. No one knew that their messiah was a counterfeit one. Glancing at the stunned people, Effie sighed and took her bag from Neff's hands. Looking inside the empty memory, with a bit of a sad expression, she said, "What are you waiting for? Gunlag's men are probably already arming themselves to come here and break your thick skulls. Share the shards among yourselves and absorb them, dimwits." The sleepers did not make her say it twice. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Not long after the last shard had been absorbed, one of the watchers ran into the room, breathing heavily. "Coming, they are coming." There was a hint of unrestrained fear in her voice. Sunny flexed his shoulders and stretched. The show was about to start. The people gathered in the room glanced at each other, their faces full of tension. Only Nephis remained indifferent, watching out of the window at the dead city that sprawled below her, like a desolate, lonesome graveyard. "Stay calm, everyone." Her voice settled them down. The hunter with scars on his face turned to Changing Star, a deep frown on his face. After hesitating for a few moments, he said, But they are coming to take Effie. We can't allow that to happen. I'm done watching good people be taken into the damn castle and never return. If they want to make an example out of her, like they did with Jubai, over my dead body." The hum of angry voices rose in the hall, accompanied by heated glares. "Exactly. They will pay for Jubai's death, your dead body. Why not their dead bodies?" Nephis lingered for a moment, then turned to them. A slight smile appeared on her face. "Don't worry. Nothing is going to happen to Effie. You have my word." That seemed to calm them down a little. It seemed as though they were willing to believe anything she said, regardless of how impossible her promises were. Was that the definition of blind faith? Before anyone could answer, however, a crashing sound came from the direction of the entrance to the stone lodge. It seemed as though someone had just smashed through the door. There was a short scream, which quickly grew silent. Something fell on the floor. Then, the sound of heavy footsteps could be heard, drawing closer to the hall where all the people had gathered. A few moments later, its door was shattered too, exploding into a shower of splinters along with the bits of stone that surrounded it. A giant of a man walked into the hall, his mere presence making the entire space look tiny. Compared to him, even Effie seemed to be of average height. There was a morose expression on his face and a dark glint in his cold, cruel eyes. The giant did not wear any armor, allowing his monumental muscles to strain the fabric of a sleeveless silk shirt. It appeared that Tessai, the fearsome leader of the castle guard, had decided to welcome the cohort back to the Dark City himself. Neff's followers paled, their fiery indignation replaced by fear. What a monster, Sunny thought indifferently, pondering on what the quickest way to kill the morose giant would be. Behind Tessai, a group of guards, each wearing a sturdy armor and wielding memory weapons, could be seen. Their eyes were immediately drawn to the robust figure of the tall huntress, and then hateful smiles appeared on their faces. The guards seemed very happy to finally find the woman accused of murdering their own. The giant only glanced at Effie and then turned to Nephis. His deep, low voice resounded in the stone hall, sending shivers running through the hearts of many sleepers gathered there. "Changing star, so you're alive after all." She met his gaze and endured it without flinching. "You must be Tessai. To what do I owe the pleasure?" The giant lingered before answering. The corner of his mouth twitched and slowly curled upward. Finally he said, "Oh no, the pleasure is all mine." Then he raised his mighty arm and pointed at Effie. "Lord Gunlag has invited this one to the castle to face punishment for her crimes. You should have trained your dogs better, Changing Star. See what happens when they go around biting people." He lowered his hand and flexed his shoulders, then looked at her with a dark expression. "Now, I would advise you rats to step aside and let me take that she-wolf with me." Nephis crossed her arms and stared at the giant, cold sparks igniting in the depths of her calm gray eyes. A few moments later, she said evenly, "Or what?" Changing Star's words brought the room to dead silence. On both sides of it, people were slowly preparing themselves, dark resentment burning in their eyes. It felt as though the tension reached critical mass and was about to explode into a storm of violence. Only 3 people remained calm and unaffected by the direness of the situation: Nephis herself, Sunny, and Tessai. The giant bared his canines in a grin. His eyes, however, remained cold as ice. "What a revelation! And here I was, thinking that you are a great defender of justice. Were you not, Changing Star? Or is your sense of justice reserved only for the crimes of those who don't serve you?" He sighed and added, his voice full of disappointment, "That huntress of yours is accused of murder. Why are you trying to prevent me from bringing her to justice? I thought that you, of all people, would not get in the way of fairness." Nephis frowned. "Accused does not mean convicted. Why do you claim that she is guilty?" Tessay stared at her and said, his low voice sending tremors through the stone hall, "There is plenty of evidence. There are plenty of witnesses. So many people came forward to give a testimony. Her guilt is undeniable. How will you answer that, Changing Star?" Sunny smiled slightly. "How peculiar. So many people apparently saw Effie slaughter those fools. Did I imagine killing them or what? I was a bit crazy at the time, to be fair. Huh." Before Nephis could answer, Kai suddenly took a step forward and shouted, "That is impossible. However, she made him stop with a stern look. The charming young man hesitated, then gritted his teeth and fell silent, glaring at Tessai with burning indignation. Changing Star turned to the imposing giant and smiled. "Well, well, that changes everything then. Please forgive me, if you can. I have been away from the Dark City for so long and wasn't informed of these developments. If this is the case, then by all means, take her away." Effie grimaced and looked at her with an amused expression. Sunny did not take his eyes off of Tessai, however. His shadow stared at Nephis too. The smile suddenly disappeared from her face, replaced by boundless coldness. "However, I am coming with her. All of us are, in fact. We are awfully curious to see that evidence and hear those witnesses. And, most of all, we are all dying to see justice done and those guilty punished. Surely Lord Gunlock would not mind." An expression of dissatisfaction appeared on Tessai's face. With a deep frown, he looked down on Neph from his oppressive height and said in a growling voice, "Why do you think that you can come, wench?" Changing Star was silent for a few moments, calmly looking at him. Then her eyes suddenly shone with furious white light. In a voice that promised agony and death, she said with contempt, "Who's going to stop me?" The giant stared at her with a complicated expression. It seemed as though he was being torn between pride and fear. It was all a mask, though, a masterful performance to hide his true emotions, triumph and jubilation. He had come here with the excuse of bringing Effie to justice, but his true goal had always been Nephis. She was the one Gunnlaug wanted to destroy. And now she was bringing herself to him like a lamb going to slaughter. What Tessai did not know was that Changing Star was as far from a lamb as one could be. More like a demon in sheep's clothing. Sunny glanced at the morose giant with something that resembled pity. Meanwhile, Tessai slowly shook his head and said, his voice full of false reluctance, "Fine, do as you wish. Come with me to the castle if you want. Bring your rats with you. All of you will witness the brilliance of our Lord." Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. All together they exited the lodge. Tessai was walking in the front, holding the tall huntress by the shoulder. Her hands were tied behind her back with a flimsy rope, more of a symbolic gesture than a real restraint, considering Effie's strength. Nephis was keeping close, her face calm and indifferent. The guards and the members of Changing Star's faction were right behind them, throwing menacing looks at each other. Their faces were grim and full of resentful indignation. Sunny had hidden himself in the crowd, not wishing to draw any attention. Now he was moving with it, feeling the restless agitation through the chaotic movement of the surrounding shadows. As they moved toward the castle, more and more slum dwellers surrounded them, their faces full of shock and anger. "They got Effie! Bastards! Let her go! Lady Nephis! Do something!" Glancing at the growing number of people who were gathering around them, she smiled reassuringly and said, "Stay calm. Come with us if you want. Today we'll see justice done." However, her appeal to remain calm had the opposite effect on the crowd. It ignited it instead, and soon a clamor of shouts rose above the outer settlement. "Justice! Justice! Justice! Justice!" However, at some point, the tone of it changed, an almost palpable sense of bloodlust finding its way into the people's voices. The word they were shouting was also replaced, and soon the crowd was chanting something else, calling not for justice, but for judgment, judgment, judgment. Sunny observed the raging beast of the human crowd with a troubled frown. A cold, familiar emotion grasped his heart. He knew this sickening feeling all too well. It was the same way he felt when facing frenzied nightmare creatures, hell. As they drew close to the stairs leading to the entrance of the castle, almost 100 people were following them. The guards, standing at the gates, stared at the crowd with a bit of fear in their eyes. Just as, and at some point, Castor appeared out of nowhere and took position right behind Nephis. The proud legacy looked pale and a bit disheveled, but it seemed that he had managed to complete the mysterious task given to him by Changing Star without receiving any wounds. A few moments later, they entered the bright castle. The crowd poured into the castle, their faces contorted with anger and resentment. However, as soon as the slum dwellers passed beneath the swaying skulls that hung above the gates, their fury turned cold. In the echoing stone halls of the bright castle, it was hard to forget that Gunnlaug's power was absolute. For as long as any of them remembered, he had ruled over the dark city with an iron fist, elevating those who bowed to him and destroying those who did not. Countless men and women had tried to challenge the Bright Lord in the past, great people, terrible people, and everyone in between. It was their skulls that now stared at the crowd, darkness nesting in their eyes. Finally, doubt and fear appeared in the hearts of the inhabitants of the outer settlement. Many of them stared at Nephis, their faces turning dim and listless. Changing Star did not react to this sudden change in one way or another. Looking straight ahead, she calmly walked forward, an indifferent expression on her face. Her usual mask was in its place once again, preventing anyone from knowing her true thoughts. Trying to remain unnoticed, Sonny made his way to the front of the crowd to be closer to Nephis, Effie, and Castor. No one paid him any attention. In the grand scheme of things, people thought of him as an insignificant piece, if at all, just like he wanted them to. From his point of view, the atmosphere in the bright castle seemed to be a bit strange, and not because of the invading horde of slum dwellers. Its halls and corridors were too empty, too lifeless. He didn't see any people hurrying on their daily business, as they always would. Even the opulent desk in the entrance hall was empty, the clerk usually present behind it absent for some reason. "Where is everyone?" His question was soon answered. Entering the throne room, he saw hundreds of sleepers standing along its walls, waiting to meet them. It seemed as though the whole population of the bright castle had gathered here. There were the guards, the hunters, the artisans, the quiet handmaidens, even people who paid tribute to remain in the castle were all there. Sonny noticed a few familiar faces. Stev, the large man in charge of the memory market, stood uncomfortably near the members of the host. There was also Aiko, the owner of the gambling den, and many others whom he remembered from his brief stay in the castle. The air was tense and heavy. It seemed that not all of these people had come to the throne room of their own free will. Many of them had troubled, frightened expressions on their faces. Others were relaxed and joyful, waiting for an entertaining show, with dark fascination burning in their eyes. What disturbed him the most were the several figures of nightmare creatures standing among the humans. Those were the echoes belonging to the inhabitants of the castle, each one more terrifying than the other. Why are they out of their owner's soul seas? On the raised dais at the far end of the great hall, illuminated by the false stars that were carved into the wall of the dark alcove, the 4 lieutenants of the Bright Lord stood. There was Gemma, the leader of the hunters, Kido, the chief artisan, and Seishan, who was in charge of the handmaidens, and Haris, of course. Sonny stared at the dreadful hunchback, who just stood there with his usual bored expression, looking at the wall. He was pretty sure that today, at least one of them was going to die. As if feeling his gaze, Harus suddenly turned and glanced at Sonny. This time, however, Sonny did not look away. He stared straight into the hunchback's glassy eyes, a calm and calculating expression on his face. I wonder how he killed all those people without being seen even once. With so many victims, somebody had to catch a glimpse of this butcher hard at work. What aspect ability does he possess? How do I counter it? Harus stared at him for a few moments, then tilted his head and smiled with strange amusement. A second later, he turned away and looked at the wall again, seemingly losing all interest. Meanwhile, Tesai walked to the middle of the hall and threw Effie down, forcing her to kneel on the floor. Then he gave Nephis a dark look and joined the other lieutenants on the steps leading to the throne. The 200 or so slum dwellers were standing at one end of the throne room, their faces grim and full of dark apprehension. With the exception of those directly serving Changing Star, most of them were dressed in dirty rags, with only a few wearing a proper armor. Some were unarmed, some had memories or makeshift weapons hanging on their belts, and some even had swords hastily fashioned out of the talons of the slain spire messenger. Opposite them, with their back to the throne, stood the people of the castle. Many of them looked like they didn't want to be here, but more had contempt and indignation in their eyes. Those were mostly the members of the host, who were more than 200 people strong. Each of them was clad in a sturdy memory armor and wielded enchanted weapons. They were strong, well-fed, and experienced in combat. The hunters, especially, were a formidable presence despite their comparatively small number. They were looking at Nephis with intense hatred, the memory of her killing one of their own in this very hall still fresh in their minds. Changing Star stood beside Effie in the middle of the empty space between the two groups, looking at the white throne. Her ivory face was cold and indifferent, and her silver hair glinted in the rays of sunshine that fell through tall windows. Sparks of light were dancing in the depths of her calm gray eyes. She was the focal point of everyone's attention and the target of the dark storm of emotions that raged between the ancient walls of the castle today. If it bothered her, she did not show it. And then, finally, the bright lord himself appeared. Sunny knew that Gunlag entered the great hall even before seeing him. He knew it because of the sudden change in the people that surrounded him. It was as though a wave of invisible pressure had crashed into the crowd, forcing them to groan and bend, almost buckling to the ground. Their legs trembled, their faces paled, and drops of sweat appeared on their skin, as well as fear and panic in their eyes. The mastermind behind this ghoulish spectacle had finally arrived. Gunlock looked just like the last time Sunny had seen him, like a golden demon born of some harrowing hell. The bright lord was tall and had broad, powerful shoulders. His body was clad in a strange armor that seemed to be made out of molten gold. It was both solid and liquid, flowing over his mighty muscles and covering him from head to toe. Not even Gunlock's eyes were exposed. In the place where his face should have been, there was nothing but a smooth and empty expanse of polished gold. The great hall of the bright castle reflected in it, and all the people gathered there did too. As soon as Sunny saw the golden mask, he felt the oppressive aura that radiated from the bright lord. Even knowing what was going to happen, he couldn't help but shake a little and bite his lip. The mind assault of the golden armor was truly hard to endure. Even with the protection of the puppeteer's shroud, he felt it pressing on him, making it hard to breathe. Deep inside, a primal, bestial fear was clawing at his heart. But this fear did not belong to him. It was fake. With a dark grimace, Sunny strangled it and made it disappear. Walking out of the darkness of the alcove, like a golden apparition, Gunlag glanced at the mass of people below him and sat on the throne. His pose was relaxed and casual, as though he was here to leisurely resolve a trivial matter, not decide someone's fate. Hundreds of fates, perhaps. However, despite his laid-back attitude, everyone gathered in the great hall swayed a little, pressed down to the ground by the incredible force of his presence. The bright lord lingered for a few moments and then said, his serpentine voice full of mirth, "Ah, what a sight! All my precious wards gathered here, united in the desire to see justice prevail. This dedication, this fervor for the rule of law. Oh, it just makes my blood boil with appreciation. Don't you think it's wonderful?" He laughed and turned his head slightly, peering directly at Nephis. She lowered her head a bit, an almost imperceptible tremor running through her body. To Sunny, though, it seemed as though the plates of marble beneath her feet were about to crack from the terrifying pressure of Gunlag's gaze. Nevertheless, she endured it without showing much of the tremendous strain she was under. The bright lord paused and then echoed his words, a note of some dark emotion finding its way into his voice. "Don't you think it's wonderful, changing star of the immortal flame clan?" Nephis gritted her teeth, struggling to remain steady under the psychic onslaught of the golden armor. When she finally answered, her voice sounded suppressed. "Indeed." Gunlag remained silent for a bit. Although his face was hidden behind the golden mask, Sunny had a feeling that he was smiling. Finally, he spoke. "How nice. Somehow, I was under the impression that you would disagree. I've been told by my most loyal aides that you are a disagreeable person. I guess you just can't trust anyone these days." With that, he glanced at his lieutenants, making them pale and shiver. Sunny shivered too. The message hidden in those words was clear. Gunlavg was letting Nephis know that he had known that she had a spy among the highest ranks of his people all along, and didn't care, maybe even silently allowed it to happen. Damnation. How much did he know? Finally, the Bright Lord looked at Effie. After a few seconds had passed in tense silence, he spoke to her with a hint of sadness. "We meet again, Effie. What a shame that it is in these tragic circumstances. If only you had listened to me and joined the host, perhaps then you might not have fallen so low. Such pity." He shook his head and sighed. "I had high hopes for you, but alas, murdering innocent humans is not something that can be forgiven. Look at yourself. Instead of a noble hunter, you have turned into a wild beast, but that is what happens when people refuse my grace. They become no better than nightmare creatures." His somber words echoed in the silence of the great hall, making people lower their gazes. Effie trembled, pressed down by the force of his undivided attention. But then she grinned and answered, her raspy voice sounding relaxed and carefree. She only said 2 words, "Fuck off." Gunlag laughed and raised his hands in a helpless gesture. "I rest my case. You all see how unrepentant this vile murderer is. There's not a drop of remorse left in her corrupted, rotten soul. That is why, with a heavy heart, I have to sentence this once promising young woman to death. She has to answer for her crimes, and leaving her alive would put you, my wards, in danger. I am left with no choice." A hum of voices rose from the crowd. Slum dweller or an inhabitant of the castle, everyone was affected by his last words. "Don't you dare, bastard. Kill that murderer. Effie, we're here. Make her pay. Lady Nephis, you can't let them. Kill her. Kill all of them." Unaffected by this outburst of boiling emotions, Nephis put a hand on Effie's shoulder and looked at the Bright Lord with a cold expression. Staring directly at the golden mask, she frowned and said, her voice clear and loud, "I object." The storm of voices suddenly grew quiet. Everyone turned to her, 2 kinds of expectation hiding in their eyes. One was full of hope, the other full of vicious glee. Gunlav tilted his head. "Object? What do you mean? Her guilt has been proven without any room left for doubt. There is nothing you can do to change the outcome." He paused for a moment, and then suddenly leaned forward, his insidious voice washing over the great hall like a wave. "Well, unless, of course." Changing Star looked at him with dark resolve and lowered her chin stubbornly. Then she said, "I want to invoke the right of challenge." An echoing silence fell on the great hall of the ancient castle. The fateful words had been spoken, and now there was no turning back, for better or for worse. Gunlav tilted his head and stayed quiet for a few moments. Then the sound of his laughter rolled over the crowd. "The right of challenge? Oh, that old thing. You are awfully fond of that tradition, it seems. Not even a full year since you have arrived under my roof, and I had the pleasure of hearing you say those words twice. Insolent girl." He paused for a few moments and then leaned forward. His voice suddenly turned cold, full of dark undertones. "To be honest, I am very tired of your insolence, Changing Star." Before Nephis could answer, the Bright Lord suddenly rose from his throne, towering above the crowd like a statue cast from pure gold. Then he took a leisurely step forward and began descending the stairs of the dais. With each step, the sound of his serpentine voice resounded, growing lower and lower, until it turned into a fiendish, wrathful growl. "Your little games were fun at first, but the more I observed your clumsy attempts at playing the hero, the more disgusted I became. I couldn't believe how naive, self-righteous, and stupid you turned out to be. It made me sick. It made me want to do things that I promised myself to never do again. Ah, I expected better from the daughter of the immortal flame. To disappoint me so thoroughly." His growl reverberated through the great hall and then abruptly disappeared. A moment later, Gunlock suddenly threw his head back and laughed brightly. "Oh, but then it hit me. I was such a fool. You fooled me so beautifully. Brilliantly done, Changing Star. Please, do accept my compliment. After I saw the real you, it was such a joy to watch your performances." He left the stairs and stepped on the marble floor of the throne room. The crowd of the castle inhabitants parted in front of him, people hurrying to get as far away from the oppressive aura of the golden armor as they could. The Bright Lord sighed. "It's such a shame that all of this will have to stop now. You see, while I can't help but applaud your effort, in the end you still turned out to be just another fool." He glanced at Effie and asked, his voice full of mockery, "A challenge? I don't think it's your place to demand such a thing. You are not the one accused of the crime after all. If someone has to invoke the right of challenge, it should be Effie herself, don't you think?" Nephis gritted her teeth, struggling to remain poised under the assault of the psychic pressure. Refusing to turn away from the polished mirror of the Bright Lord's face, she said, "It's just like one of your minions said. I am responsible for the actions of my people. Any crime they commit is my crime." Gunlaugh watched her, his expression hidden. Neff's pale face was reflected in his mask, staring back at her with merciless gray eyes. After a while he spoke. "Sound logic. Who are you going to challenge then?" She hesitated for a few moments, then said steadily, "Whoever it was that passed the guilty verdict." The Bright Lord chuckled. "Oh, but by the same logic, that would be me." She smiled darkly and glared at him, white flames dancing in her eyes. "Then you are the one I challenge." Her words resounded in the great hall, sending hundreds of people gathered there into a state of stunned shock. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. So, this is it. Sunny looked at the crowd of stunned people, mentally separating them into two groups, those who were going to be a threat and those who were not. Regardless of how the fight between Nephis and Gunlag ended, the small enclave of humans living in the Dark City was going to descend into utter chaos. If Changing Star was killed, her followers would make her into a martyr and go insane. The host would not just let them off, either. If the Bright Lord fell, no matter how much of a bastard Gunlag was, he was also the glue that held this whole place together. Without a tyrant enforcing some semblance of order, no matter how ghoulish, things would get really ugly really fast. Who was going to stop the nightmare creatures from wiping the humans out then? In any case, there was going to be a bloodbath, but he was done worrying about these matters. In the upcoming mayhem, Sunny's goals were very simple. Remain alive, protect Nephis, make sure that she becomes the new tyrant of the Dark City, so that she could carve the way back to reality for a few lucky survivors. If she doesn't die right here and now, of course. In the silence that enveloped the great hall, the Bright Lord laughed and tilted his head, staring at Changing Star from behind his golden mask. Then he said, "How audacious. I wonder what gives you the confidence to dare challenge me. Various people have tried to kill me, you know. I have a little hobby, actually, collecting their skulls. Come to think of it, your pretty head would look really well in my collection." Suddenly he raised a hand and gestured to his forehead. Don't tell me that it's all because of that little toy that you took off the First Lord's corpse. Oh no, that would be terrible. You didn't really think that one powerful memory would be enough to defeat me." Nephis lingered for a while, glaring at Gunlach. Then she said evenly, "My bare hands would be enough to defeat a worm like you. The memory is just to make it quicker." Gunlag stared at her for a moment, and then chuckled. "Great, this is great, such spirit. I will really enjoy breaking you, Changing Star, when this is done." He flexed his shoulders and said, his voice sending shivers into the hearts of hundreds of people gathered in the hall, "All right, I accept your challenge." The great hall of the bright castle grew silent and still. However, that stillness was not tranquil, but like a predator that fell low to the ground, ready to explode into a violent lunge to tear its prey apart. The sleepers pressed themselves against the walls, giving Changing Star and the Bright Lord space for their battle. Effie was dragged away from the middle of the hall by two guards, and now there was nothing but emptiness separating the two fighters. From one side of the hall, the five lieutenants, Gemma, Tessai, Kido, Seishan, and Harus, were looking at their master with complicated emotions. On the other side of it, Kai, Castor, and the leaders of the outer settlement hunting parties were doing the same. Cassie was also there, her hand resting on the hilt of the quiet dancer. There was a grim, somber expression on her beautiful face. Sunny glanced at the blind girl and then turned to the center of the throne room. Two people were standing opposite each other there. One was a tall man encased in a strange golden carapace that followed the lines of his mighty body. The other was a young woman in an elegant plate armor forged of white metal. There was a subtle similarity between them. Both were emanating a striking, compelling sense of power and confidence that very few people ever possessed. Both were fearsome and deadly. Both were at the apex of their kind. However, this was where the similarity ended. This doesn't look good, Sunny thought, evaluating the two fighters. He knew better than anyone what Nephis was capable of, but even then, the sight of her facing Gunlag made a deep scowl appear on his face. The Bright Lord was much taller than her and weighed probably twice as much as Changing Star. He was stronger, had longer reach, and much more experience in slaughtering people. That was not even considering that damned golden armor of his. Even with the miraculous augmentation of the Dawn Shard, Nef's silver sword could barely be considered at the same power level as an ascended weapon would have been. That was still a whole rank below Gunlag's strange echo. Trying to break through that armor was going to be as hard as cracking the shell of a carapace centurion with a sword forged from mundane steel, incredibly hard, if not impossible. And unlike the carapace of a scavenger, the golden echo did not seem to have a weak spot. At that moment, sparks of light appeared in the air in front of Changing Star. The silver longsword appeared in her hand, and she pointed it to the ground for now. What weapon is that bastard going to use? That would decide a lot. Sunny was sure that Gunlag possessed an arsenal of powerful memory weapons, but how powerful were they exactly? He glanced at the Bright Lord, expecting to see the same sparks swirling around his hands. However, there was none. Instead, the liquid gold flowed forward and assumed the shape of a heavy battle axe, which Gunlag then grasped and leisurely put on his shoulder. The polished mirror of his mask reflected the slight frown that appeared on Nef's face. Damn it. The weapon the Bright Lord was going to use was also a part of his echo, and as such, possessed the quality of a transcended weapon. It was going to cut through the Starlight Legion armor without much effort. This is even worse than I imagined. As Sunny gritted his teeth, Gunlag said in a serpentine, insidious voice, "Any last words, Changing Star?" Nephis tilted her head a little and remained silent for a while. Her helmet weaved itself from strings of light, hiding her face completely, with only calm gray eyes visible through the crack of the visor. Finally, she answered with only one word, her usually even voice full of furious contempt. "Done. Traitor." A wave of whispers spread through the crowd. People were guessing what exactly she meant by that, but Sunny suspected that he was the only one who knew. Nef wasn't accusing Gunlag of betraying his fellow humans or causing the deaths of numerous young men and women. She was accusing him of betraying the true duty of the awakened and submitting to the nightmare spell instead of fighting it to the bitter end. In her mind, that was a far greater crime, the only crime even. The Bright Lord laughed. "That's too bad. I heard that one before." And then, without wasting even a fraction of a second, he suddenly exploded forward in a terrifying, lightning-fast lunge. Danda fullet min fast lunge. Danda slunge. The shift between peace and violence was so instant and swift that most people gathered in the great hall did not even realize what was happening until a few moments later. With each of Gunlog's strides, the floor of the throne room shook a little. He flew at Nephis like a furious giant made of gold, swinging his battle axe with both incredible agility and horrible force. She barely reacted in time, shifting her body and raising the sword to deflect the killing blow to the side. However, then something unexpected happened. The shaft of the battle axe suddenly elongated, the liquid gold comprising it flowing forward to assume a new shape. As a result, her deflection ended up being almost useless. With an awkward stagger, Changing Star reeled back. The very edge of the battle axe's blade bit into the helmet of the Starlight Legion armor and effortlessly cleaved through it, leaving a shallow cut on her cheek. In the next moment, Gunlog's foot crashed into her ribs, sending the young woman flying through the air. Nephis landed in a roll and used one hand to stop herself from sliding on the marble floor. As drops of blood fell from beneath her helmet, merciless white flames ignited in her eyes. A moment later, she jumped forward and met the onslaught of the Bright Lord with an equal amount of fury. The deadly song of clashing steel resounded in the ancient hall, like a promise of much greater bloodshed yet to come. The breastplate of Neph's armor cracked from the force of Gunlog's blow, and there was blood streaming from beneath her helmet. But that didn't slow Changing Star one bit. Jumping forward to meet the Bright Lord's assault, she dodged the blade of the battle axe, twisted, and tried to deliver a strike of her own. A furious clangor of metal exploded in the silence of the great hall, both fighters moving with incredible speed, precision, and skill. In a span of several seconds, they exchanged numerous blows, but each was either deflected, dodged, or blocked. This terrifying clash was not at all like Sunny had imagined. There was nothing elegant, graceful, or elevated about it. All there was barbarous violence and cruel brutality, each of the fighters doing everything in their power to break, cripple, and kill their opponent. Their voices sounded like that of wild beasts, partially from the incredible strain of the duel, but also to let out the suffocating bloodlust and murderous intent that were drowning their minds. That was not to say that any one of them had lost control of their thoughts and actions. Both were cold-blooded killers and knew how to remain calm in the throes of the most terrible rage. A few seconds later, Gunlog and Nephis disengaged and staggered away from each other, letting the spectators draw in shaky breaths. The Bright Lord's golden armor was pristine and unscathed. Nephis, however, had several bloody cuts on her body, the black material encompassing it torn and ripped. Another crack appeared on one of her pauldrons. She glanced at it briefly and then indifferently turned back to watch her enemy. Everyone in the throne room, in one way or another, was thinking about the same thing, a cold and sickening feeling slowly spreading through their chests. How would they fare in such a fight themselves? The answer was simple. They would have been long dead, eviscerated in mere seconds by one of these awesome fighters. Everyone felt death breathing down their necks. Among all the people watching their fight, however, there were two who observed Changing Star's every move with a special kind of attention. They were Sunny and Castor. Their reasons for studying how Nephis fought were entirely different, but also almost the same. Just a second of rest, and the two fighters lunged at each other once again. This time, however, their behavior was different. The first clash was just a test to gauge what the enemy was capable of. Now, they were not holding anything back, throwing everything they had at the enemy. At least that was how it seemed. Changing Star's sword suddenly flashed with brilliant radiance. Removing one hand from the hilt, she grasped the incandescent blade with her armored gauntlet at the middle to better control its tip and raised it to shoulder level. With Gunlag's ability to change the length of his weapon at will and almost impregnable armor, this grip was more advantageous. The Bright Lord absorbed the battle axe back into his armor. Then, two straight blades grew out of his forearms, creating weapons that resembled long, heavy punching daggers. They clashed once again, this time with even more fury. The people pressing themselves into the walls of the throne room trembled. Nephis seemed to abandon a lot of her defense, willing to take much bigger risks to obliterate the enemy. The reach of her sword was much shorter now, but the silver blade also grew much more agile and unpredictable. Gunlag's daggers were a true menace to resist, however. They flew at her from all sides, either in tandem or in a staggered rhythm, making it hard for the young woman to predict and deflect each blow. But she wasn't trying to. Changing Star seemed willing to receive many shallow wounds to get a chance to land a strike on her opponent. More bloody lacerations appeared on her body, the Starlight Legion armor barely holding together. But she achieved her goal, in the end. Catching one of Gunlag's daggers between the blade of her sword and her body, she forcefully twisted the sword sideways and caused him to turn his torso. Then, Nephis sidestepped and suddenly appeared behind the Bright Lord, with a fraction of a second left before he could turn around and defend himself. Her incandescent sword finished its arc high above her head, and, changing back to the standard grip, she brought it down with all her strength on Gunlag's shoulder. The radiant white blade flashed through the air and bit into the golden armor, and then it slid fruitlessly off its bright surface, not leaving even a scratch on it. Damn it all! In the next moment, Gunlag threw the sword to the side with one arm and delivered a terrifying blow with the other, his dagger aimed at Neff's face. She managed to turn her head at the last moment, avoiding instant death, but was still caught by the enemy's fist. The impact was so strong that Changing Star was thrown backwards several meters. The helmet had shattered completely, revealing a pale, bloodied face with bits of metal piercing the skin. She rolled several times and came to a stop, then rose to her feet with some effort. The white flames dimmed a little, and there was a dark, disoriented emotion in her eyes. The gem of the Dawn Shard shone gently right above them, illuminating Neff's wounded face. A moment later, she dismissed what little remained of the helmet and stared at Gunlock with resentment, blood running from the cuts on her cheeks. The Bright Lord laughed and made a step toward Changing Star, his voice echoing under the roof of the great hall like a death sentence. "What? That was all?" Nephis did not answer. Instead, she placed both hands on the blade of her sword, holding it with its hilt and crossguard up, like a makeshift mace. The radiance of the silver sword spread to encompass all of it. But it didn't stop there. Sonny opened his eyes wide. "What?" The furious white flames spread from the sword to Changing Star's hands, her arms, and then devoured her figure completely. But they weren't burning in the white, cracked metal of the Starlight Legion armor. Instead, the brilliant radiance was emanating from her skin. Sonny stared at the shining figure in front of him, a myriad of thoughts appearing in his mind. With her skin emanating blinding white radiance, Nephis looked beautiful and pure, as though untouched by the imperfections of the mundane world. Wreathed in light, she was like a heavenly angel that descended into the mortal realm. The sight of it was both breathtaking and terrifying. It was also eerily similar to the image of the radiant creature he had seen on the walls of the ancient mine, especially with the gem of the Dawn Shard burning on Neff's forehead like a third eye. But that wasn't what gave Sonny pause. How is this possible? But then, why wouldn't it be possible? At the start of their journey, he had guessed that Changing Star's aspect was of the divine rank, just like his. Her powers seemed to be able to either augment memories or heal, while his own could be used to scout, enhance memories, or augment Sunny himself. Because Nephis had never used the white flames to achieve that last effect, he had assumed that she was incapable of doing so, and thus her aspect, while powerful, was less versatile. But augmenting herself was exactly what Neph was doing right now. Sunny knew it instantly. She wrapped her body in light just like he had wrapped his own body in the shadow countless times. With this enhancement, her physical prowess had to grow exponentially. Had she always been capable of doing so and hid that facet of her aspect intentionally, or was this something she learned how to do only after growing more powerful and absorbing hundreds upon hundreds of soul shards in the labyrinth? That question was going to remain unanswered, at least for now, because the battle between Changing Star and the Bright Lord was far from over. Just like Sunny suspected, with her body wreathed in light, Nephis suddenly became much stronger and faster. If before she was visibly weaker and slower than Gunlaug, even if not by much, now it seemed the other way around. She dashed toward the enemy, batted away one of the daggers, and delivered a crushing blow right to the polished mirror mask. This time, there was a slight mark left on the surface of the golden armor by her sword. The two of them became locked in a ferocious battle, dozens of attacks flying at each fighter. The clangor of metal grew in volume, turning into an almost deafening cacophony. Changing Star was fighting with abandon, more and more wounds accumulating on her radiant body. However, she also managed to land several more blows, each striking at the golden mirror of the Bright Lord's face. Slowly, a hint of a crack started to appear on its surface. Sunny also noticed that her wounds weren't healing. It seemed as if Nephis was only capable of supporting two effects at the same time, one augmenting her sword, the other her body. To summon the healing power of the white flame, she had to sacrifice one or the other, but she was unwilling to. A few moments later, it seemed as though Gunlaug was slowly starting to lose ground. His enemy was just too fast, powerful, and ferocious. More and more strikes landed on the golden armor, and although it seemed to hold, for now it was clear that the continuous blows were taking a toll on both the Bright Lord and his echo. However, the Golden Serpent had a few tricks up his sleeve too. When the momentum of the fight began to favor Nephis, he suddenly chuckled and turned his face to catch her reflection in the mirror mask. A second later, the sound of muffled groans could be heard escaping from the mouths of hundreds of people. The psychic pressure emanated by the Bright Lord suddenly increased many-fold, throwing some people to the ground and making others stagger. Sunny saw blood flowing from people's noses, eyes, and mouths. He himself also felt it and gritted his teeth, struggling to remain standing. He almost failed. Changing Star, who was at the center and the true target of the mental assault, let out a pained yelp and staggered. That was the moment when Gunlaug stepped forward and stabbed her through the chest with one of his daggers. As the long blade pierced the lithe body of the young woman and exited from her back, he said in a calm and friendly voice, There, that's enough. Go die now, stupid girl." Then he twisted the dagger, making her scream once again. Nephis stared at him, blood flowing from her mouth. Then she raised her sword and hit him in the face with the pommel, again and again, until a small crack finally appeared on the surface of the mirror mask. But the crushing wave of mental pressure did not go away. Instead, it only increased. Gnaling laughed. "Are you done? No? Well, let me help you then." His second dagger flashed through the air, slashing Nephis across the wrist. With the tendons cut, the silver sword fell from her hand, its radiance dimming. Nephis used her other hand to push the Bright Lord away and slid off the blade of the dagger, then staggered away, eventually falling to her knees. The white radiance emanated from her body grew brighter, and the wound on her body began to heal. A low groan escaped from her lips. Gnalind approached the kneeling young woman, laughing. "Did you think I wouldn't know about that little trick of yours? Go ahead and heal. See where it gets you." With that, he grabbed her by the neck and stabbed her again, reopening the terrible wound that had just closed once again. "How's that? Come on, heal it again." With a ferocious growl, he continued stabbing her, over and over, his hand quickly becoming painted red with blood. "Oh, this is really fun, but a bit tiring. How about I just cut off your pretty head right now and end this?" Nephis spat some blood and turned her head to face him, and then she closed her eyes. Back when they had first arrived in the Dark City, Sunny had noticed that Cassie wasn't affected by the psychic pressure of the golden armor at all. From that, he deduced that the source of the mental assault was not the armor itself, but the golden mirror of its face, or, to be exact, seeing your reflection in it. After returning from the castle, he had shared that insight with Nephis. It seemed that she remembered it. With her eyes closed, Changing Star raised her hands and grabbed the bright lord that was strangling her by the shoulders. Then, she used her whole body to deliver a devastating blow to his face, the gem of the crown of dawn, hitting Gunlauch right where his nose should have been. Finally, the surface of the golden mirror cracked and shattered. Through the small breach, a blue eye full of murderous joy was revealed. Shocked by the sudden blow, Gunlauch staggered away. "You bitch!" The daggers were instantly absorbed into the golden armor, replaced by the heavy battle axe again, but he didn't get the chance to use it. With her eyes still closed, Nephis swiftly turned to the sound of his voice. Then she raised her hand, opened her fist, and blew on it. In the next moment, a cloud of red sand shot from her palm and enveloped Gunlauch. Sunny stared at it in shock, an expression of sudden recognition appearing on his face. He knew the look of that cloud all too well. It wasn't sand, it was the blood flower pollen. The red cloud enveloped Gunlauch, seeping through the crack in his helmet. A second too late to react, the bright lord reeled away, but not before inhaling the pollen of the nightmarish flower. Sunny didn't know when and how Nephis had gotten it, but he knew that he wasn't mistaken. This was the pollen of the blood flower, the grisly parasitic blossom that he himself had the misfortune of inhaling once, a long time ago. The memory of the bloodthirsty red flowers growing through his lungs sent shivers through Sunny's entire body. Back then, the only reason for why he had not become a host for the insidious nightmare creature was because of the blood weave. Without it, he would have been devoured from the inside in mere minutes. And now, the bright lord was going to fall to the same fate. She really did it. The rest of the sleepers gathered in the great hall did not know that Gunlauch was already as good as dead, however, including the tyrant himself. Bending over in a fit of violent coughing, he growled, "What? What have you done to me, bitch?" Nephis was still where he had dropped her, kneeling on the floor. Her armor was shattered and torn, with rivers of blood streaming down the cracked white metal. The brilliant radiance of her skin had been extinguished, but there were incandescent flames burning under it. The horrible wounds on her chest were slowly closing, and the lacerations on her face were already gone, leaving it just as perfect as it had been before. That face, however, was bloodied and pale, contorted in an expression of terrible agony. In her eyes, however, there was dark malice. A chorus of whispers rolled through the crowd when they witnessed the ghastly wounds healing themselves. Be it the members of the host or the slum dwellers, all of them had two words on their lips: "Immortal flame, immortal flame." And then someone shouted, their voice full of stunned awe, This is the blessing of the fire." Deaf to all of it, Changing Star moaned and slowly rose to her feet. Then she struggled to look at the bright lord and said, her voice shaking from pain, I killed you." Through the crack in the golden mask, Sunny saw Gunlog's blue eye first narrow, and then suddenly open wide. In the next moment, the Bright Lord began coughing again. This time, a suppressed scream escaped from his lips. It's about to start." Sunny shifted a little, subtly positioning himself closer to Castor. Gunlog, meanwhile, staggered and groaned. There was blood dripping from beneath his broken mask. Then a shaky laugh resounded in the throne room of the ancient castle. "Ah, did you really? What a surprise." He dropped his battle axe, which then turned into a puddle of liquid gold and merged with the strange armor. He took a step toward Nephis, but then swayed and fell to one knee. For a few moments, the Bright Lord remained motionless. Then his body convulsed, more blood spilling through the cracks in the visor of his golden helmet. A muffled scream could be heard once again, full of torturous pain. Hundreds of people were watching him, stunned, their eyes full of disbelief, anger, and terror. The Bright Lord raised his head and glanced at Nephis, then hissed, "What a joke! I can't die like this." Changing Star looked down on him, her face cold and motionless. There was no triumph or gloating in her eyes, but there was also no mercy. Turning away, she hesitated for a moment and then said, her voice strangely gentle, "Rest easy now. Your nightmare is over." Gunlog stared at her in disbelief and then suddenly laughed. There was a disturbing gurgling sound coming from somewhere deep in his throat, as though he was drowning in blood. "Good. This is too good. Yours is only starting, though." With that, he slowly rose and then turned away. Swaying, the Bright Lord took one step forward, then another. The crowd watched silently as he arduously made his way to the steps that led to the throne of white marble and climbed them, blood spilling from the cracks in his helmet, his golden armor flowing and swirling around his body in a state that resembled panic. Finally, Gunlog reached the dais and fell on his throne, looking down on the great hall of the ancient castle with a strange, wistful expression. Then he strained to say something, but became twisted in a violent coughing fit instead. In the end, he just whispered a few almost inaudible words and leaned on the back of the throne, his body relaxing. Sunny was perhaps the only one who had heard him, due to the fact that his shadow was hiding in the darkness of the alcove all along. "I tried. In the beginning, I really did." This was what Gunlog had whispered. And then he grew still. The Bright Lord of the Dark City was dead. Sunny knew it instantly because of the fact that the terrible psychic aura pressing him to the ground suddenly disappeared, letting all the people around him move and breathe free. Knowing what was about to come, he glanced at the far end of the great hall one last time. A corpse in golden armor was sitting on the throne, a beautiful red blossom appearing from the crack in his polished mask. A few moments later, the armor suddenly shined with white light and then disintegrated into countless sparks, revealing the man who had ruled this cursed place for many years with an iron fist. Gunlog was surprisingly handsome. Even though his face was covered in blood, it was easy to tell. He had a short beard and long blonde hair. One of his eyes was gone, eaten through by the blood flower, and the other was quickly turning glassy. What surprised Sunny the most, though, was how young he looked. It was hard to imagine the Bright Lord as anything but powerful and ageless, but in fact, he was no older than 27. Somehow, Sunny had forgotten that fact. Meh, kids. All of us here are just lost kids. He didn't waste too much time thinking about that, though, because in the next few moments, Tessai, who had been staring at his dead lord with his usual morose expression, turned around and looked at the crowd of slum dwellers, then at the members of the host. The giant lingered for a second and then said, his deep, dark voice reverberating through the ancient hall, "What are you waiting for? Kill them all." And then Everything descended into madness. The first guard to follow Tessai's order lunged forward, summoning his weapon, and fell to the ground, a heavy kunai suddenly appearing in his eye. Due to everyone's attention being drawn to the bloodied figure on the throne, no one noticed as Sunny moved his hand slightly, letting the prowling thorn fly. He wasn't looking at Gunlock, though. His eyes were drawn to Nephis, while his shadow watched Castor. When the Bright Lord died, something strange happened to Changing Star. Her eyes opened wide, losing focus, and then she swayed a little and fell to one knee. Her body was busy rearranging itself after absorbing a huge amount of soul essence, which made Nephis vulnerable for a few moments. That was when Tessai had given his order, and that was when Sunny threw his kunai and killed the guard rushing to attack the slum dwellers. Someone screamed, and in the next moment, the great hall of the castle descended into chaos. Unnoticed by anyone, Castor suddenly turned into a blur. Not so fast! Sunny was thrown off his feet and awkwardly fell, his wrist screaming in pain. He had achieved his goal, though. Even while falling, he saw the proud legacy rolling on the marble floor, tripped by the invisible string of the prowling thorn. A second later, hundreds of sleepers clashed against each other, their suppressed rage, bloodlust, and murderous resentment finally exploding into a storm of violence. The white marble was instantly painted red with blood. The guards slaughtered indiscriminately, their powerful memory armaments and training giving them a vast advantage over the disorganized crowd of slum dwellers. But they weren't killing just those who came from the outer settlement. In the panic and havoc that engulfed the throne room, differentiating friend from foe was not an easy task. Sunny saw several artisan assistants fall to their blades, as well as a few unlucky people who had paid a heavy tribute in exchange for the promise of safety. With Gunlag gone, that safety was now gone too. It almost seemed as though the guards didn't care who they killed, or were even glad to be let off the chain. Even if there were those among them who had preserved some vestiges of conscience, now it was utterly gone, devoured by the crowd instinct and the exhilaration of being free from all restraints. Their faces were contorted with ferocious grimaces, and their eyes burned with rage, hatred, and tenebrous joy. This was perhaps the most disturbing and frightening thing that Sunny had ever seen, and he had seen some of the most chilling horrors the dream realm had to offer. How can humans do this to other humans? But that question was moot and also hypocritical. Humans were indeed the most adaptable of creatures. When they needed to, they were easily able to devoid their victims of the status of a human being, thus absolving themselves of any guilt or sin. Why feel guilty for slaughtering cattle, creatures worse than cattle even, hateful pests? Sunny had practiced that simple mind trick himself in the past. These thoughts only took him a fraction of a second. Jumping to his feet, Sunny summoned the Midnight Shard and dashed toward Nephis. The slum dwellers, meanwhile, came to their senses and met the assault of the host with as much fury and bloodlust. Even though they were less experienced, well-fed and armed, their resolve and exalted fury made up for that. Protect Lady Nephis, kill the bastards. Judgment. The two forces clashed, eviscerating anyone who had the misfortune of being stuck between them. Screams of terror and pain filled the great hall. The floor turned slippery with blood, and dead bodies piled on it, staring into emptiness with wide eyes. Sunny saw the scarred hunter from before dive under the strike of a young guard and drive the tip of his sword into the enemy's throat. He saw several hunters of the host lunge at Effie, who had easily tore the rope that bound her arms and met them with a ferocious grin, the beautiful bronze spear weaving itself from sparks of light in her hands. He saw Tessai crushing a random sleeper's skull with a heavy mace. The poor youth was only guilty of getting in his way. He saw people screaming in fear as they tried to flee the hall. Many fell on the floor and were then crushed under the feet of the panicking crowd. The problem was, he didn't see Castor. Arriving near Nephis, Sonny batted someone's sword away and then punched his opponent in the face, causing him to fly back with a pained scream. He looked around, trying to notice the proud legacy, his mind cold and collected, and there he saw him. Castor may have had plans to kill Changing Star at the moment of her weakness, but thanks to Sonny's subtle intervention, he had lost that chance. Now, the legacy had bigger problems on his plate. With the enchanted Jian in his hand, he was fighting none other than Gemma, the leader of the hunters. No matter how strong and skilled Castor was, this was not an opponent that would go down easily, if at all. He couldn't extricate himself from that fight without risking being killed. Well, that problem seems to be solved. But now there was another, much bigger one. Back at the steps leading up to the white throne, Harris was standing with his back turned to the slaughter below, a strangely disoriented expression frozen on his face. Sonny could see his face because the shadow never left the darkness of the alcove, watching the dreadful hunchback's every move. Harus was staring at Gunlag's dead body, his glassy eyes confused and empty. But then, slowly, a hint of a dark and deadly emotion appeared in them. Turning around, he studied the great hall, not disturbed even a little by the bloody chaos, the clangor of steel, and the scores of people dying in front of him. And then his gaze fell on Nephis. Crap. At that moment, both Kai and Cassie appeared by Sonny's side. Turning to them, he gestured to Changing Star and yelled, "Protect her!" At the dais, Horus tilted his head, piercing Changing Star with a murderous gaze. Slowly, his face contorted, turning bestial and terrifying. Pure hatred and insanity burned in his eyes, making anyone who accidentally glanced in his direction shudder. With a low growl, the hunchback took a step forward and outstretched his hand, ready to summon a weapon. Nanch! But in the next second, someone crashed into him at full speed. Even though Horus had dodged the flying blade at the last moment, the force of the impact was such that both men flew back into the darkness behind the throne. Breaking through a wooden hatch that was hidden there, Sonny and Horus rolled down a long flight of stone stairs and left the havoc of the great hall behind. A few moments later, they landed on the floor of a wide corridor and were thrown away from each other. Sonny twisted his body to regain his balance and used the midnight shard to stop himself from sliding even farther away. Then, he rose to his feet and looked darkly at Horus, who was similarly just standing up. A cold glint appeared in his eyes, just like Sonny had expected. Today, one of them was going to die. Out in the great hall of the ancient castle, the air was full of screams and clangor of steel, with rivers of blood being spilled on the white marble floor. But in the wide corridor Sonny and Horus had found themselves in, the havoc that reigned above seemed muffled and distant. It was just the two of them here. Picking up the midnight shard from the cold stones, Sonny flexed his shoulders and looked at the hunchback. There was a dark, icy fire burning deep within his eyes. How wonderful. We are finally alone. The hunchback tilted his head and stared at him with his glassy eyes, not saying anything. A slight smile appeared on Sonny's lips. What, no reaction? Well, fair enough. Allow me to introduce myself then. My name is Sonny, and I've been craving to kill you for a long, long time. Horus remained motionless, looking at him with the same indifferent, bored expression. A hint of anger appeared on Sonny's face. Taking a subtle step sideways and slightly turning his torso, he said in a casual tone, "To tell you the truth, Horus, I have killed many monsters. Some of them were nightmare creatures and some were men. I killed a person or two as well, but I have never done it out of malice. I've never enjoyed it too much." He paused and then spat, his voice shaking. "But I will enjoy killing you." Sonny grasped the hilt of the midnight shard with both hands and took a step forward, piercing the hunchback with a furious gaze. "You embody everything that I despise. The mere fact of your existence offends me. You sicken me, and for that reason alone I am going to end you. You don't deserve to live." Harris blinked and continued staring at him, motionless. Sonny stopped a few meters away and snarled, frustrated at the lack of response. "Do you have any idea what I had to do, what I had to sacrifice, how many things I had to let go of to save myself from becoming someone's slave? And here you are, living as one of your own free will. Bastard, what gives you the right? Who gave you the idea that you can breathe the same air as I do?" The hunchback finally showed a sign that he had heard Sonny. With a slightly irritated expression, he shook his head and said, "Talk, talk, talk. You talk too much, little worm." Sonny grinned. A dangerous spark appeared in his eyes. "Yeah? Well, what are you going to do about it?" Harris smiled, too. His smile was cold, unnatural, and frightening. "Break you apart. You will have to die anyway. All of you will." Sonny raised his eyebrows. "Oh, really? Why is that?" The hunchback shrugged and outstretched his hand. Weaved from the sparks of light, a heavy chain appeared from the air, wrapped around his arm from wrist to elbow. Then he grimaced and straightened his back as much as his deformity allowed him. Before, he seemed to be of the same height as Sonny, but now Harus towered above him almost as much as Tesai had, his twisted figure radiating a sense of vicious, bestial power. As two menacing lights ignited in his pale eyes, he growled, "Because this is the will of the Lord." Sonny laughed. "Lord? The bright Lord? I don't want to disappoint you, fool, but your Lord is dead." Harus stared at him with sincere confusion. Then a corner of his lips curled upward. With something that almost resembled pity, he said, "Poor worm. You don't even understand what loyalty means, do you? Alive or dead, it doesn't matter." Sonny snarled, "You're right. I don't understand." Finally, he raised his sword and prepared to attack. "You know, I spent so much time trying to learn what your aspect, ability, and flaw are, but now I am glad that I don't know. I don't want to kill you using a trick, I just want to obliterate you." Harris listened to him. A mocking grin appeared on his lips, and then Sonny suddenly became blind. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. A moment before, Sonny was looking at the hateful figure of the fearsome hunchback. Then, suddenly, his sight was gone, replaced by nothing except for boundless darkness. Ooh, almost immediately a monstrous blow sent him flying back. Sonny hit the wall of the corridor and then fell to the floor, leaving a trail of blood on the cold stones. His bones groaned, but held together, if barely. Harris, who had hit him in the chest with a fist, the heavy chain wrapped around his knuckles, lunged forward with terrible speed, aiming to crush the enemy's skull under his boot. His movements were swift and utterly silent. To his surprise, though, the little wretch somehow managed to roll away and jump back, avoiding death by a hair's breadth. Sonny slid backward and rose to his feet, blindly swinging the midnight shard in a wide arc in front of him. The blade of the tachi missed the murderous hunchback entirely, but bought him a second to gather himself. Not that it was going to help. He was still blind. Of course, it all makes sense now. Sonny finally unraveled the mystery surrounding Harris. He understood why so many sleepers, no matter how skilled and with no regard to the might of their aspect abilities, had been somehow rendered powerless and easily slaughtered by Gunlog's executioner. He also understood why there were no witnesses to the countless murders that Harris had committed. No one had ever seen him killing his victims. Their bodies were always found only after the slaughter was over. It was not because the terrifying hunchback was able to move like a ghost or possessed such great power that no one could even try to resist it. It was because his aspect ability could literally make people not see him, or anything for that matter. It didn't matter how skilled or mighty his opponents were. Once they were blind, all their technique and abilities were made useless. Killing a blind person was an easy task. It also did not matter if someone was there to see Harus kill. As long as he wanted, he would remain unseen. That's how the legend of the horrifying butcher was born. People were always more afraid of things that they couldn't see, after all. Sonny spat a mouthful of blood and grimaced. It was nice to reveal another secret. The question was, would he be able to survive knowing the truth? By a twist of fate, today, Harus was facing possibly the worst opponent he could have faced on the Forgotten Shore, among the sleepers at least. However, Sonny wasn't surprised. He had always felt that he and the murderous hunchback were destined to end up fighting each other to the bitter end. Before, he had thought that this was just intuition, but now he knew that his occasional and subtle premonitions were anything but random. All that time ago, he had already sensed that the two of them were connected by a string of fate. Was it such a surprise, then, that his aspect happened to counter that of Harus to a large extent? And it did counter it, although not completely. If anyone else was in Sonny's place, they would have been already dead. Robbed of their sight, very few people, if anyone at all, could have resisted the furious assault of the terrifyingly strong hunchback. But Sonny wasn't just anyone. Even while blind, he had shadow sense on his side. While it wasn't the same as being able to see Harus, by sensing the movements of his shadow, Sonny was able to predict his attacks with at least some level of precision. It wasn't perfect, though. At least he had not reached the level where this form of perception could fully replace vision. So, now Sonny had a choice to make. While his shadow was wrapped around his body, it gave him an incredible boost in strength, speed, and endurance. It wasn't able to provide him with a second pair of eyes, however, so he could either continue to rely solely on shadow sense and keep this boost, or let the shadow go and fight Harus with just his own strength while being able to see. Decisions, decisions. Sensing the hunched shadow of the murderous butcher lunge forward, Sonny dodged left and heard something whistle past his temple with terrible speed. A fraction of a second later, and his skull would have been crushed by the links of the iron chain wrapped around his enemy's fist. He missed the hunchback's other hand, though. His wrist was suddenly caught in an iron grip and twisted, forcing Sonny to yelp and let go of the midnight shard. Another second, and his bones were going to shatter. Following the direction of the twist, Sonny performed an aerial cartwheel to save his arm, and reluctantly ordered the shadow to slip off his body. As he landed on the stones, Sonny was finally able to see again. Harus was holding him by the wrist with one hand, his other raising to deliver a crushing blow. Sonny doubted that there would be anything left of his face if he were to allow that blow to land. He still held the midnight shard in his free hand. Turning the tachi upward, Sonny thrust it in the direction of the hunchback's throat. As a hint of surprise appeared in his enemy's eyes, Harus changed the direction of his strike, turning it into a block instead. The razor-sharp blade bit into the links of the heavy chain wrapped tightly around his forearm and bounced off. However, that gave Sonny the opportunity to wrestle his wrist free and jump back. Despite the fact that his bruised hand was shaking, he put it back on the hilt of the midnight shard and faced Harus once again. The hunchback titled his head and stared at Sonny with an amused expression. "Slippery worm, how are you doing that?" Sonny grinned. "Wouldn't you like to know?" Then he grimaced and added after a few moments of pained silence, "I can still see you thanks to my aspect." Harus grinned. "Oh? Good. It is nice of you to tell me." With that, he suddenly threw his hand forward. What is he doing? The distance between them was too large to land a punch, but in the next moment, Sonny realized his mistake. It was too late, however. The chain suddenly flew off the hunchback arm and instantly covered the distance between them. Before Sonny could react, it was tightly wrapped around the blade of the midnight shard. Then Horace pulled it back with tremendous force. Sonny could either allow himself to be thrown to the floor right in front of the cruel executioner or let go of his sword. He chose the second option. The midnight shard flew far away and fell on the marble floor with a melodious ringing. There was little hope of retrieving it, and Sonny doubted that Horace was going to give him enough time to dismiss and summon the Tachi again. Indeed, almost instantly, the fearsome hunchback was already lunging at him, the iron hammers of his fists ready to break every bone in Sonny's body. "Go die, bastard!" Sonny growled and dashed forward. Dodging a deadly strike, he twisted his body and delivered a ferocious blow of his own. His fist connected to the hunchback's chin, making Horace reel back. Sonny might have been lean and not as tall as most men, but he wasn't a weak outskirt kid anymore. The power of 900 shadow fragments, each earned in a deadly fight against unimaginable horrors, coursed through his veins. He was much stronger than he looked, strong enough to shatter stones with his bare hands, and yet he wasn't nearly as strong as Horace. While shaken by the blow to the face, the hunchback didn't look seriously hurt, but his next strike almost made Sonny buckle. For a few short moments, the two of them became entwined in violent, barbarous combat. Using their fists, legs, and even teeth, they did anything in their power to destroy the enemy. Horace fought with the measured skill of an experienced killer, while Sonny fought with the desperate, feral cunning that his cruel upbringing had taught him. The hunchback was at a dire advantage in that fight. With his tremendous might and much larger weight and reach, all he had to do to win it was to wrestle Sonny to the ground. Knowing that, Sonny had done everything in his power to avoid being grappled. He twisted and moved, dodging the hunchback's large hands and delivering strike after strike. Soon, Horace was bleeding from a half-dozen cuts on his angular face. Sonny, however, was in much worse shape. The hunchback's fists, and especially that damned chain of his, had left terrible marks on his body. The skin on his forehead was split open, and a stream of blood was flowing down his face. Usually that would have blinded a person, but both of his eyes were already blind. He was using his shadow to see. How ironic. Still, it was just a matter of time before Sonny made a mistake. And very soon he did. Sonny was only a fraction of a second late, but it was all Horace needed to land one of his wide palms on his shoulder. Then he gripped it with enough strength to make Sonny's bones groan, thus robbing the enemy of his only advantage, mobility. As Sonny's eyes opened wide, the hunchback grinned. "Nend. Time to die, little worm." With that, he threw him against the wall, making a net of cracks streak through its stone surface. Hurt and disoriented, Sonny felt something cold and inevitable grip his neck. Looking his victim right in the eyes, Horace squeezed Sonny's neck and smiled. "Good. It's good that you can see. Usually they don't. Such a pity." Sonny raised his fist and hit the hunchback in the face, but to no result. He couldn't find the proper purchase or move his torso to deliver a proper blow. Regardless, he tried again, then again, then again. The skin on the face of his strangler split, letting more blood flow. But Horace just continued smiling, looking at him with fascination. "Good, good. This is so good, so good." Sonny weakly raised his hand again, but lingered, hesitating before trying to hit the hunchback again. With what little air remained in his lungs, he wheezed, "Hey, bastard, do you remember how I told you that I didn't want to use a trick to kill you?" Horace simply grinned. "Well, that was a trick." At the same time, he struck the hunchback in the face again. Knowing that these punches were not strong enough to change anything, Horus didn't react. But this time, a ghostly blade suddenly appeared in Sunny's hand at the last moment. Unlike normal memories, this one weaved itself from nothing and almost instantaneously. Then it pierced Horus's temple and sunk deep into his brain, killing him on the spot. The grin froze on the hunchback's lips. His eyes widened, then slowly turned glassy. His terrible grip on Sunny's throat weakened. Then he crumpled to the ground like a broken mannequin, his empty eyes still open and staring into nothingness. Sunny fell to his knees and drew a hoarse breath. Die, you bastard! Die, die, die! A wicked, furious grin appeared on his face. Die, and go keep your lord company in hell. Shaking, he used the wall to stand up and looked at the dead butcher with a strange mix of hatred, triumph, and contempt. After a while, he said, "Don't want to doesn't mean I won't, you fool."